Chapter 47 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid, Chapter 47. An Intercepted Epistle. Urged by the most abject fear, had El Coyote and his 3 comrades rushed back to their houses, and scrambled confusedly into the saddle. They had no idea of returning to the jacale of Maurice Gerald. On the contrary, their only thought was to put space between themselves and that solitary dwelling, whose owner they had encountered riding towards it in such strange guise. That it was Don Mauricio, not one of them doubted. All 4 knew him by sight, Diaz better than any, but all well enough to be sure it was the Irlandez. There was his horse, known to them, his amiss de agua, of jaguar skin, his Navajo blanket, in shape of differing from the ordinary serape of Saltillo, and his head. They had not stayed to scrutinize the features, but the hat was still in its place, the sombrero of black glaze, which Maurice was accustomed to wear. It had glanced in their eyes as it came under the light of the moon. Besides, they had seen the great dog, which Diaz remembered to be his. The staghound had sprung forward in the midst of the struggle, and with a fierce growl attacked the assailant through it had not needed this to accelerate their retreat. Fast as their horses could carry them, they rode through the bottom timber, and ascending the bluff by one of its ravines, not that where they had meant to commit murder, they reached the level of the upper plateau. Nor did they halt there for a single second, but galloping across the plain, re-entered the chaparral, and spurred on to the place where they had so skilfully transformed themselves into Comanches. The reverse metamorphosis, if not so carefully, was more quickly accomplished. In haste they washed the war paint from their skins, availing themselves of some water carried in their canteens. In haste they dragged their civilized habiliments from the hollow tree in which they had hidden them, and putting them on in like haste, they once more mounted their horses and rode towards the Leona. On their homeward way they conversed only of the Headless Horseman, but with their thoughts under the influence of a supernatural terror, they could not satisfactorily account for an appearance so unprecedented, and they were still undecided as they parted company on the outskirts of the village, each going on his own jacale. "Carrai!" exclaimed the coyote, as he stepped across the threshold of his, and dropped down upon his cane couch. "Not much chance of sleeping after that. Santos Dios! Such a sight! It has chilled the blood to the very bottom of my veins, and nothing here to warm me. The canteen empty, the posada shut up, everybody in bed. Madre de Dios! What can it have been? Ghost it could not be. Flesh and bones, I grasped myself. So did Vicente on the other side. I felt that, or something very like it, under the tiger skin. Santissima! It could not be a cheat. If a contrivance, why and to what end? Who cares to play carnival on the prairies, except myself and my camarados? Mil demonios! What a grim masquerader! Carajo! Am I forestalled? Has some other had the offer, and earned the $1,000? Was it the Irlandez himself dead, decapitated, carrying his head in his hand? Bah! It could not be. Ridiculous. Unlikely altogether. Improbable. But what then? Ha! I have it. 100 to 1 I have it. He may have got warning of our visit, or at least had suspicions of it. 'Twas a trick got up to try us. Perhaps himself in sight, a witness of our disgraceful flight? Maldito! But who could have betrayed us? No one. Of course no one could tell of that intent. How then should he have prepared such an infernal surprise? Ah! I forget. It was broad daylight, as we made the crossing of the long prairie. We may have been seen, and our purpose suspected? Just so, just so. And then, while we were making our toilet in the chaparral, the other could have been contrived and effected, and that only can be the explanation. Fools to have been frightened at a scarecrow! Carrambo! It shan't long delay the event. Tomorrow I go back to the Alamo. I'll touch that 1,000 yet, if I should have to spend 12 months in earning it. And whether or not, the deed shall be done, all the same. Enough to have lost Isidora, it may not be true, but the very suspicion of it puts me beside myself. If I but find out that she loves him, that they have met since, Mother of God, I shall go mad, and in my madness destroy not only the man I hate, but the woman I love. O Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, angel of beauty and demon of mischief, I could kill you with my caresses. I can kill you with my steel. One or other shall be your fate. It is for you to choose between them." His spirit becoming a little tranquillized, partly through being relieved by this conditional threat, and partly from the explanation he had been able to arrive at concerning the other thought that had been troubling it, he soon after fell asleep. Nor did he awake till daylight looked in at his door, and along with it a visitor. "Jose!" he cried out in a tone of surprise, in which pleasure was perceptible. "You here?" "Si, senor. Yo estoy. Glad to see you. Good, Jose. The Dona Isidora here? On the Leona, I mean?" "Si, senor. So soon again? She was here scarce 2 weeks ago, was she not? I was away from the settlement, but had word of it. I was expecting to hear from you, good Jose. Why did you not write?" "Only, Senor Don Miguel, for want of a messenger that could be relied upon. I had something to communicate that could not with safety be entrusted to a stranger. Something, I am sorry to say. You won't thank me for telling you, but my life is yours, and I promised you should know all." The prairie wolf sprang to his feet, as if pricked with a sharp pointed thorn. "Of her and him? I know it by your looks. Your mistress has met him?" "No, senor, she hasn't. Not that I know of. Not since the first time." "What, then?" inquired Diaz, evidently a little relieved. "She was here while he was at the posada." "Something passed between them?" "True, Don Miguel. Something did pass, as I well know, being myself the bearer of it. 3 times I carried him a basket of dulces, sent by the Dona Isidora. The last time also a letter." "A letter! You know the contents? You read it?" "Thanks to your kindness to the poor peon boy, I was able to do that. More still, to make a copy of it." "You have one?" "I have. You see, Don Miguel, you did not have me sent to school for nothing. This is what the Dona Isidora wrote to him." Diaz reached out eagerly, and taking hold of the piece of paper, proceeded to devour its contents. It was a copy of the note that had been sent among the sweetmeats. Instead of further exciting, it seemed rather to tranquillize him. "Carrambo!" he carelessly exclaimed, as he folded up the epistle. "There's not much in this, good Jose. It only proves that your mistress is grateful to one who has done her a service, if that's all. But it is not all, Senor Don Miguel, and that's why I've come to see you now. I'm on an errand to the Pueblita. This will explain it." "Ha! Another letter?" "Si, senor. This time the original itself, and not a poor copy scribbled by me." With a shaking hand Diaz took hold of the paper, spread it out, and read: "Al Senor Don Mauricio Gerald, Quiero amigo, otra vez aquí estoy con tío Silvio, quedando sin novedades de B. No puedo más tiempo existir, la incertitud me malamba. Dígame que es B convalescente. Ojalá que estivierta así. Suspiro es vuestros ojos mirar. Estos ojos tan lindos y tan expresivos, y ver si es restablecido vuestra salud. Sé graciosa darme este favor. Hay oportunidad. En una cortita media de hora estuviera quedando en la cima de loma sobre la cosa del tío. Ven, caballero, ven." Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. With a curse El Coyote concluded the reading of the letter. Its sense could scarce be mistaken. Literally translated, it read thus: "Dear friend, I am once more here, staying with Uncle Silvio. Without hearing of you I could not longer exist. The uncertainty was killing me. Tell me if you are convalescent. Oh, that it may be so. I long to look into your eyes, those eyes so beautiful, so expressive. to make sure that your health is perfectly restored, be good enough to grant me this favor. There is an opportunity. In a short half hour from this time, I shall be on the top of the hill, above my uncle's house. Come, sir, come. Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. Carajo, assassination! Half shrieked the indignant Diaz. That and nothing else. She, too, the proposer. Ha! Her invitation shall be answered, though not by him for whom it was so cunningly intended, kept to the hour, to the very minute, and by the divinity of vengeance. Here, Jose. This note of no use. The man to whom it is addressed isn't any longer in the Pueblita, nor anywhere about here. God knows where he is. There's some mystery about it. No matter. You go on to the posada, and make your inquiries all the same. You must do that to fulfill your errand. Never mind the papelcito. Leave it with me. You can have it, to take to your mistress, as you come back this way. Here's $1 to get you a drink at the inn. Senor Dofer keeps the best kind of aguardiente. Hasta luego. Without staying to question the motive for these directions given to him, Jose, after accepting the douceur, yielded tacit obedience to them, and took his departure from the jacale. He was scarce out of sight before Diaz also stepped over its threshold. Hastily settling the saddle upon his horse, he sprang into it, and rode off in the opposite direction. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 48. Isidora. The sun has just risen clear above the prairie horizon, his round disk still resting upon the sward like a buckler of burnished gold. His rays are struggling into the chaparral that here and there diversifies the savanna. The dew beads yet cling upon the acacias, weighting their feathery fronds, and causing them to droop earthward, as if grieving at the departure of the night, whose cool breeze and moist atmosphere are more congenial to them than the fiery sirocco of day. Though the birds are stirring, for what bird could sleep under the shrine of such glorious sunrise? It is almost too early to expect human being abroad, elsewhere than upon the prairies of Texas. There, however, the hour of the sun's rising is the most enjoyable of the day, and few there are who spend it upon the unconscious couch, or in the solitude of the chamber. By the banks of the Leona, some 3 miles below Fort Inge, there is one who has forsaken both, to stray through the chaparral. This early wanderer is not afoot, but astride a strong, spirited horse that seems impatient at being checked in his paces. By this description you may suppose the rider to be a man, but remembering that the scene is in southern Texas, still sparsely inhabited by a Spano-Mexican population, you are equally at liberty to conjecture that the equestrian is a woman. And this too despite the round hat upon the head, despite the serape among the shoulders, worn as a protection against the chill morning air, despite the style of equitation so outre to European ideas since the days of La Duchesse de Berry, and still further, despite the crayon-like colouring on the upper lip, displayed in the shape of a pair of silken moustaches. More especially may this last mislead, and you may fancy yourself looking upon some Spanish youth, whose dark but delicate features bespeak the hijo de algo, with a descent traceable to the times of the Cid. If acquainted with the character of the Spano-Mexican physiognomy, this last sign of fertility does not decide you as to the sex. It may be that the rider in the Texan chaparral so distinguished is, after all, a woman. On closer scrutiny this proves to be the case. It is proved by the small hand clasping the bridle rein, by the little foot whose tiny toes just touch the estribo, looking less in contrast with the huge wooden block that serves as a stirrup, by a certain softness of shape and pleasing rotundity of outline, perceptible even through the thick serape of Saltillo, and lastly by the grand luxuriance of hair coiled up at the back of the head, and standing out in shining clump beyond the rim of the sombrero. After noting these points, you become convinced that you are looking upon a woman, though it may be one distinguished by certain idiosyncrasies. You are looking upon the Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. You are struck by the strangeness of her costume, still more by the way she sits her horse. In your eyes, unaccustomed to Mexican modes, both may appear odd, unfeminine, perhaps indecorous. The Dona Isidora has no thought, not even a suspicion, of there being anything odd in either. Why should she? She is but following the fashion of her country and her kindred. In neither respect is she peculiar. She is young, but yet a woman. She has seen 20 summers, and perhaps one more, passed under the sun of a southern sky. It is needless to say that her girlhood is long since gone by. In her beauty there is no sign of decadence. She is fair to look upon, as in her Bionquince, beautiful 15. Perhaps fairer. Do not suppose that the dark lining on her lip damages the feminine expression of her face. Rather does it add to its attractiveness. Accustomed to the glowing complexion of the Saxon blonde, you may at first sight deem it a deformity. Do not so pronounce till you have looked again, a second glance, and, my word for it, you will modify your opinion. A third will do away with your indifference, a fourth change it to admiration. Continue the scrutiny, and it will end in your becoming convinced that a woman wearing a moustache, young, beautiful, and brunette, is one of the grandest sights which a beneficent nature offers to the eye of man. It is presented in the person of Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. If there is anything unfeminine in her face, it is not this, though it may strengthen a wild, almost fierce expression at times discernible, when her white teeth gleam conspicuously under the sable shadow of the bigote. Even then is she beautiful, but like that of a female jaguar. 'Tis a beauty that inspires fear rather than affection. At all times it is a countenance that bespeaks for its owner the possession of mental attributes not ordinarily bestowed upon her sex. Firmness, determination, courage, carried to the extreme of reckless daring, are all legible in its lines. In those cunningly carved features, sight sweet and delicate, there is no sign of fainting or fear. The crimson that has struggled through the brown skin of her cheeks would scarce forsake them in the teeth of the deadliest danger. She is riding alone through the timbered bottom of the Leona. There is a house not far off, but she is leaving it behind her. It is the hacienda of her uncle, Don Silvio Martinez, from the portals of which she has late issued forth. She sits in her saddle as firmly as the skin that covers it. It is a spirited horse, and has the habit of showing it by his prancing paces. But you have no fear for the rider. You are satisfied of her power to control him. A light lazo, suited to her strength. It is suspended from the saddle bow. Its careful coiling shows that it is never neglected. This almost assures you that she understands how to use it. She can throw it, with the skill of a mustanger. The accomplishment is one of her conceits, a part of the idiosyncrasy already acknowledged. She is riding along a road, not the public one that follows the direction of the river. It is a private way, leading from the hacienda of her uncle, running into the former near the summit of a hill, the hill itself being only the bluff that abuts upon the bottom lands of the Leona. She ascends the sloping path, steep enough to try the breathing of her steed. She reaches crest of the ridge, along which trends the road belonging to everybody. She reins up, though not to give her horse an opportunity of resting. She has halted because of having reached the point where her excursion is to terminate. There is an opening on one side of the road, of circular shape, and having a superficies of some 2 or 3 acres. It is grass covered and treeless, a prairie in petto. It is surrounded by the chaparral forest, very different from the bottom timber out of which she has just emerged. On all sides is the enclosing thicket of spinous plants, broken only by the embouchures of 3 paths, their triple openings scarce perceptible from the middle of the glade. Near its centre she has pulled up, patting her horse upon the neck to keep him quiet. It is not much needed. The scaling of the cuesta has done that for him. He has no inclination either to go on, or tramp impatiently in his place. "I am before the hour of appointment," mutters she, drawing a gold watch from under her serape. "If indeed I should expect him at all, he may not come? God grant that he be able. I am trembling, or is it the breathing of the horse? Valga me Dios, no! 'Tis my own poor nerves. I never felt so before. Is it fear? I suppose it is. 'Tis strange, though, to fear the man I love, the only one I ever had loved. For it could not have been love I had for Don Miguel. A girl's fancy. Fortunate for me to have got cured of it. Fortunate my discovering him to be a coward. That disenchanted me. Quite dispelled the romantic dream in which he was the foremost figure. Thank my good stars for the disenchantment, for now I hate him. Now that I hear he has grown Santissima, can it be true that he has become a saltador? And yet I should have no fear of meeting him, not even in this lone spot. Ay de me, fearing the man I love, whom I believe to be of kind, noble nature, and having no dread of him I hate, and know to be cruel and remorseless. 'Tis strange, incomprehensible. No, there is nothing strange in it. I tremble not from any thought of danger, only the danger of not being beloved. That is why I now shiver in my saddle, why I have not had one night of tranquil sleep since my deliverance from those drunken savages. I have never told him of this, nor do I know how he may receive the confession. It must and shall be made. I can endure the uncertainty no longer. In preference, I choose despair, death, if my hopes deceive me. Ha! There is a hoof stroke. A horse comes down the road. It is his? Yes, I see glancing through the trees the bright hues of our national costume. He delights to wear it. No wonder it so becomes him. Santa Virgin! I'm under a serape, with a sombrero on my head. He'll mistake me for a man. Off, ye ugly disguises, and let me seem what I am, a woman." Scarce quicker could be the transformation in a pantomime. The casting off the serape reveals a form that Hebe might have envied, the removal of the hat, a head that would have inspired the chisel of Canova. A splendid picture is exhibited in that solitary glade, worthy of being framed, by its bordering of spinous trees, whose hirsute arms seemed stretched out to protect it. A horse of symmetrical shape, half backed upon his haunches, with nostrils spread to the sky, and tail sweeping the ground on his back, one whose aspect and attitude suggest a commingling of grand, though somewhat incongruous ideas, united to form a picture statuesque as beautiful. The pose of the rider is perfect, half sitting in the saddle, half standing upon the stirrup. Every undulation of her form is displayed, the limbs just enough relaxed to show that she is a woman, notwithstanding that she has said on her face there is no fear, at least no sign to betray it. There is no quivering lip, no blanching of the cheeks. The expression is altogether different. It is a look of love, couched under a proud confidence, such as that with which the she-eagle awaits the wooing of her mate. You may deem the picture overdrawn, perhaps pronounce it unfeminine, and yet it is a copy from real life, true as I can remember it, and more than once had I the opportunity to fix it in my memory. The attitude is altered, and with the suddenness of a coup d'éclair. The change is being caused by recognition of the horseman, who comes galloping into the glade. The shine of the gold-laced vestments had misled her. They are worn not by Maurice Gerald, but by Miguel Diaz. Bright looks become black. From her firm seat in the saddle she subsides into an attitude of listlessness, despairing rather than indifferent, and the sound that escapes her lips, as for an instant they part over her pearl-like teeth, is less a sigh than an exclamation of chagrin. There is no sign of fear in the altered attitude, only disappointment dashed with defiance. El Coyote speaks first. "Hola, señorita! Who would have expected to find your ladyship in this lonely place, wasting your sweetness on this thorny chaparral?" "In what way can it concern you, Don Miguel Diaz?" "Absurd question, señorita. You know it can and does, and the reason why. You well know how madly I love you. Fool was I to confess it, and acknowledge myself your slave. 'Twas that cooled you so quickly." "You are mistaken, señor. I had never told you I loved you. If I did admire your feats of horsemanship, and said so, you had no right to construe it as you've done. I meant no more than that I admired them, not you. 'Tis 3 years ago. I was a girl then, of an age when such things have a fascination for our sex, when we are foolish enough to be caught by personal accomplishments rather than moral attributes. I am now a woman. All that is changed, as it ought to be." "Caray! Why did you fill me with false hopes? On the day of the Herradero, when I conquered the fiercest bull and tamed the wildest horse in your father's herds, a horse not one of his vaqueros dared so much as lay hands upon, on that day you smiled, looked love upon me. You need not deny it, Dona Isidora. I had experience, and could read the expression, could tell your thoughts as they were then. They are changed. And why? Because I was conquered by your charms, or rather because I was the silly fool to acknowledge it, and you, like all women, once you had won and knew it, no longer cared for your conquest. It is true, señorita, it is true." "It is not, Don Miguel Diaz. I never gave you word or sign to say that I loved, or thought of you otherwise than as an accomplishment cavalier. You appeared so then, perhaps were so. What are you now? You know what's said of you, both here and on the Rio Grande." "I scorn to reply to calumny, whether it proceeds from false friends or lying enemies." "I have come here to seek explanations, not to give them." "From whom?" "From your sweet self, Dona Isidora. You are presumptive, Don Miguel Diaz. Think, señor, to whom you are addressing yourself. Remember, I am the daughter of one of the proudest haciendados in Tamaulipas, and niece to one of the proudest in Texas. I have thought of all that, and thought too that I was once a haciendado myself, and am now only a hunter of horses. Carambo! What of that? You're not the woman to despise a man for the inferiority of his rank. A poor mustanger stands as good a chance in your eyes as the owner of 100 herds. In that respect I have proof of your generous spirit." "What proof?" asked she, in a quick, entreating tone, and for the first time showing signs of uneasiness. "What evidence of the generosity you are so good as to ascribe to me?" "This pretty epistle I hold in my hand, indited by the Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, to one who, like myself, is but a dealer in horseflesh. I need not submit it to very close inspection. No doubt you can identify it at some distance?" She could, and did, as was evinced by her starting in the saddle, by her look of angry surprise directed upon Diaz. "Señor! How came you in possession of this?" she asked, without any attempt to disguise her indignation. "It matters not. I am in possession of it, and of what for many a day I have been seeking a proof, not that you had ceased to care for me, for this I had good reason to know, but that you had begun to care for him. This tells that you love him. Words could not speak plainer. You long to look into his beautiful eyes. Mil demonios! You shall never see him again." "What means this, Don Miguel Diaz?" The question was put not without a slight quivering of the voice that seemed to betray fear. No wonder it should. There was something in the aspect of El Coyote at that moment well calculated to inspire the sentiment. Observing it, he responded, "You may well show fear. You have reason. If I have lost you, my lady, no other shall enjoy you. I have made up my mind about that." "About what?" "What I have said, that no other shall call you his, and least of all, Maurice the mustanger." "Indeed?" "Ay, indeed. Give me a promise that you and he shall never meet again, or you depart not from this place." "You are jesting, Don Miguel." "I am in earnest, Dona Isidora." The manner of the man too truly betrayed the sincerity of his speech. Coward as he was, there was a cold cruel determination in his looks, whilst his hands was seen straying towards the hilt of his machete. Despite her Amazonian courage, the woman could not help a feeling of uneasiness. She saw there was a danger, with but slight chance of averting it. Something of this she had felt from the first moment of the encounter, but she had been sustained by the hope that the unpleasant interview might be interrupted by one who would soon change its character. During the early part of the dialogue, she had been eagerly listening for the sound of a horse's hoof, casting occasional and fugitive glances through the chapparal in the direction where she hoped to hear it. This hope was no more. The sight of her own letter told its tale. It had not reached its destination. Deprived of this hope, hitherto sustaining her, she next thought of retreating from the spot. But this too presented both difficulties and dangers. It was possible for her to wheel round and gallop off, but it was equally possible for her retreat to be intercepted by a bullet. The butt of El Coyote's pistol was as near to his hand as the hilt of his machete. She was fully aware of the danger. Almost any other woman would have given way to it. Not so Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. She did not even show signs of being affected by it. "Nonsense!" she exclaimed, answering his protestation with an air of well dissembled incredulity. "You are making sport of me, senor. You wish to frighten me. Ha, ha, ha! Why should I fear you? I can ride as well, fling my lazo as sure and far as you. Look at this. I see how skilfully I can handle it." While so speaking, smiling as she spoke, she had lifted the lazo from her saddle bow, and was winding it round her head, as if to illustrate her observations. The act had a very different intent, although it was not perceived by Diaz, who, puzzled by her behaviour, sate speechless in his saddle. Not till he felt the noose closing around his elbows did he suspect her design, and then too late to hinder its execution. In another instant his arms were pinioned to his sides, both the butt of his pistol and the hilt of his machete beyond the grasp of his fingers. He had not even time to attempt releasing himself from the loop, before he could lay hand upon the rope. It tightened round his body, and with a violent pluck jerked him out of his saddle, throwing him, stunned and senseless, to the ground. "Now, Don Miguel Diaz!" cried she, who had caused this change of situation, and who was now seen upon her horse, with head turned homeward, the lazo strained taut from the saddle tree. "Menace me no more. Make no attempt to release yourself. Stir but a finger, and I spur on. Cruel villain! Coward as you are, you would have killed me. I saw it in your eye. Ha! The tables are turned, and now," perceiving that there was no rejoinder, she interrupted her speech, still keeping the lazo at a stretch, with her eyes fixed upon the fallen man. El Coyote lay upon the ground, his arms enlaced in the loop, without stirring, and silent as a stick of wood. The fall from his horse had deprived him of speech and consciousness at the same time. To all appearance he was dead, his steed alone showing life by its loud neighing as it reared back among the bushes. "Holy Virgin! Have I killed him?" she exclaimed, reining her horse slightly backward, though still keeping him headed away and ready to spring to the spur. "Mother of God! I did not intend it, though I should be justified in doing even that, for too surely did he intend to kill me. Is he dead, or is it a ruse to get me near? By our good Guadalupe, I shall leave others to decide. There is not much fear of his overtaking me before I can reach home; and if he's in any danger the people of the hacienda will get back soon enough to release him. Good day, Don Miguel Diaz. Hasta luego." With these words upon her lips, the levity of which proclaimed her conscience clear of having committed a crime, she drew a small sharp bladed knife from beneath the bodice of her dress, severed the rope short off from her saddle bow, and, driving the spur deep into the flanks of her horse, galloped off out of the glade, leaving Diaz upon the ground, still encircled by the loop of the lazo. Chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 49. The Lazo Unloosed. An eagle, scared from its perch on a scathed cottonwood, with a scream, soars upward into the air. Startled by the outbreak of angry passions, it has risen to reconnoitre. A single sweep of its majestic wing brings it above the glade. There, poised on tremulous pinions, with eye turned to earth, it scans both the open space and the chaparral that surrounds it. In the former it beholds that which may, perhaps, be gratifying to its glance, a man thrown from his horse, that runs neighing around him, prostrate, apparently dead. In the latter two singular equestrians, one a woman, with bare head and chevelure spread to the breeze, astride a strong steed, going away from the glade in quick earnest gallop; the other also a woman, mounted on a spotted horse, in more feminine fashion, riding towards it, attired in hat and habit, advancing at a slower pace, with the equal earnestness in her looks. Such is the coup d'oeil presented to the eye of the eagle. Of these fair equestrians both are already known. She galloping away is Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos; she who approaches, Louise Poindexter. It is known why the first has gone out of the glade. It remains to be told for what purpose the second is coming into it. After her interview with Zeb Stump, the young Creole re-entered her chamber, and kneeling before an image of the Madonna, surrendered her spirit to prayer. It is needless to say that, as a Creole, she was a Catholic, and therefore a firm believer in the efficacy of saintly intercession. Strange and sad was the theme of her supplication. The man who had been marked as the murderer of her brother. She had not the slightest idea that he was guilty of the horrid crime. It could not be. The very suspicion of it would have lacerated her heart. Her prayer was not for pardon, but protection. She supplicated the Virgin to save him from his enemies, her own friends. Tears and choking sobs were mingled with her words, low murmured in the ear of Heaven. She had loved her brother with the fondest sisterly affection. She sorrowed sorely, but her sorrow could not stifle that other affection, stronger than the ties of blood. While mourning her brother's loss, she prayed for her lover's safety. As she rose from her knees, her eye fell upon the bow, that implement so cunningly employed to dispatch sweet messages to the man she loved. "Oh, that I could send one of its arrows to warn him of his danger! I may never use it again." The reflection was followed by a thought of cognate character. Might there not remain some trace of that clandestine correspondence in the place where it had been carried on? She remembered that Maurice swam the stream, instead of recrossing in the skiff. To be drawn back again by her own lazo, she must have been left in the boat. On the day before, in the confusion of her grief, she had not thought of this. It might become evidence of their midnight meeting, of which, as she supposed, no tongue but theirs, and that forever silent, could tell the tale. The sun was now fairly up, and gleaming garishly through the glass. She threw open the casement, and stepped out, with the design of proceeding towards the skiff. In the balcony her steps were arrested, on hearing voices above. Two persons were conversing. They were her maid Florinde, and the sable groom, who in the absence of his master was taking the air of the azotea. Their words could be heard below, though their young mistress did not intentionally listen to them. It was only on their pronouncing a name, that she permitted their patois to make an impression upon her ear. "Dey calls de young fella Gerard. Mors Gerard am de name. Dey do say he Irish, but if folks 'peak de truth, he ain't bit like dem Irish dat works on de Libby at New Orlean. Ho, ho! He more like Bo's genlum planter, dat's what he like. You don't think, Pluto, he been gone kill Massa Henry? I don't think nuffin of de kind. Ho, ho! He kill Massa Henry. No more dan dis Chile hab done that same. Goramity, peak of de debbil, and he dar individable we talkin' bout. Ho, ho! Look, Florinde, look yonner." "Whar?" "Dar, out dar, on todder side of de ribber. You see man on horseback. Dat's Mors Gerard, de berry man we meet on de brack praira. De same dat gub me salud poted hoss. De same dey've all gone to sarch for. Ho, ho! Dey gone de wrong way. Dey no find him out on dem prairies dis day. Oh, Pluto, ain't you glad? I'm sure he innocent, dat brave bruful young genlum. He nebba could been de man." The listener below stayed to hear no more. Gliding back into her chamber, she made her way towards the azotea. The beating of her heart was almost as loud as the fall of her footsteps while ascending the escaleria. It was with difficulty she could conceal her emotion from the two individuals whose conversation had caused it. "What have you seen that you talk so loudly?" said she, trying to hide her agitation under a pretended air of severity. "Ho, ho, Missa Looey! Look ober dar, de young fella." "What young fellow?" "Him as dey be gone sarch for. Him dat." "I see no one." "Ho, ho! He just done in 'mong de tree. See yonner, yonner! You see de black glaze hat, de shinin' jacket ob velvet, an de glancin' silver buttons. Dat's him. I sartin sure dat's de same young fella." "You may be mistaken for all that, Master Pluto. There are many here who dress in that fashion. The distance is too great for you to distinguish. And now that he's almost out of sight, never mind Florinde. Hasten below. Get out my hat and habit. I'm going out for a ride. You, Pluto, have the saddle on Luna in the shortest time. I must not let the sun get too high. Haste, haste!" As the servants disappeared down the stairway, she turned once more towards the parapet, her bosom heaving under the revulsion of thoughts. Unobserved, she could now freely scan the prairie and chaparral. She was too late. The horseman had ridden entirely out of sight. It was very like him, and yet it was not. It can scarce be possible. If it be he, why should he be going that way? A new pang passed through her bosom. She remembered once before having asked herself the same question. She no longer stayed upon the azotea to watch the road. In 10 minutes' time she was across the river, entering the chaparral, where the horseman had disappeared. She rode rapidly on, scanning the causeway far in the advance. Suddenly she reined up, on nearing the crest of the hill that overlooked the Leona. The act was consequent on the hearing of voices. She listened, though still distant, and but faintly heard the voices could be distinguished as those of a man and woman. What man? What woman? Another pang passed through her heart at these put questions. She rode nearer, again halted, again listened. The conversation was carried on in Spanish. There was no relief to her in this. Maurice Gerald would have talked in that tongue to Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. The Creole was acquainted with it sufficiently to have understood what it was said, had she been near enough to distinguish the words. The tone was animated on both sides, as if both speakers were in a passion. The listener was scarce displeased at this. She rode nearer, once more pulled up, and once more sate listening. The man's voice was heard no longer. The woman's sounded dear and firm, as if in menace. There was an interval of silence, succeeded by a quick trampling of horses. Another pause, another speech on the part of the woman, at first loud like a threat. and then subdued as in a soliloquy. Then another interval of silence, again broken by the sound of hoofs, as if a single horse was galloping away from the ground. Only this, and the scream of an eagle, that, startled by the angry tones, had swooped aloft, and was now soaring above the glade. The listener knew of the opening to her hallowed spot. The voices had come out of it. She had made her last halt a little way from its edge. She had been restrained from advancing by a fear, the fear of finding out a bitter truth. Her indecision ending, she spurred on into the glade, a horse saddled and bridled, rushing to and fro, a man prostrate upon the ground, with a lazo looped round his arms, to all appearance dead, a sombrero and serape lying near, evidently not the man's. What could be the interpretation of such a tableau? The man was dressed in the rich costume of the Mexican ranchero, the horse also caparisoned in this elaborate and costly fashion. At sight of both, the heart of the Louisianian leaped with joy. Whether dead or living, the man was the same she had seen from the azotea, and he was not Maurice Gerald. She had doubted before, had hoped that it was not he, and her hopes were now sweetly confirmed. She drew near and examined the prostrate form. She scanned the face, which was turned up, the man lying upon his back. She fancied she had seen it before, but was not certain. It was plain that he was a Mexican. Not only his dress, but his countenance, every line of it, betrayed the Spanish-American physiognomy. He was far from being ill-featured. On the contrary, he might have been pronounced handsome. It was not this that induced Louise Poindexter to leap down from her saddle and stoop over him with a kind pitying look. The joy caused by his presence, by the discovery that he was not somebody else, found gratification in performing an act of humanity. "He does not seem dead. Surely he is breathing?" The cord appeared to hinder his respiration. It was loosened on the instant, the noose giving way to a woman's strength. Now he can breathe more freely. Pardieu, what can have caused it? Lazoed in his saddle and dragged to the earth? That is most probable. But who could have done it? It was a woman's voice. Surely it was. I could not be mistaken about that. And yet there is a man's hat and serape. Not this man's. Was there another? Who has gone away with the woman? Only one horse went off. Ah, he is coming to himself. Thank heaven for that. He will be able to explain all. You are recovering, sir? Senorita, who are you? Asked Don Miguel Diaz, raising his head and looking apprehensively around. Where is she? He continued. Of whom do you speak? I have seen no one but yourself. Carambo, that's queer. Haven't you met a woman astride a grey horse? I heard a woman's voice as I rode up. Say rather a she-devil's voice, for that sure is Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. Was it she who has done this? Maldito, yes. Where is she now? Tell me that, senorita. I cannot. By the sound of the hoofs, I fancy she has gone down the hill. She must have done so, as I came the other way myself. Ah, gone down the hill. Home then, too. You've been very kind, senorita, in loosening this lasso, as I make no doubt you've done. Perhaps you will still further assist me by helping me into the saddle? Once in it, I think I can stay there. At all events, I must not stay here. I have enemies not far off. Come, Carlito, he cried to his horse, at the same time summoning the animal by a peculiar whistle. Come near. Don't be frightened at the presence of this fair lady. She's not the same that parted you and me so rudely in verdad, almost forever. Come on, cavallo, come on. The horse, on hearing the whistle, came trotting up, and permitted his master, now upon his feet, to lay hold of the bridle rein. A little help from you, kind senorita, and I think I can climb into my saddle. Once there, I shall be safe from their pursuit. You expect to be pursued? Quinsale, I have enemies, as I told you. Never mind that. I feel very feeble. You will not refuse to help me? Why should I? You are welcome, sir, to any assistance I can give you. Mil gracias, senorita. Mil gracias. The Creole, exerting all her strength, succeeded in helping the disabled horseman into his saddle. where after some balancing he appeared to obtain a tolerably firm seat. Gathering up his reins, he prepared to depart. "Adios, senorita," said he. "I know not who you are. I see you are not one of our people. Americano, I take it. Never mind that. You are good as you are fair. And if ever it should chance to be in his power, Miguel Diaz will not be unmindful of the service you have this day done him." Saying this, El Coyote rode off, not rapidly, but in a slow walk, as if he felt some difficulty in preserving his equilibrium. Notwithstanding the slowness of the pace, he was soon out of sight, the trees screening him as he passed the glade. He went not by any of the three roads, but by a narrow track, scarce discernible where it entered the underwood. To the young Creole the whole thing appeared like a dream, strange rather than disagreeable. It was changed to a frightful reality when, after picking up a sheet of paper left by Diaz where he had been lying, she read what was written upon it. The address was Don Mauricio Gerald, the signature Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. To regain her saddle, Louise Poindexter was almost as much in need of a helping hand as the man who had ridden away. As she forded the Leona, in returning to Casa del Corvo, she halted her horse in the middle of the stream, and for some time sate gazing into the flood that foamed up to her stirrup. There was a wild expression upon her features that betokened deep despair. 1 degree deeper, and the waters would have covered as fair a form as was ever sacrificed to their spirit. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 50. A Conflict with Coyotes. The purple shadows of a Texan twilight were descending upon the earth, when the wounded man whose toilsome journey through the chaparral has been recorded, arrived upon the banks of the streamlet. After quenching his thirst to a surfeit, he stretched himself along the grass, his thoughts relieved from the terrible strain so long and continuously acting upon them. His limb for the time pained him but little, and his spirit was too much worn to be keenly apprehensive as to the future. He only desired repose, and the cool evening breeze, sighing through the feathery fronds of the acacias, favoured his chances of obtaining it. The vultures had dispersed to their roosts in the thicket, and no longer disturbed by their boding presence, he soon after fell asleep. His slumber was of short continuance. The pain of his wounds once more returning, awoke him. It was this, and not the cry of the coyote, that kept him from sleeping throughout the remainder of the night. Little did he regard the sneaking wolf of the prairies, a true jackal, that attacks but the dead, the living only when dying. He did not believe that he was dying. It was a long dismal night to the sufferer. It seemed as if day would never dawn. The light came at length, but revealed nothing to cheer him. Along with it came the birds, and the beasts went not away. Over him, in the shine of another sun, the vultures once more extended their shadowy wings. Around him he heard the howl bark of the coyote in 100 hideous repetitions. Crawling down to the stream, he once more quenched his thirst. He now hungered, and looked round for something to eat. A pecan tree stood near. There were nuts upon its branches, within 6 feet of the ground. He was able to reach the pecan upon his hands and knees, though the effort caused agony. With his crutch he succeeded in detaching some of the nuts, and on these broke his fast. What was the next step to be taken? To stir away from the spot was simply impossible. The slightest movement gave him pain, at the same time assuring him of his utter inability to go anywhere. He was still uncertain as to the nature of the injuries he had sustained, more especially that in his leg, which was so swollen that he could not well examine it. He supposed it to be either a fracture of the kneecap or a dislocation of the joint. In either case it might be days before he could use the limb, and what meanwhile was he to do? He had but little expectation of anyone coming that way. He had shouted himself hoarse, and though at intervals he still continued to send forth a feeble cry, it was but the intermittent effort of hope struggling against despair. There was no alternative but stay where he was, and satisfied of this, he stretched himself along the sward, with the resolve to be as patient as possible. It required all the stoicism of his nature to bear up against the acute agony he was enduring, nor did he endure it altogether in silence. At intervals it elicited a groan. Engrossed by his sufferings, he was for a while unconscious of what was going on around him. Still above him wheeled the black birds, but he had become accustomed to their presence, and no longer regarded it. Not even when, at intervals, some of them swooped so near that he could hear the weep of their wings close to his ears. Ha! What is that? That sound of different import? It resembled the pattering of the little feet upon the sandy channel of the stream, accompanied by quick breathings as of an animal in a state of excitement. He looked around for an explanation. Only the coyotes, was his reflection, on seeing a score of these animals flitting to and fro, skulking along both banks of the stream, and squatting upon the grass. Hitherto he had felt no fear, only contempt for these cowardly creatures. But his sentiments underwent a change on his noticing their looks and attitudes. The former were fierce, the latter earnest and threatening. Clearly did the coyotes mean mischief. He now remembered having heard that these animals, ordinarily innocuous from sheer cowardice, will attack man when disabled beyond the capability of defending himself. Especially will they do so when stimulated by the smell of blood. He had flowed freely, and from many veins punctured by the spines of the cactus. His garments were saturated with it, still but half dry. On the sultry atmosphere it was sending forth its peculiar odour. The coyotes could not help scenting it. Was it this that was stirring them to such excited action, apparently making them mad? Whether or not, he no longer doubted that it was their intention to attack him. He had no weapon but a bowie knife, which fortunately had kept its place in his belt. His rifle and pistols, attached to the saddle, had been carried off by his horse. He drew the knife, and resting upon his right knee, prepared to defend himself. He did not perform the action a second too soon. Emboldened by having been so long left to make their menaces unmolested, excited to courage by the smell of blood, stronger as they drew near, stimulated by their fierce natural appetites, the wolves had by this time reached the turning point of their determination, which was to spring forward upon the wounded man. They did so, half a dozen of them simultaneously, fastening their teeth upon his arms, limbs, and body, as they made their impetuous onset. With a vigorous effort he shook them off, striking out with his knife. One or two were gashed by the shining blade, and went howling away. But a fresh band had by this time entered into the fray, others coming up. Still the assailants counted a score. The conflict became desperate, deadly. Several of the animals were slain, but the fate of their fallen comrades did not deter the survivors from continuing the strife. On the contrary, it but maddened them the more. The struggle became more and more confused, the coyotes crowding over one another to lay hold of their victim. The knife was wielded at random, the arm wielding it every moment, becoming weaker, and striking with less fatal effect. The disabled man was soon further disabled. He felt fear for his life. No wonder. Death was staring him in the face. At this crisis a cry escaped his lips. Strange it was not one of terror, but joy. And stranger still that, on hearing it, the coyotes for an instant desisted from their attack. There was a suspension of the strife, a short interval of silence. It was not the cry of their victim that had caused it, but that which has elicited the exclamation. There was the sound of a horse's hoofs going at a gallop, followed by the loud baying of a hound. The wounded man continued to exclaim in shouts, calling for help. The horse appeared to be close by. A man upon his back could not fail to hear them. But there was no response. The horse or horseman had passed on. The hoof strokes became less distinct. Despair once more returned to the antagonist of the coyotes. At the same time his skulking assailants felt renewal of their courage, and hastened to renew the conflict. Once more it condemned, and was soon raging fiercely as before, the wretched man believing himself doomed, and only continuing the strife through sheer desperation. Once more was it interrupted, this time by an intruder whose presence inspired him with fresh courage and hope. If the horseman had proved indifferent to his calls for help, Not so the hound. A grand creature of the staghound species, of its rarest and finest breed, was seen approaching the spot, uttering a deep sonorous bay, as with impetuous bound it broke through the bushes. A friend! Thank Heaven, a friend! The baying ceased, as the hound cleared the selvage of the chapparal, and rushed open mouthed among the cowed coyotes, already retreating at his approach. One was instantly seized between the huge jaws, jerked upward from the earth, shaken as if it had been only a rat, and let go again to writhe over the ground with a shattered spine. Another was served in a similar manner; but ere a third could be attacked, the terrified survivors dropped their tails to the sward, and went yelping away, one and all retreating whence they had come, into the silent solitudes of the chapparal. The rescued man saw no more. His strength was completely spent. He had just enough left to stretch forth his arms, and with a smile close them around the neck of his deliverer. Then, murmuring some soft words, he fainted gradually away. His syncope was soon over, and consciousness once more assumed away. Supporting himself on his elbow, he looked inquiringly around. It was a strange, sanguinary spectacle that met his eyes. Before his swoon he would have seen a still stranger one. During its continuance a horseman had ridden into the glade, and gone out again. He was the same whose hoofstroke had been heard, and who had lent a deaf ear to his cries for help. He had arrived too late, and then, without any idea of offering assistance. His design appeared to be the watering of his horse. The animal plunged straight into the streamlet, drank to its satisfaction, climbed out on the opposite bank, trotted across the open ground, and disappeared in the thicket beyond. The rider had taken no notice of the prostrate form, the horse only by snorting as he saw it, and springing from side to side as he trod amidst the carcasses of the coyotes. The horse was a magnificent animal, not large, but perfect in all his parts. The man was the very reverse, having no head. There was a head, but not in its proper place. It rested against the holster, seemingly held in the rider's hand. A fearful apparition. The dog barked as it passed through the glade, and followed it to the edge of the underwood. He had been with it for a long time, straying where it strayed, and going where it went. He now desisted from this fruitless fellowship, and returning to the sleeper, lay down by his side. It was then that the latter was restored to consciousness, and remembered what had made him for the moment oblivious. After caressing the dog, he again sank into a prostrate position, and drawing the skirt of the cloak over his face to shade it from the glare of the sun, he fell asleep. The staghound lay down at his feet, and also slumbered, but only in short spells. At intervals it raised his head, and uttered an angry growl, as the wings of the vultures came switching too close to his ears. The young man muttered in his sleep. They were wild words that came from his unconscious lips, and betokened a strange commingling of thoughts, now passionate appeals of love, now disjointed speeches that pointed to the committal of murder. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 51. Twice Intoxicated. Our story takes us back to the lone hut on the Alamo, so suddenly forsaken by the gambling guests, who had made themselves welcome in the absence of its owner. It is near noon of the following day, and he has not yet come home. The ci devant stable boy of Valley Ballet is once more sole occupant of the jacale, once more stretched along the floor, in a state of inebriety. Though not the same from which we have seen him already aroused, he has been sober since, and the spell now upon him has been produced by a subsequent appeal to the divinity of drink. To explain, we must go back to that hour between midnight and morning, when the Monte players made their abrupt departure. The sight of 3 red savages, seated around the slab table, and industriously engaged in a game of cards, had done more to restore Phelim to a state of sobriety than all the sleep he had obtained. Despite a certain grotesqueness in the spectacle, he had not seen such a ludicrous sight as was proved by a terrific speech with which he saluted them. There was nothing laughable in what followed. He had no very clear comprehension of what did follow. He only remembered that the trio of painted warriors suddenly gave up their game, flung their cards upon the floor, stood over him for a time with naked blades, threatening his life, and then, along with the fourth who had joined them, turned their backs abruptly and rushed pell-mell out of the place. All this occupied scarce 20 seconds of time, and when he recovered from his terrified surprise, he found himself once more alone in the jacale. Was the sleeping or awake? Drunk or dreaming? Was the scene real? Or was it another chapter of incongruous impossibilities, like that still fresh before his mind? But no, the thing was no fancy. It could not be. He had seen the savages too near to be mistaken as to their reality. He had heard them talking in a tongue unknown to him. What could it be but Indian jargon? Besides, there were the pieces of pasteboard strewn over the floor. He did not think of picking one up to satisfy himself of their reality. He was sober enough, but not sufficiently courageous for that. He could not be sure of their not burning his fingers. Those queer cards, they might belong to the devil. Despite the confusion of his senses, it occurred to him that the hut was no longer a safe place to stay in. The painted players might return to finish their game. They had left behind not only their cards, but everything else the jacale contained. And though some powerful motive seemed to have seized their abrupt departure, they might reappear with equal abruptness. The thought prompted the Galwegian to immediate action, and blowing out the candle so as to conceal his movements, he stole softly out of the hut. He did not go by the door. The moon was shining on the grass plat in front. The savages might still be there. He found means of exit at the back, by pulling one of the horse kids from its place, and squeezing himself through the stockade wall. Once outside, he skulked off under the shadow of the trees. He had not gone far when a clump of dark objects appeared before him. There was a sound, as of horses champing their bits, and the occasional striking of a hoof. He paused in his steps, screening his body behind the trunk of a cypress. A short observation convinced him that what he saw was a group of horses. There appeared to be 4 of them, no doubt belonging to the 4 warriors who had turned the mustanger's hut into a gaming house. The animals appeared to be tied to a tree, but for all that, their owners might be beside him. Having made this reflection, he was about to turn back and go the other way, but just at that moment he heard voices in the opposite direction, the voices of several men, speaking in tones of menace and command. Then came short, quick cries of affright, followed by the baying of a hound, and succeeded by silence, at intervals interrupted by a swishing noise, or the snapping of a branch, as if several men were retreating through the underwood in scared confusion. As he continued to listen, the noises sounded nearer. The men who made them were advancing towards the cypress tree. The tree was furnished with buttresses all around its base, with shadowy intervals between. Into one of these he had stepped hastily, and crouching close was completely screened by the shadow. He had scarce effected his concealment, when 4 men came rushing up, and without stopping, hastened on towards the horses. As they passed by him, they were exchanging speeches which the Irishman could not understand, but their tone betrayed terror. The excited action of the men confirmed it. They were evidently retreating from some enemy that had filled them with fear. There was a glade where the moonbeams fell upon the grass. It was just outside the shadow of the cypress. To reach the horses they had to cross it, and as they did so, the vermilion upon their naked shins flashed red under the moonlight. Phelim identified the 4 gentlemen who had made so free with the hospitality of the hut. He kept his place till they had mounted and rode off, till he could tell by the tramp of their horses that they had ascended the upper plain, and gone off in a gallop, as men who were not likely to come back again. "Doesn't that bate, Manager?" muttered he, stepping out from his hiding place, and throwing up his arms in astonishment. "Be japers, it is! Mother av Moses! Fwhat can it bane anyhow? What are them divils after? If fwhat's after them? Sure somethin' has given them a scare. That's plain as a pikestaff. I wonder now if it's been that same. Be me sowl, it's just it they've encountered. I hear the hound growlin', and didn't he go after it? Oh Lord, what can it be? May it be comin' this way in pursuit of them? The dread of again beholding the unexplained apparition, or being beheld by it, caused them to shrink once more under the shadow of the tree, where he remained for some time longer in a state of trembling suspense. After all, it must be some thrick of Master Maurice, maybe to give me a scare, and comin' back. He's just been in time to frighten off these redskins that intended to rub it beloike to murder us too. Sowl, I hope it is that. How long since I saw it first? Trath, it must be some considerable time. I remember having 4 full naggins, and that's all gone off. I wonder now if them Indians has come across it of the demijohn. I've heard that they're as fond of the crayther as if their skins was white. Sowl, if they've smelt the jar, they won't be a dwarp in it by this time. I'll just slip back to the hut and see. If thar's any danger, now it won't be from them. By that tirin' gallop, I can tell they've gone for good." Once more emerging from the shadowy stall, he made his way back toward the jacale. He approached it with caution, stopping at intervals to assure himself that no one was near. Notwithstanding the plausible hypothesis he had shaped out for himself, he was still in dread of another encounter with the Headless Horseman, who, twice on his way to the hut, might now be inside of it. But for the hope of finding a drap in the demijohn, he would not have ventured back that night. As it was, the desire to obtain a drink was a trifle stronger than his fears, and yielding to it, he stepped doubtfully into the darkness. He made no attempt to rekindle the light. Every inch of the floor was familiar to him, and especially that corner where he expected to find the demijohn. He tried for it. An exclamation uttered in a tone of disappointment told that it was not there. "Bedad!" muttered he, as he grumbly groped about. "It looks as if they had been at it. Of course they have. Else why is it not in this place? I left it thar. Sure I left it thar. Ach, me jewel, and it's there yez are at," he continued, as his hand came in contact with the wickerwork. "And bad luck to their imperence. Empty as an eggshell. Ach, you greedy gutted bastes! If I had known yez were going to do that, I have slipped a trifle of stomach juice into the jar, and made real firewater av it for ye jist fwhat yez wants. Divil burn ye for a set of ridskin again. I don't believe I can, thinkin' of them on the t'other, without a trifle av the crayther to comfort me, as there isn't a drop within 20 fwhat. Howly Mary! Mother of Moses, Saint Patrick, and all the others to boot! Fwhat am I talking about? The pewter flask! The pewter flask! Be japers! It's in the thrunk, full to the very neck. Didn't I fill it for Massa Maurice to take wid him the last time he went to the settlements? And didn't he forget to take it? Lard have mercy on me! If the Indians have laid their dirty claws upon that, I shall after take and lave at me sinses. Hoo hoop hooroo!" he cried, after an interval of silence, during which he could be heard fumbling among the contents of the portmanteau. "Hoo hoop hooroo! Thanks to the Lord for all his mercies, the redskins haven't been comin' enough to look there. The flask as full as a tick. Not one of them has had a finger on it. Hoo hoop hooroo!" For some seconds the discoverer of the spirituous treasure, giving way to a joyous excitement, could be heard in the darkness dancing over the floor of the jacale. Then there was an interval of silence, succeeded by the screwing of a stopper, and after that a succession of glucks that proclaimed the rapid emptying of a narrow necked vessel. After a time the sound was suspended, to be replaced by a repeated smacking of lips, interlarded with the grotesque ejaculations. Again came the gluck gluck, again the smacking, and so on alternatively, till an empty flask was heard falling upon the floor. After that there were wild shouts, scraps of song intermingled with cheers and laughter, incoherent ravings about red Indians and headless horsemen, repeated over and over again, each time in more subdued tones, till the maudlin gibberish at length ended in loud continuous snoring. Chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 52. An Awakener. Phelim's second slumber was destined to endure for a more protracted term than his first. It was nearly noon when he woke from it, and then only on receiving a bucket of cold water full in his face that sobered him almost as quickly as the sight of the savages. It was Zeb Stump who administered the douche. After parting from the precincts of Casa del Corvo, the old hunter had taken the road, or rather trail, which he knew to be the most direct one leading to the head waters of the Nueces. Without staying to notice tracks or other sign, he rode straight across the prairie, and into the avenue already mentioned. From what Louise Poindexter had told him, from a knowledge of the people who composed the party of searchers, he knew that Maurice Gerald was in danger. Hence his haste to reach the Alamo before them, coupled with caution to keep out of their way. He knew that if he came up with the Regulators, equivocation would be a dangerous game, and nolens violens, he should be compelled to guide them to the dwelling of the suspected murderer. On turning the angle of the avenue, he had the chagrin to see the searchers directly before him, clumped up in a crowd, and apparently engaged in the examination of sign. At the same time he had the satisfaction to know that his caution was rewarded, by himself remaining unseen. "Durn them!" he muttered, with bitter emphasis. "I might a knowed they had been here. I must go back and round the other way. It'll delay me better an hour. Come, old mar, this are an obstruction you won't like. It'll give ye the addition o' 6 more mile to your journey. Up, old gal! Round and back we go!" With a strong pull upon the rein, he brought the mare short round, and rode back towards the embouchure of the avenue. Once outside, he turned along the edge of the chapparal again, entering it by the path which on the day before had been taken by Diaz and his trio of confederates. From this point he proceeded without pause or adventure until he had descended to the Alamo bottom land, and arrived within a short distance, though still out of sight of the mustanger's dwelling. Instead of riding boldly up to it, he dismounted from his mare, and leaving her behind him, approached the jacale with his customary caution. The horse hide door was closed, but there was a large aperture in the middle of it, where a portion of the skin had been cut out. What was the meaning of that? Zeb could not answer the question even by conjecture. It increased his caution, and he continued his approach with as much stealth as if he had been stalking an antelope. He kept round by the rear, so as to avail himself of the cover afforded by the trees, and at length, having crouched into the horse shed at the back, he knelt down and listened. There was an opening before his eyes, where one of the split posts had been pushed out of place, and the skin tapestry torn off. He saw this with some surprise, but before he could shape any conjecture as to its cause, his ears were saluted with a sonorous breathing that came out through the aperture. There was also a snore, which he fancied he could recognize as proceeding from Irish nostrils. A glance through the opening settled the point. The sleeper was Phelim. There was an end to the necessity for stealthy manoeuvring. The hunter rose to his feet, and stepping round to the front, entered by the door, which he found unbolted. He made no attempt to rouse the sleeper until after he had taken stock of the paraphernalia upon the floor. "There's been packin' up for some purpiss," he observed, after a cursory glance. "Ah, now I recollects. The young furler sayed he war goin' to make a move from here some o' these days. That ere anymal air not only sound asleep, but dead drunk. Sartin he air drunk as Bacchus. I can tell that by the smell o' him. I wonder if he have left any o' the liquor. It air, do boys. Not a drop, dog gone him. There's the jar, wi' the stop plug out of it, lyin' on its side; and there's the flask, too, in the same predicament, both on 'em full o' emptiness. Durn him for a drunken cuss! He can suck up as much moisture as a chalk purayra. Spanish curds! A hull pack on 'em scattered about the place. What kin he ha' been doin' wi' 'em? S'pose he's been havin' a game o' solitaire along wi' his liquor. But what's cut the hole in the door, and why the tother broken out at the back? I reckon he can tell. I roust him and see. Phelim! Phelim!" Phelim made no reply. "Phelim, I say! Phelim!" Still no reply, although the last summons was delivered in a shout loud enough to have been heard half a mile off. There was no sign made by the slumberer to show that he even heard it. A rude shaking administered by Zeb had no better effect. It only produced a grunt, immediately succeeded by a return to the same stentorous respiration. If 'twant for his snorin', I mout believe him to be dead. He air dead drunk, and no mistake. Intoxerkated to the very ends o' his toe nails. Kickin' him 'ud be no use. Dog goned ef I don't try this." The old hunter's eye, as he spoke, was resting upon a pail that stood in a corner of the cabin. It was full of water, which Phelim, for some purpose, had fetched from the creek. Unfortunately for himself, he had not wasted it. With a comical expression in his eye, Zeb took up the pail, and swilled the whole of its contents right down upon the countenance of the sleeper. It had the effect intended, if not quite sobered. The inebriate was thoroughly awakened, and the string of terrified ejaculations that came from his lips formed a contrasting accompaniment to the loud cachinnations of the hunter. It was some time before sufficient tranquillity was restored to admit of the two men entering upon a serious conversation. Phelim, however, despite his chronic inebriety, was still under the influence of his late fears, and was only too glad to see Zeb Stump, notwithstanding the unceremonious manner in which he had announced himself. As soon as an understanding was established between them, and without waiting to be questioned, he proceeded to relate in detail, as concisely as an unsteady tongue and disordered brain would permit, the series of strange sights and incidents that had almost deprived him of his senses. It was the first that Zeb Stump has heard of the Headless Horseman, although the report concerning this imperfect personage was that morning broadly scattered around Fort Inge, and along the Leona. Zeb, having passed through the settlement at an early hour, and stopped only at Casa del Corvo, had not chanced upon anyone who could have communicated such a startling item of intelligence. In fact, he had exchanged speech only with Pluto and Louise Poindexter, neither of whom had at that time heard anything of the strange creature encountered on the evening before by the party of searchers. The planter, for some reason or another, had been but little communicative, and his daughter had not held converse with any of the others. At first Zeb was disposed to ridicule the idea of a man without a head. He called it a fantasy of Phelim's brain, owing to his having took too much of the corn juice. He was puzzled, however, by Phelim's persistence in declaring it to be a fact, more especially when he reflected on the other circumstances known to him. "Arrah, now, how could I be mistaken?" argued the Irishman. "Didn't I see Masther Maurice as plain as I see yourself at this minute? All except the hide, and that I had a peep at as he turned to gallop away. Besides, there was the Mexican blanket, and the saddle wid the rid cloth, and the wather guards of spotted skin, and who could mistake that purty horse? And haven't I told yez that Tara went away after him, and then I heard the dog growlin' just before the Indians." "Injuns!" exclaimed the hunter, with a contemptuous toss of the head. "Injuns playin' with Spanish curds! White Injuns, I reckon. Div yez think they warn't Indians after all?" "Neither a matter what I think. Thur's no time to talk o' that now. Go on, and tell me all yez seed and heern." When Phelim had at length unburdened his mind, Zeb ceased to question him, and striding out of the hut, squatted down, Indian fashion, upon the grass. His object was, as he said himself, to have a good think, which he had often declared he could not obtain while hampered wi' a house about him. It is scarcely necessary to say, that the story told by Galwegian groom only added to the perplexity he already experienced. Hitherto there was but the disappearance of Henry Poindexter to be accounted for. Now there was the additional circumstance of the non-return of the mustanger to his hut, when it was known that he had started for it, and should, according to a notice given to his servant, have been there at an early hour on the day before. Far more mystifying was the remarkable story of his being seen riding about the prairie without a head, or with one carried in his hands. This last might be a trick. What else could it be? Still was it a strange time for tricks, when a man had been murdered, and half the population of the settlement wore out upon the track of the murderer. More especially improbable that the supposed assassin should be playing them. Zeb Stump had to deal with a difficult concatenation, or rather conglomeration of circumstances, events without causes, causes without sequence, crimes committed without any probable motive, mysteries that could only be explained by an appeal of the supernatural. A midnight meeting between Maurice Gerald and Louise Poindexter, a quarrel with their brother, occasioned by the discovery, Maurice having departed for the practices, Henry having followed to sue for forgiveness. In all this the sequence was natural and complete. Beyond began the chapter of confusions and contradictions. Zeb Stump knew the disposition of Maurice Gerald in regard to Henry Poindexter. More than once he had heard the mustanger speak of the young planter. Instead of having a hostility towards him, he had frequently expressed admiration of his ingenuous and generous character. That he could have changed from being his friend to become his assassin was too improbable for belief. Only by the evidence of his eyes could Zeb Stump have been brought to believe it. After spending a full half hour at his think, he had made it but little progress towards unravelling the network of cognate yet unconnected circumstances. Despite an intellect unusually clear, and the possession of strong powers of analysis, he was unable to reach any rational solution of this mysterious drama of many acts. The only thing clear to him was, that 4 mounted men, he did not believe them to be Indians, had been making free with the mustanger's hut, and that it was most probable that these had something to do with the murder that had been committed. But the presence of these men at the jacale, coupled with the protracted absence of its owner, conducted his conjectures to a still more melancholy conclusion, that more than one man had fallen a sacrifice to the assassin, and that the thicket might be searched for 2 bodies instead of 1. A groan escaped from the bosom of the backwoodsman as this conviction forced itself upon his mind. He entertained for the young Irishman a peculiar affection, strong almost as that felt by a father for his son, and the thought that he had been foully assassinated in some obscure corner of the chaparral, his flesh to be torn by the beak of the buzzard and the teeth of the coyote, stirred the old hunter to the very core of his heart. He groaned again as he reflected upon it, until without action he could no longer bear the agonizing thought, and, springing to his feet, he strode to and fro over the ground, proclaiming in loud tones his purpose of vengeance. So absorbed was he with his sorrowful indignation, that he saw not the staghound as it came skulking up to the hut. It was not until he heard Phelim caressing the hound in his grotesque Irish fashion, that he became aware of his creature's presence, and then he remained indifferent to it, until a shout of surprise, coupled with his own name, attracted his attention. "What is it, Phelim? What's wrong? He's a snake bit ye?" "Oh, Mr Stump, look at Tara, see? There's somethin' tied about his neck. It wasn't there when he lift. What do yez think it is?" The hunter's eyes turned immediately upon the hound. Sure enough, there was something around the animal's neck, a piece of buckskin thong. But there was something besides, a tiny packet attached to the thong and hanging underneath the throat. Zeb, drawing his knife, glided towards the dog. The creature recoiled in fear. A little coaxing convinced him that there was no hostile intent, and he came up again. The thong was severed, the packet laid open. It contained a card. There was a name upon the card, and writing in what appeared to be red ink, but it was blood.
The rudest backwoodsman knows how to read. Even Zeb Stump was no exception, and he was soon deciphered the characters traced upon the bit of pasteboard. As he finished, a cry rose from his lips, in strange contrast with the groans he had been just uttering. It was a shout of gladness, of joy. "Thank the Almighty for this," he added, "and thank my old Canute schoolmaster for puttin' me clear through my Webster's spellin' book. He lives, Phelim, he lives. Look at this. Oh, you can't read. No matter. He lives, he lives." "Who? Master Maurice? Then the Lord be thanked. Wagh! There's no time to thank him now. Get a blanket and some pieces of horsehide thong. You can do it while I catch up the old mar. Quick! Half an hour lost, and we may be too late." End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 53. Just in Time. "Half an hour lost and we may be too late." They were the last words of the hunter as he hurried away from the hut. They were true, except as to the time. Had he said half a minute, he would have been nearer the mark. Even at the moment of their utterance, the man, whose red writing had summoned assistance, was once more in dread danger, once more surrounded by the coyotes. But it was not these he had need to fear. A far more formidable foe was threatening his destruction. Maurice Gerald, by this time recognized as the man in the cloak and Panama hat, after doing battle in the wolves, as already described, and being rescued by his faithful Tara, had fought repose in sleep, with full confidence in the ability of his canine companion to protect him against the blackbirds or the more dangerous quadrupeds with which he had been in conflict. He soon found, and for several hours enjoyed it. He awoke of his own accord, finding his strength much restored. He once more turned his attention to the perils that surrounded him. The dog has rescued him from the jackals, and would still protect him against their attacks, should they see fit to renew it. But to what end? The faithful creature could not transport him from the spot, and to stay there would be to die of hunger, perhaps of the wounds he had received. He rose to his feet, but found that he could not stand upright. Feebleness was now added to his other infirmity, and after struggling a pace or two, he was glad to return to a recumbent position. At this crisis a happy thought occurred to him. Tara might take a message to the hut. "If I could but get him to go," said he, as he turned inquiringly towards the dog. "Come hither, old fellow," he continued, addressing himself to the dumb animal. "I want you to play postman for me, to carry a letter, you understand? Wait till I got it written. I shall then explain myself more fully. By good luck I've got a card," he added, feeling for his case. "No pencil. That don't matter. There's plenty of ink around. And for a pen I can use the thorn of yonder maguey." He crept up to the plant thus designated, broke off one of the long spines terminating its great leaves, dipped it in the blood of a coyote that lay near, and drawing forth a card, traced some characters upon it. With a strip of thong, the card was then attached to the neck of the staghound. After being wrapped up in a piece of oilcloth torn from the lining of the Panama hat, it only remained to dispatch the canine post upon his errand. This proved a somewhat difficult task. The dumb creature, despite a wondrous intelligence, could not comprehend why he should forsake the side of one he had so faithfully befriended, and for a long time resisted the coaxings and chidings meant to warn him away. It was only after being scolded in a tone of assumed anger, and beaten by the black-jack crutch stricken by the man whose life he had so lately saved, that he had consented to leave the spot. Even canine affection could not endure this, and with repeated looks of reproach cast backwards as he was chased off, he trotted off reluctantly into the chapparal. "Poor fellow!" soliloquized Maurice, as the dog disappeared from his view. 'Tis like boating one's self, or one's dearest friend. Well, I shall make up for it in extra kindness if I have the good fortune to see him again. And now that he is gone, I must provide against the coming back of these villainous coyotes. They will be sure to come once they discover that I am alone." A scheme had been already considered. A tree stood near the Pelican, already alluded to, having two stout branches that extended horizontally and together at 6 or 7 feet from the ground. Taking off his cloak and spreading it out upon the grass with his knife, he cut a row of holes along each edge. Then, unwinding from his waist the sash of China crape, he tore it up the middle, so as to make two strips, each several yards long. The cloak was now extended between the branches, and fast tied by the strips of crape, thus forming a sort of hammock, capable of containing the body of a man laid out at full length. The maker of it knew that the coyotes are not tree climbers, and, reclining on his suspended couch, he could observe with indifference their efforts to assail him. He took all this trouble, feeling certain they would return. If he had any doubt, it was soon set at rest, by seeing them, one after the other, come skulking out of the chaparral, lopping a pace or two, at intervals, pausing to reconnoitre, and then advancing towards the scene of their late conflict. Emboldened by the absence of the enemy most dreaded by them, the pack was soon reassembled, once more exhibiting the truculent ferocity for which these cowardly creatures are celebrated. It was first displayed in a very unnatural manner by the devouring of their own dead, which was done in less time than it would have taken the spectator in the tree to have counted a score. To him their attention was next directed. In swinging his hammock, he had taken no pains to conceal it. He had suspended it high enough to be out of their reach, and that he deemed sufficient for his purpose. The cloak of dark cloth was suspicious, as well as the figure outlined within it. The coyotes clustered underneath, their appetites whetted by the taste of blood. It was a sight to see them lick their red lips after their unnatural repast, a fearful sight. He who saw it scarce regarded them, not even when they were springing up to lay hold of his limbs, or at times attempting to ascend by the trunk of the tree. He supposed there was no danger. There was danger, however, on which he had not reckoned, and not till the coyotes have desisted from their idle attempts, and stretched themselves panting under the tree, did he begin to perceive it. Of all the wild denizens, either of prairie or chaparral, the coyote is that possessed of the greatest cunning. The trapper will tell you it's the cunningest varmint in creation. It is a fox in astuteness, a wolf in ferocity. It may be tamed, but it will turn at any time to tear the hand of that caresses it. A child can scare it with a stick, but a disabled man may dread its attack. Alone it has the habit of a hare, but in packs, and it hunts only in packs, its poltroonery is less observable, sometimes under the influence of extreme hunger, giving a place to savageness of disposition that assumes the semblance of courage. It is the coyote's cunning that is most to be feared, and it was this that had begun to excite fresh apprehension in the mind of the mustanger. On discovering that they could not reach him, a discovery they were not long in making, instead of scattering off from the spot, the wolves, one and all, squatted down upon the grass, while others, stragglers from the original troop, were still coming into the glade. He saw that they intended a siege. This should not have troubled him, seeing that he was secure in his suspended couch. Nor would it, but for another source of trouble, every moment making itself more manifest, that from which he had so lately had such a narrow escape. He was once more on the eve of being tortured by thirst. He blamed himself for having been so simple as not to think of this before climbing up to the tree. He might have easily have carried up a supply of water. The stream was there, and for want of a better vessel, the concave blades of the maguey would have served as a cistern. His self-reproaches came too late. The water was under his eyes only to tantalize him, and by so doing increase his eagerness to obtain it. He could not return to the stream without running the gauntlet of the coyotes, and that would be certain death. He had but faint hopes that the hound would return and rescue him a second time. Fainter still that his message would reach the man for whom it was intended. 100 to 1 against that.
Thirst is quick in coming to a man whose veins are half emptied of their blood. The torture proclaimed itself apace. How long was it to continue? This time it was accompanied by a straying of the senses. The wolves, from being 100, seemed suddenly to have increased their number tenfold. 1,000 appeared to encompass the tree, filling the whole ground of the glade. They came nearer and nearer. Their eyes gave out a lurid light. Their red tongues lapped the hanging cloth. They tore it with their teeth. He could feel their fetid breath as they sprang up among the branches. A lucid interval told him that it was all fancy. The wolves were still there, but only 100 of them, as before, reclining upon the grass, pitiably awaiting a crisis. It came before the period of lucidity had departed. To the spectator, unexpected as inexplicable, he saw the coyotes suddenly spring to their feet, and rush off into the thicket until not one remained within the glade. Was this, too, a fancy? He doubted the correctness of his vision. He had begun to believe that his brain was distempered, but it was clear enough now. There were no coyotes. What could have frightened them off? A cry of joy was sent forth from his lips as he conjectured a cause. Tara had returned? Perhaps Phelim along with him? There had been time enough for the delivery of the message. For 2 hours he had been besieged by the coyotes. He turned upon his knee, and bending over the branch, scanned the circle around him. Neither hound nor henchman was in sight. Nothing but branches and bushes. He listened. No sound, gave an occasional howl, sent back by the coyotes, that still seemed to continue their retreat. More than ever was it like an illusion. What could have caused their scampering? No matter. The coast was clear. The streamlet could now be approached without danger. Its water sparkled under his eyes. Its rippling sounded sweet to his ears. Descending from the tree, he staggered towards its bank, and reached it. Before stooping to drink, he once more looked around him. Even the agony of thirst could not stifle the surprise, still fresh in his thoughts. To what was he indebted for his strange deliverance? Despite his hope that it might be the hound, he had an apprehension of danger. One glance, and he was certain of it. The spotted yellow skin shining among the leaves, the long lithe form crawling like a snake out of the underwood, was not to be mistaken. It was the tiger of the New World, scarce less dreaded than his congener of the Old, the dangerous jaguar. Its presence accounted for the retreat of the coyotes. Neither could its intent be mistaken. It too had scented blood, and was hastening to the spot where blood had been sprinkled, with that determined air that told it would not be satisfied till after partaking of the banquet. Its eyes were upon him, who had descended from the tree. Its steps were towards him, now in slow, crouching gait, but quicker and quicker, as if preparing for a spring. To retreat to the tree would have been sheer folly. The jaguar can climb like a cat. The mustanger knew this, but even had he been ignorant of it, it would have been all the same, as the thing was no longer possible. The animal had already passed that tree, upon which he had found refuge, and there was the other near, that could be reached in time. He had no thought of climbing to a tree, no thought of anything. So confused were his senses, partially from present surprise, partly from the bewilderment already within his brain. It was a simple act of unreasoning impulse that led him to rush on into the stream until he stood up to his waist in the water. Had he reasoned, he would have known that this would do nothing to secure his safety. If the jaguar climbs like a cat, it also swims with the ease of an otter, and is as much to be dreaded in the water as upon the land. Maurice made no such reflection. He suspected that the little pool, towards the centre of which he had waded, would prove but poor protection. It was sure of it when the jaguar, arriving upon the bank above him, set itself in that cowering attitude that told of its intention to spring. In despair he steadied himself to receive the onset of the fierce animal. He had not wherewith to repel it. No knife, no pistol, no weapon of any kind, not even his crutch. A struggle with his bare arms could but end in his destruction. A wild cry went forth from his lips, as the taunting form was about launching itself for the leap. There was a simultaneous scream from the jaguar. something appeared suddenly to impede it, and instead of alighting on the body of its victim, it fell short, with a dead plash upon the water. Like an echo of his own, a cry came from the chaparral, close following a sound that had preceded it, the sharp spang of a rifle. A huge dog broke through the bushes and sprang with a plunge into the pool, where the jaguar had sunk below the surface. A man of colossal size advanced rapidly towards the bank, another of lesser stature treading close upon his heels, and uttering joyful shouts of triumph. To his wounded man these sights and sounds were more like a vision than the perception of a real phenomena. They were the last thoughts of that day that remained in his memory. His reason, kept too long upon the rack, had given way. He tried to strangle the faithful hound that swam fawningly around him, and struggled against the strong arms that, raising him out of the water, bore him in friendly embrace to the bank. His mind had passed from a horrid reality to a still more horrid dream, the dream of delirium. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 54. A Prairie Palanquin. The friendly arms flung around Maurice Gerald were those of Zeb Stump. Guided by the instructions written upon the card, the hunter had made all haste towards the rendezvous there given. He had arrived within sight, and fortunately within rifle range of the spot, at that critical moment when the jaguar was preparing to spring. His bullet did not prevent the fierce brute from making the bound, the last of his life, though it had passed right through the animal's heart. This was a thing thought of afterwards. There was no opportunity then. On rushing into the water to make sure that his shot had proved fatal, the hunter was himself attacked, not by the claws of the jaguar, but the hands of the man just rescued from them. Fortunate for Zeb that the mustanger's knife had been left upon land. As it was, he came near being throttled, and only after throwing aside his rifle and employing all his strength was he able to protect himself against the unlooked-for assault. A struggle ensued, which ended in Zeb flinging his colossal arms around the young Irishman, and bearing him bodily to the bank. It was not all over. As soon as the latter was relieved from the embrace, he broke away and made for the pecan tree, as rapidly as if the injured limb no longer impeded him. The hunter suspected his intent. Standing over 6 feet, he saw the bloody knife blade lying along the cloak. It was for that the mustanger was making. Zeb bounded after, and once more enfolding the madman in his bear-like embrace, drew him back from the tree. "Spiel up, Thorpe Phelim!" shouted he. "Git that thing out o' sight. The young feller hev tuck leave o' his 7 senses. Thur's fever in the feel o' him. He air gone delirious." Phelim instantly obeyed, and scrambling up the tree trunk, took possession of the knife. Still the struggle was not over. The delirious man wrestled with his rescuer, not in silence, but the shouts and threatening speeches, his eyes all the time rolling and glaring with the fierce, demoniac light. For full 10 minutes did he continue the mad wrestling match. At length, from sheer exhaustion, he sank back upon the grass, and after a few tremulous shiverings, accompanied by sighs heaved from the very bottom of his breast, he lay still, as if the last spark of life had departed from his body. The Galwegian, believing it so, began uttering a series of lugubrious cries, the keen of Connemara. "Stop your growlin', ye durned cuss!" cried Zeb. "It air enough to scare the breath out o' his carkidge. He's no more dead than you air, only fented. By the way he hev fit me, I reckon there ain't much the matter wi' him. No," he continued, after stooping down and giving a short examination, "I kin see no wound worth makin' a muss about. Thur's a considerable swellin' o' the knee, but the leg ain't fructured, else he couldn't a stud up on it. As for them scratches, they ain't much. What can they be? 'Twarn't the jaguar that gin them. They air more like the claws o' a tomcat. Ho, ho! I sees now. There's been a bit o' scrimmage.
Afore the spotted beast kim up, the young feller's been attacked by coyotes.
Who'd a suppose that the cowardly varmints would a had the owdacy to attack a human critter? But they will, when they gits the chance o' one crippled as he air durn them." The hunter had all the talking to himself. Phelim, now overjoyed to know that his master still lived, and furthermore was in no danger of dying, suddenly changed his melancholy whine to a jubilant hullabaloo, and commenced dancing over the ground, all the while snapping his fingers in the most approved Connemara fashion.
His frenzied action provoked the hound to like a pitch of excitement,
And the two became engaged in a sort of wild Irish jig. Zeb took no notice of these grotesque demonstrations,
but once more bending over the prostrate form,
proceeded to complete the examination already begun. Becoming satisfied that there was no serious wound,
he rose to his feet, and commenced taking stock of the odd articles around him. He had already noticed the Panama hat that still adhered to the head of the mustanger, and a strange thought at seeing it there
had passed through his mind. Hats of guayaquil grass, erroneously called Panama, were not uncommon. Scores of Southerners wore them, in Texas as elsewhere.
But he knew that the young Irishman was accustomed to carry a Mexican sombrero,
a very different kind of headgear. It was possible he might have seen fit to change the fashion.
Still, as Zeb continued to gaze upon it, he fancied he had seen that hat before, and on some other head. It was not from any suspicion of its being honestly in possession of him, now wearing it, that the hunter stooped down, and took it off with the design to examine it. His object was simply to obtain some explanation of the mystery. The series of mysteries, hitherto baffling his brain. On looking inside the hat, he read two names. First, that of a New Orleans hatter, whose card has pasted in the crown, and then, in writing, another well known to him, Henry Poindexter. The cloak now came under his notice. It, too, carried marks by which was able to identify it as belonging to the same owner. "Doggone cur'ous all this," muttered the backwoodsman, as he stood with his eyes turned upon the ground, and apparently buried in a profound reflection.
"Hats, heads, and everything. Hats on the wrong head, heads i' the wrong place. By the tarnal thur's somethin' goed astray. Ef 'twant that I feel a putty considerable smartin' whar the young feller gin me lick
over the left eye. I mout be arter believin' my own skull case wa'n't any longer atween my shoulders.
It air no use lookin' to him," he added, glancing towards Maurice,
"for an explanation, lestwise till he slip off this delirium that's on him. When that'll be, Old Nick only knows.
Wal," he continued after another interval spent in silent reflection, "it won't do no good our stayin' here. We must get him to the shanty,
and that can only be did by toastin' him.
He stayed on the curd. He couldn't make near a track.
It war only the anger kep him up a bit.
That leg looks wusser and wusser.
He's bound to be toasted."
The hunter seemed to cogitate on how he was to effect this purpose.
"'Tain't no good expectin' him to help think it out," he continued, looking at the Galwegian,
who was busy talking to Tara. "The dumb brute hev more sense than he. Neer a mind I'd make him take his full share o' the carryin',
when it come to thet. How air it to be done?"
"We must get him on a stretcher, and I reckon we can make out o' a couple o' poles an' a cloak,
or with a blanket. Phelim fetched from the shanty. Yes, a stretcher."
"That's the identical idee." The Connemara man was now summoned to lend assistance. Two saplings of at least 10 feet in length were cut from the chapparal, and trimmed clear of twigs. Two shorter ones were also selected, and lashed crosswise over the first,
and upon these were spread, first the serape, and afterwards the cloak, to give greater strength.
In this way a rude stretcher was constructed, capable of carrying either an invalid or inebriate. In the mode of using it, it more resembled the latter
than the former, since he who was to be borne upon it, again
deliriously
raging,
had to be strapped to the trestles. Unlike the ordinary stretcher, it was not carried between two men, but a man and a mare, the mare at the head, the man bearing behind. It was he of Connemara who completed the ill-matched team. The old hunter had kept his promise that Phelim should take his full share of the carrion when it come to that. He was taking it, or rather getting it, Zeb having appointed himself to the easier post of conductor. The idea was not altogether original. It was a rude copy from the Mexican litera, which in southern Texas Zeb may have seen, differing from the latter only in being without screen, and instead of two mules having for its attelage a mare and a man. In this improvised palanquin was Maurice Gerald transported to his dwelling. It was night when the grotesque-looking group arrived at the locale. In strong but tender arms the wounded man was transferred from the stretcher to the skin couch on which he had been accustomed to repose. He was unconscious of where he was, and knew not the friendly faces bending over him. His thoughts were still astray, though no longer exciting him to violent action. He was experiencing an interval of calm. He was not silent, though he made no reply to the kind questions addressed to him, or only answered them with an inconsequence that might have provoked mirth. But there were wild words upon his lips that forbade it, suggesting only serious thoughts. His wounds received such rude dressing as his companions were capable of administering to them, and nothing more could be done but await the return of day. Phelim went to sleep upon his shakedown, while the other sate up to keep watch by the bedside of the sufferer. It was not from any unfaithfulness on the part of the foster brother that he seemed thus to disregard his duty, but simply because Zeb had requested him to lie down, telling him there was no occasion for both to remain awake. The old hunter had his reasons. He did not desire that those wild words should be heard even by Phelim. Better he should listen to them alone. And alone he sate, listening to them throughout the livelong night. He heard speeches that surprised him, and names that did not. He was not surprised to hear the name Louise often repeated, and coupled with fervent protestations of love. But there was another name, also often pronounced, with speeches less pleasant to his ear. It was the name of Louise's brother. The speeches were disjointed, incongruous, and almost intelligible. Comparing one with the other, however, and assisted by the circumstances already known to him before the morning light had entered the jacale, Zeb Stump had come to the conclusion that Henry Poindexter was no longer a living man. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 55. Un Dia de Novedades. Don Silvio Martinez was one of the few Mexican ricos who had chosen to remain in Texas after the conquest of that country by the stalwart colonizers from the north. A man of more than a mature age, of peaceful habits, and taking no part in politics, he accepted the new situation without any great regret. He was the more easily reconciled to it from a knowledge that his loss of nationality was better than counterbalanced by his gain of security against Comanche incursions, which, previous to the coming of the new colonists, had threatened the complete depopulation of the country. The savage was not yet entirely subdued, but his maraud was now intermittent, and occurred only at long intervals. Even this was an improvement on the old regime. Don Silvio was a ganadero, a grazer, on a grand scale, so grand that his ganaderia was leagues in length and breadth, and contained within its limits many thousands of horses and horned cattle. He lived in a large rectangular one-storied house, more resembling a jail than a dwelling, surrounded by extensive enclosures, corrals. It was usually a quiet place, except during the time of the herradero, or cattle branding.
when for days it became the scene of a festivity almost Homeric.
These occasions were only of annual occurrence. At all other times, the old haciendado, who was a bachelor to boot, led a tranquil and somewhat solitary life, a sister, older than himself, being his only companion. There were occasional exceptions to this rule, when his charming sobrina rode across from the Rio Grande to pay him and his sister a visit. Then the domicile of Don Silvio became a little more lively. Isidora was welcome whenever she came, welcome to come and go when she pleased, and do as she pleased, while under her uncle's roof. The sprightliness of her character was anything but displeasing to the old haciendado, who was himself far from being of a sombre disposition, whose traits, that might have appeared masculine in many other lands, were not so remarkable in one where life is held by such precarious tenure, where the country house is oft transformed into a fortress, and the domestic hearth occasionally bedewed with the blood of its inmates. It is so surprising that in such a land woman should be found endowed with those qualities that have been ascribed to Isidora. If so, it is not the less true that they exist. As a general thing, the Mexican woman is a creature of the most amiable disposition, dulce, if we may be allowed to borrow from a language that deals more frequently of feminine traits to such an extent as to have become a national characteristic. It is to the denizens of the great cities, secure from Indian incursion, that this character more especially applies. On the frontiers, harried for the last half century by the aboriginal freebooter, the case is somewhat different. The amiability still exists, but often combined with the bravourie and hardihood masculine in seeming, but in reality heroic. Since Malinche, more than one fair heroine has figured in the history of Anahuac. Don Silvio Martinez had himself assisted at many a wild scene and ceremony. His youth had been passed amid perils, and the courage of Isidora, at times degenerating into absolute recklessness, so far from offending, rather gave him gratification. The old gentleman loved his darling sobrina as if she had been his own child, and had she been so, she would not have been more certain of succeeding to his possessions. Everyone knew that when Don Silvio Martinez should take leave of life, Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos would be the owner of, not his broad acres, but his leagues of land, as also his thousands of horses and horned cattle. With this understanding, it is needless to say that the senorita carried respect with her wherever she went, or that the vassals of the Hacienda Martinez honoured her as their future mistress. Independently of this was she regarded. Hers were just the qualities to win the esteem of the dashing rancheros, and there was not one upon the estate but would have drawn his machete at her nod, and used it to the shedding of blood. Miguel Diaz spoke the truth when he said he was in danger. Well might he believe it. Had it pleased Isidora to call together her uncle's vaqueros and send them to chastise him, it would have been speedily done, even to hanging him upon the nearest tree. No wonder he had made such haste to get away from the glade. As already stated, the real home of Isidora was upon the other side of the Rio Grande, separated by some 60 miles from Hacienda Martinez, but this did not hinder her from paying frequent visits to her relations upon the Leona. There was no selfishness in the motive. The prospect of the rich inheritance had nothing to do with it. She was an expectant heiress without that, for her own father was a Rico, but she liked the company of her uncle and aunt. She also enjoyed the ride from river to river, oft made by her between morning and night, and not unfrequently alone. Of late, these visits had become of much more frequent occurrence. Had she grown fonder of the society of her Texan relatives, fonder as they grow older? If not, what was her motive? Imitating her own frankness of character, it may at once be declared, she came oftener to the Leona, in the hope of meeting with Maurice Gerald. With like frankness may it be told that she loved him. Beyond doubt the young Irishman was in possession of her heart. As already known, He had won it by an act of friendship, though it may have been less the service he had done, than the gallantry displayed in doing it, that had put the love spell on the daring Isidora. Perhaps, too, she saw in him other captivating qualities, less easily defined. Whether these had been undesignedly exhibited, or with the intention to effect a conquest, he alone can tell. He has himself said no, and respect is due to his declaration. But it is difficult to believe that mortal man could have gazed into the eyes of Isidora de los Llanos without wishing them to look longingly upon him. Maurice may have spoken the truth, but we could better believe him. Had he seen Louise Poindexter before becoming acquainted with Isidora? The episode of the burnt prairie was several weeks subsequent to the adventure with the intoxicated Indians. Certainly something appears to have occurred between him and the Mexican maiden, that leads her to believe she was a hope, if not a claim, upon his affections. It has come to that crisis, that she can no longer rest satisfied. Her impulsive spirit cannot brook ambiguity. She knows that she loves him. She has determined to make frank confession of it, and to ask, with like frankness, whether her passion be reciprocated. Hence her having made an appointment that could not be kept. For that day Don Miguel Diaz had interfered between her and her purpose. So thought she, as she galloped out of the glade, and hastened back to the hacienda of her uncle. Astride her grey steed she goes at a gallop. Her head is bare, her coiffure disarranged, her rich black tresses streaming back beyond her shoulders, no longer covered by scarf or serape, the last she has left behind her, and along with it her vicuna hat. Her eyes are flashing with excitement, her cheeks flushed to the colour of carmine. The cause is known, and also why is she riding in such hot haste? She has herself declared it. On nearing the house she is seen to tighten her rein. The horse is pulled in to a slower pace, a trot, slower still, a walk, and soon after he is halted in the middle of the road. His rider has changed her intention, or stops to reflect whether she should. She sits reflecting. On second thoughts, perhaps better not have him taken. It would create a terrible scandal everywhere. So far no one knows of. Besides, what can I say myself, the only witness? Ah, were I to tell these gallant Texans the story, my own testimony would be enough to have him punished with a harsh hand. No, let him live. Ladron as he is, I do not fear him. After what's happened, he will not care to come near me. Santa Virgen! To think that I could have felt a fancy for this man, short-lived as it was. I must send someone back to release him. One who can't keep my secret. Who? Benito, the mayordomo, faithful and brave. Gracias a Dios! Yonder's my man, as usual busied in counting his cattle. Benito, Benito! At your orders, senorita. Good Benito. I want you to do me a kindness. Your consent? At your orders, senorita, repeats the mayordomo, bowing low. Not orders, good Benito. I wish you to do me a favour. Command me, senorita. You know the spot of open ground at the top of the hill, where the three roads meet, as well as the corral of your uncle's hacienda. Good. Go there. You will find a man lying upon the ground, his arms entangled in a lazo. Release and let him go free. If he be hurt by a harsh fall he has had, do what you can to restore him, but don't tell him who sent you. You may know the man. I think you do. No matter for that. Ask him no questions, nor answer his, if he should put any. Once you have seen him on his legs, let him make use of them after his own fashion. You understand? Perfectamente, senorita. Your orders shall be obeyed to the letter. Thanks, good Benito. Uncle Silvio will like you all the better for it. Though you mustn't tell him of it. Leave that to me. If he shouldn't, well, one of these days there may be an estate on the Rio Grande that will stand in need of a brave, faithful steward, such an one as I know you to be. Everyone knows that the Dona Isidora is gracious as she is fair. Thanks. One more request. The service I ask you to do for me must be known to only 3 individuals. The third is he whom you are sent to secure. You know the other two?" "Senorita, I comprehend. I shall be as you wish it." The mayordomo is moving off on horseback. It need scarce be said, men of his calling rarely set foot to the earth never upon a journey of half a league in length. "Stay! I had forgotten!" calls out the lady, arresting him. "You will find a hat and serape. They are mine. Bring them, and I shall wait for you here,
or meet you somewhere along the way." Bowing, he again rides away. Again is he summoned to stop. "On second thoughts, Senor Benito, I have made up my mind to go along with you. Vamos!" The steward of Don Silvio is not surprised at caprice when exhibited by the niece of his employer. Without questioning, he obeys her command, and once more heads his horse for the hill. The lady follows. She has told him to ride in the advance. She has her reason for departing from the aristocratic custom. Benito is astray in his conjecture. It is not to caprice that he is indebted for the companionship of the senorita. A serious motive takes her back along the road. She has forgotten something more than her wrapper and hat, that little letter that has caused her so much annoyance. The good Benito has not had all her confidence, nor can he be entrusted with this. It might prove a scandal graver than the quarrel with Don Miguel Diaz. She rides back in hopes of repossessing herself of the epistle. How stupid not to have thought of it before! How had El Coyote got hold of it? He must have had it from Jose. Was her servant a traitor? Or had Diaz met him on the way, and forced the letter from him? To either of these questions an affirmative answer might be surmised. On the part of Diaz, such an act would have been natural enough; and as for Jose, it is not the first time she had had reason for suspecting his fidelity. So run her thoughts as she reascends the slope leading up from the river bottom. The summit is gained, and the opening entered. Isidora now riding side by side with the mayordomo. No Miguel Diaz there, no man of any kind; and what gives her far greater chagrin, not a scrap of paper. There is her hat of vicuna wool, her serape of satillo, and the loop end of her lazo, nothing more. You may go home again, Senor Benito. The man thrown from his horse must have recovered his senses, and I suppose his saddle too. Blessed be the Virgin! But remember, good Benito, secrecy all the same. Entiende vi? Yo entiendo, Dona Isidora. The mayordomo moves away, and is soon lost to sight behind the crest of the hill. The lady of the lazo is once more alone in the glade. She springs out of her saddle, dons serape and sombrero, and is again the beau ideal of a youthful hidalgo. She remounts slowly, mechanically, as if her thoughts do not accompany the action. Languidly she lifts her limb over the horse. The pretty foot is for a second or two poised in the air. Her ankle, escaping from the skirt of her enagua, displays a tournure to have crazed praxiteles, as it depends on the opposite side of the horse. A cloud seems to overshadow the sun. Simon Stylites could scarce have closed his eyes on the spectacle. But there is no spectator of this interesting episode, not even the wretched Jose, who the moment after comes skulking into the glade. He is questioned without circumlocution upon the subject of the strayed letter. "What have you done with it, sirrah?" "Delivered it, my lady." "To whom?" "I left it at the posada," he replies, stammering and turning pale. Don Mauricio had gone out. "A lie, lepero! You gave it to Don Miguel Diaz." "No denial, sir. I have seen it since." "Oh, senora, pardon, pardon! I am not guilty. Indeed I am not." "Stupid! You should have told your story better. You have committed yourself. How much did Don Miguel pay you for your treason?" "As I live, lady, it was not treason. He forced it from me by threats, blows. I was not paid." "You shall be, then." "I discharge you from my service, and for wages take that, and that, and that." For at least 10 times are the words repeated, the riding whip at each repetition descending upon the shoulders of the dishonest messenger. He essays to escape by running off. In vain.
He is brought up again by the dread of being ridden over, and trampled under the hoofs of the excited horse. Not till the blue wales appear upon his brown skin does the chastisement cease. "Now, sirrah, from my sight, and let me see you no more. Al monte! Al monte!" With ludicrous alacrity the command is obeyed. Like a scared cat the discharged servitor rushes out of the glade, only too happy to hide himself and his shame under the shadows of the thorny thicket. But a little while longer does Isidora remain upon the spot, her anger giving place to a profound chagrin. Not only has she been baffled from carrying out her design, but her heart's secret is now in the keeping of traitors. Once more she heads her horse homeward. She arrives in time to be present at a singular spectacle. The people, peons, vaqueros, and employees of every kind, are hurrying to and fro, from field to corral, from corral to courtyard, one and all giving tongue to terrified ejaculations. The men are on their feet, arming in confused haste; the women on their knees, praying pitifully to heaven, through the intercession of a score of those saints profusely furnished by the Mexican hierarchy to suit all times and occasions. What is causing the commotion? This is the question asked by Isidora. The mayor domo, who chances to be the first to present himself, is the individual thus interrogated. A man has been murdered somewhere out upon the prairie. The victim is one of the new people who have lately taken possession of Caso del Corvo, the son of the American haciendado himself. Indians are reported to have done the deed. Indians, in this word, is the key to the excitement among Don Silvio's servitors. It explains both the praying and the hurried rushing to arms. The fact that a man has been murdered, a slight circumstance in that land of unbridled emotions, would have produced no such response, more especially when the man was a stranger, an Americano. But the report that Indians are abroad is altogether a different affair. In it there is an idea of danger. The effect produced on Isidora is different. It is not fear of the savages. The name of the asesinado recalls thoughts that have already given her pain. She knows that there is a sister spoken of being wonderfully beautiful. She was herself looked upon this beauty, and cannot help believing in it. A keener pang proceeds from something else. She has heard that his peerless maiden has been seen in the company of Maurice Gerald. There is no fresh jealousy inspired by the news of the brother's death. Only the old unpleasantness of the moment is revived. The feeling soon gives place to the ordinary indifference felt for the fate of those with whom we have no acquaintance. Some hours later, and this indifference becomes changed to a painful interest, in short, an apprehension. There are fresh reports about the murder. It has been committed, not by Comanches, but by a white man, by Maurice the mustanger. There are no Indians near. This later addition of novedades, while tranquilizing Don Silvio's servants, has the contrary effect upon his niece. She cannot rest under the rumour, and half an hour afterwards she is seen reining up her horse in front of the village hotel. For some weeks, with motive unknown, she has been devoting herself to the study of La Lengua Americana. Her vocabulary of English words, still scanty, is sufficient for her present purpose, which is to acquire information, not about the murder, but the man accused of committing it. The landlord, knowing who she is, answers her inquiries with obsequious politeness. She learns that Maurice Gerald is no longer his quest, with full particulars of the murder, so far as known. With a sad heart she rides back to the Hacienda Martinez. On reaching the house, she finds its tranquillity again disturbed. The new cause of excitement might have been deemed ludicrous, though it is not so regarded by the superstitious peons. A rare rumour has reached the place. A man without a head, un hombre descabezado, has been riding about the plains somewhere near the Rio Nueces. Despite its apparent absurdity, there can be no doubting the correctness of the report. It is rife throughout the settlement, but there is still surer confirmation of it. A party of Don Silvio's own people, herdsmen out in search of strayed cattle, have seen the cavarello descabezado, and desisting from their search, had ridden away from him, as they would have done from the devil. The vaqueros, there are 3 of them, are all ready to swear to the account given, but their scared looks furnish a more trustworthy evidence of its truthfulness. The sun goes down upon a congeries of frightful rumours. Neither these nor the protestations of Don Silvio and his sister can prevent their capricious niece from carrying out a resolution she seems suddenly to have formed, which is to ride back to the Rio Grande. It makes no difference to her that a murder had been committed on the road she will have to take, much less that near it has been seen the ghastly apparition of a headless horseman. What to any other traveller should cause dismay seems only to attract Isidora. She even proposes making the journey alone. Don Silvio offers an escort, 1/2 score of his vaqueros, armed to the teeth. The offer is rejected. Will she take Benito? No. She prefers journeying alone. In short, she is determined upon it. Next morning she carries out this determination. By daybreak she is in the saddle, and in less than 2 hours after riding, not upon the direct road to the Rio Grande, but along the banks of the Alamo. Why has she thus deviated from her route? Is she straying? She looks not like one who has lost her way. There is a sad expression upon her countenance, but not one of inquiry. Besides, her horse steps confidently forward, as if under her rider's direction, and guided by the rein. Isidora is not straying. She has not lost her way. Happier for her if she had. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 56. A Shot at the Devil. All night long the invalid lay awake, at times tranquil, at times giving way to a paroxysm of unconscious passion. All night long the hunter sate by his bedside, and listened to his incoherent utterances. They but confirmed 2 points of belief already impressed upon Zeb's mind: that Louise Poindexter was beloved, that her brother had been murdered. The last was a belief that, under any circumstances, would have been painful to the backwoodsman. Coupled with the facts already known, it was agonizing. He thought of the quarrel, the hat, the cloak. He writhed as he contemplated the labyrinth of dark ambiguities that presented itself to his mind. Never in his life had his analytical powers been so completely baffled. He groaned as he felt their impotence. He kept no watch upon the door. He knew that if they came, it would not be in the night. Once only he went out, but that was near morning, when the light of the noon was beginning to mingle with that of the day. He had been summoned by a sound. Tara, straying among the trees, had given utterance to a long dismal growl, and come running scared like into the hut. Extinguishing the light, Zeb stole forth, and stood listening. There was an interruption to the nocturnal chorus, but that might have been caused by the howling of the hound. What had caused it? The hunter directed his glance first upon the open lawn, then around its edge, and under the shadow of the trees. There was nothing to be seen there, except what should be. He raised his eyes to the cliff, that in a dark line trended along the horizon of the sky, broken at both ends by the tops of some tall trees that rose above its crest. There were about 50 paces of clear space, which he knew to be the edge of the upper plain, terminating at the brow of the precipice. The lines separating the Chiaro from the Oscuro could be traced distinctly as in the day. A brilliant moon was beyond it. A snake could have been seen crawling along the top of the cliff. There was nothing to be seen there, but there was something to be heard. As Zeb stood listening there came a sound upon the upper plain that seemed to have been produced not far back from the summit of the cliff. It resembled the clinking of a horse's shoe struck against a loose stone. So conjectured Zeb, as with open ears he listened to catch its repetition. It was not repeated, but he soon saw what told him his conjecture was correct. A horse, stepping out from behind the treetops, and advancing along the line of the bluff, There was a man upon his back, both horse and man distinctly seen in dark silhouette against the clear sapphire sky. The figure of the horse was perfect, as in the outlines of a skilfully cast medallion. That of the man could be traced only from the saddle to the shoulders. Below, the limbs were lost in the shadow of the animal. Through the sparkle of spur and stirrup told that they were there. Above, there was nothing, not even the semblance of a head. Zeb Stump rubbed his eyes and looked, and rubbed them and looked again. It did not change the character of the apparition. If he had rubbed them fourscore times, he would have seen the same, a horseman without a head. This very sight he saw, beyond the possibility of disbelieving, saw the horse advancing along the level line in a slow but steady pace, without footfall, without sound of any kind, as if gliding rather than walking, like the shifting scene of a cosmorama. Not for a mere instant had he the opportunity of observing the spectral apparition, but a period long enough to enable him to note every detail, long enough to satisfy him that it could be no illusion of the eye, or in any way a deception of his senses. Nor did it vanish abruptly from his view, but slowly and gradually. First the head of the horse, then the neck of the shoulders, then the shape, half ghastly, half grotesque, of the rider, then the hind quarters of the animal, the hips, and last of all, the long tapering tail. Geesophat! It was not surprise at the disappearance of the Headless Horseman that extorted this exclamation from the lips of Zeb Stump. There was nothing strange about this. The spectacle had simply passed behind the proscenium represented by the tope of tree tops rising above the bluff. Geesophat! Twice did the backwoodsman give utterance to this, his favourite expression of surprise, both times with an emphasis that told of an unlimited astonishment. His looks betrayed it. Despite his undoubted courage, a shiver passed through his colossal frame, while the pallor upon his lips was perceptible through their brown priming of tobacco juice. For some time he stood speechless, as if unable to follow up his double ejaculation. His tongue at length returned to him. "Dog-gone my cats!" he muttered, but in a very low tone, and with eyes still fixed upon the point where the horse's tail had been last seen. "If that ere don't whip the whool United Crescent, my name ain't Zeb'lon Stump. The Irish have been right after all. I thought he had dreamed it in his drink, but no, he have seen something, and so have I meself. No wonder the cuss war skeart. I feel just a spell shaky in my own narves about this time. Geesophat! What can the derned thing be? What can it be?" he continued, after a period spent in silent reflection. "Dog-gone if I can detarmine one way or the other. Eft he been the only eye in the daylight, and I ked a got a good sight on it, or eft had been a leetle bit closter. Ha! Why moutn't I git closter to it? Dog-gone if I don't hev a try. I reckon won't eat me. Not if it air old Nick, and ef it air him, I'll just satersfy myself whether a bullet can go custrut thro' his infernal karkidge, 'ithout throwin' him out o' the seddle. Here ye go for a closer acquaintance wi' the varmint, whatsomiver it be." So saying, the hunter stalked off through the trees, upon the path that led up to the bluff. He had not needed to go inside for his rifle, having brought that weapon out with him on hearing the howl of the hound. If the headless rider was real flesh and blood, earthly and not of the other world, Zeb Stump might confidently count upon seeing him again. When viewed from the door of the jacale, he was going direct towards the ravine that permitted passage from the higher level to the bottom lands of the Alamo, as Zeb had started to avail himself of the same path, unless the other should meantime change direction, or his tranquil pace to a trot or gallop. The backwoodsman would be at the head of the pass as soon as he. Before starting, Zeb had made a calculation of the distance to be done, and the time to do it in. His estimate proved correct, to a second and an inch. As his head was brought nearly on a level with the upland plain, he saw the shoulders of the horseman rising above it. Another step forward, and the body was in view. Another, and the horse was outlined against the sky, from hoof to forelock. He stood at a halt. He was standing. As Zeb first came in sight of him, he was fronting towards the cliff, evidently intending to go down into the gorge. His rider appeared to have pulled him up as a measure of precaution, or he may have heard the hunter scrambling up the ravine, or, what was more likely, scented him. For whatever reason he was standing, front face to the spectator. On seeing him thus, Zeb Stump also came to a stand. Had it been many another man, the same might have been said of his hair, and it is not to be denied that the old hunter was at that moment, as he acknowledged himself, a spell shaky be out the narves. He was firm enough, however, to carry out the purpose that had prompted him to seek that singular interview, which was to discover whether he had to deal with a human being or the devil. In an instant his rifle was at his shoulder, his eye glancing along the barrel, the sights, by the help of a brilliant moonlight, bearing upon the heart of the Headless Horseman. In another, a bullet would have been through it, but for a thought that just then flashed across the brain of the backwoodsman. Maybe he was about to commit murder? At the thought he lowered the muzzle of his piece, and remained for a time undecided. "It mout be a man," muttered he, "though it don't look like it air. Thur ain't room enough for a head under that ere Mexican blanket. No how, ef it be a human critter, he hev got a tongue, I reckon, though he ain't much o' a head to hold it in. He'll o' stronger. Ye're out for a pooty laddish ride, ain't ye? Hain't yo forgot to fetch your head wi' ye?" There was no reply. The horse snorted on hearing the voice. That was all. "Look'ee here, stranger. Ole Zeb Stump from the state of Kentucky air individual who now speakin' to ye. He ain't one o' them sort ter be trifled wi'. Don't try to come none o' your damfoolery over this hyur coon. I weer ye to declare your game. If ye're playin' possum, ye better throw up your hand, or by the jumpin' Geehosophat, ye may lose both your steak and your curds. Speak out now, afore ye gets plugged wi' a piece o' lead." Less response than before. This time the horse, becoming accustomed to the voice, only tossed up his head. "Then doggone ye!" shouted the hunter, exasperated by what he deemed an insulting silence. "6 seconds more, and I'll give ye 6 more. An' ef ye don't show speech by that time, I'll let drive at yer guts. Ef ye're but a dimmy, it won't be do any harm. No more will it, I reckon, if ye air the devil. But ef ye're a man playin' possum, durn me ef ye don't desarve to be shot for bein' such a damned fool. Sing out!" he continued with increasing anger. "Sing out, I tell ye! Ye won't? Then here goes! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6!" Where 7 should have come in, had the count been continued, was heard the sharp crack of a rifle, followed by the sibilation of a spinning bullet. Then the dull thud as the deadly missile buried itself in some solid body. The only effect produced by the shot appeared to be the frightening of a horse. The rider still kept his seat in the saddle. It was not even certain the horse was scared. The clear neigh that responded to the detonation of the rifle had something in it that sounded derisive. For all that, the animal went off at a tearing gallop, leaving Zeb Stump a prey to the profoundest surprise he had ever experienced. After discharging his rifle, he remained upon his knees for a period of several seconds. If his nerves were unsteady before the shot, they had become doubly so now. He was not only surprised at the result, but terrified. He was certain that his bullet had passed through the man's heart, or where it should be, as sure as if his muzzle had been held close to the ribs. It could not be a man? He did not believe it to be one, and this thought might have reassured him, but for the behaviour of the horse. It was that wild unearthly neigh that was now chilling his blood, and causing his limbs to shake, as if under an ague. He would have retreated, but for a time he felt absolutely unable to rise to his feet, and he remained kneeling in a sort of stupefied terror, watching the weird form till it receded out of sight far off over the moonlit plain. Not till then did he recover sufficient courage to enable him to glide back down the gorge, and on towards the jacale, and not till he was under its roof did he feel sufficiently himself to reflect with any calmness on the odd encounter that had occurred to him. It was some time before his mind became disabused of the idea that he had been dealing with the devil. Reflection, however, convinced him of the improbability of this, though it gave him no clue as to what the thing really was. "Surely," muttered he, his conjectural form of speech showing that he was still undecided, "surely, after all, it can't be a thing o' the t'other world, else I can hearn the cawthig o' my bullet. Sartin the lead struck against something solid, and I reckon there's nothin' solid in the carkidge o' a ghost. Wagh!" he concluded, apparently resigning the attempt to obtain a solution of the strange physical phenomenon. "Let the durned thing slide. One o' two things it air bound to be. Either a bundle o' rags, or old Harry from hell." As he re-entered the hut, the blue light of morning stole in along from them. It was time to awaken Phelim, that he might take his turn by the bedside of invalid. The Connemara man, now thoroughly restored to sobriety, and under the impression of having been a little derelict in his duty, was ready to undertake the task. The old hunter, before consigning his charge to the care of his unskilled successor, made a fresh dressing of the scratches, availing himself of the knowledge that a long experience had given him in the pharmacopoeia of the forest. The nopal was near, and its juice, inspissated into the fresh wounds, would not fail to effect their speedy cure. Zeb knew that in 24 hours after its application they would be in process of healing, and in 3 days entirely cicatrized. With his confidence, common to every denizen of the cactus-covered land of Mexico, he dealt defiant as to outdoors, and if a score of them could have been procured upon the instant, he would not have summoned one. He was convinced that Maurice Gerald was in no danger, at least not from his wounds. There was a danger, but that was of a different kind. "And now, Mr. Phelim," said he, on making a finish of his surgical operations, "we have dud all you can be dud for the out'ard man, and it air full time to look after the inn'ard. Ye say there ain't nothin' to eat? Not so much as a purtaty, Mr. Stump, and what's worse, there's nothin' to drink, not a drap left in the whole cyabin." "Durn ye, that's your fault," cried Stump, turning upon the Irishman with a savage scowl that showed equal regret at the announcement. "Ef 'tadn't been for you, there war liquor enough to a lasted till the young feller got round agin." "What's to be dud now?" "Sowl, Mr. Stump, yez be wrongin' me altogether, entirely. That same yez are. I hadn't a taste exceptin' what came out av the little flask. It was them Indians that imptied the dimijan. Trath was it." "Wagh! Ye couldn't got a drink on what wur contained in the flask? I know your durned guts too well for that. Ye must a had a good pull at the t'other too. Be all the saints! Durn your stinkin' saints! D'ye s'pose any man o' sense believes in sich a varmint as them? Wal, 'tain't no use talkin' any more about it. Ye've sucked up the corn juice, and there's an end to it. There ain't no more to be had than 20 mile, and we must go 'ithout. Be Jasus, but it's bad! Shet your head, durn ye, and hear what I've got to say. We'll hev to go 'ithout drinkin', but that air no reezon for starvin' ourselves for want o' somethin' to eat. The young feller, I don't misdoubt, air by this time half starved himself. There's not much on the stomach, I reckon, though there may be on his mind. As for meself, I'm jest hungry enough to eat coyote. And I ain't very sure I'd turn away from turkey buzzart, which as I reckon would be a wusser victual than coyote. But we ain't obleeged to eat turkey buzzart while there's a chance of gettin' turkey, and that ain't no dubious along the Alamo. You stay here and take care of the young feller whiles I try up the crick and see if I can come across the gobbler." "I'll do that, Mr. Stump, and no mistake, be me trath." "Keep your palaver to yourself till I've finished talkin' to ye." "Sowl, I won't say a word." "Then don't. But listen. There's somethin' about which I don't wait ye to make any mistake. It air this: ef there shed anybody stray this way durin' my absence, ye'll let me know. Ye mustn't lose a minute o' time, but let me know." "Sure I will, Sowl. Yis. Wal, I'll depend on ye." "Trath, yez may. But how, Misther Stump? How am I to let yez know, if yer bean't hearin' of me voice? How thin?" "Wal, I reckon I shan't need to go so fur as that. There ought to be gobblers close by, at this time o' the mornin'. An' yit there moutn't," continued Zeb, after reflecting a while. "Ye ain't got such a thing as a gun in the shanty? A pistol 'ud do." "Nayther one nor the tother. The master tuck both away hid 'em. When he went last time to the settlements, he must have lift them thar. It air awk'ard I mout not hear ye shout." Zeb, who had by this time passed through the doorway, again stopped to reflect. "Hi!" he exclaimed, after a pause of 6 seconds. "I've got it! I've treed the idee. Ye see my ole mar, tethered out thur on the grass?" "Shure I do, Misther Stump. Of course I do." "Wal, ye see that ere prickly cactus plant growin' close to the edge o' the openin'?" "Faith, yis." "Wal, that's sensible o' ye. Now listen to what I say. Ye must keep a look out at the door; an if anybody comes up whiles I'm gone, run straight custrut for the cactus. Cut off one of its branches, the thorniest ye kin see, and stick it sooner than the mar's tail." "Mother o' Moses! For what div ye jest want me to do that?" "Wal, I reckon I'd better explain," said Zeb, reflectingly. "Otherwise ye'll be makin' a mess o' it. Ye see, Phelim, if anybody interlopes durin' my absence, I had better be here. I ain't a goin' fur off, but howsumdiver near. I moutn't hear yer screech; thurfor the mars 'll do better. You clap the cactus under her tail, clost up to the fundament; an ef she don't squeal loud enough to be heern by me, then ye may conclude that this coon air eyther rubbed out, or hev both his lungs plugged with picket pins. So, Phelim, do you exactly as I've told ye." "I'll do it. Be japers! Be sure now, your master's life may depend on it." After delivering this last caution, the hunter shouldered his long rifle, and walked away from the hut. "He's a cute old chap, that same," said Phelim, as soon as Zeb was out of hearing. "I wonder what ye means by the master bein' in danger by any one comin' to the cyabin. He sayed that his life might depend on it?" "Yis, he said that." "He told me to kape a look out. I suppose he meant me to begin at wance. I must go to the entrance, then." So saying, he stepped outside the door, and proceeded to make an ocular inspection of the paths by which the jacale might be approached. After completing this, he returned to the threshold, and there took stand, in the attitude of one upon the watch. Chapter 56. Chapter 57 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 57. Sounding the Signal. Philem's vigil was of short duration. Scarce 10 minutes had he been keeping it, when he became warned by the sound of a horse's hoof, that someone was coming up the creek in the direction of the hut. His heart commenced hammering against his ribs. The trees, standing thickly, hindered him from having a view of the approaching horseman, and he could not tell what sort of guest was about to present himself at the jacale. But the hoof stroke told him there was only one, and this it was that excited his apprehension. He would have been less alarmed to hear the trampling of a troop, though well assured it could no longer be his master. He had no stomach for a second interview with a cavalier who so closely resembled him in everything except the head. His first impulse was to rush across the lawn, and carry out the scheme entrusted to him by Zeb, but the indecision springing from his fears kept him to his place long enough to show him that they were groundless. The strange horseman had a head. "Sure and that same he hez," said Phelim, as the latter rode out from among the trees, and halted on the edge of the opening. "A raal hid, and a purty face in front of it, and it don't show so plaze neither." He looks as if he'd just buried his grandmother. Sowl, what a quare young chap he is, wid them toiny moustaches, loike the down upon a 2 days gosling. Oh lard, look at his little foot. Be Jasus, he's a woman." While the Irishman was making these observations, partly in thought, partly in muttered speech, the equestrian advanced a pace or two, and again paused. On a nearer view of his visitor, Phelim saw that he had correctly guessed the sex, though the moustache, the manner of the mount, the hat and serape, might for the moment have misled a keener intellect than his of Connemara. It was a woman. It was Isidora. It was the first time that Phelim had set eyes on the Mexican maiden, the first that hers had ever rested upon him. They were equally unknown to one another. He had spoken the truth when he said that her countenance did not display pleasure. On the contrary, the expression upon it was sad, almost disconsolate. It had shown distrust as she was riding under the shadow of the trees, instead of brightening as she came out into the open ground. The look only changed to one of mingled surprise and disappointment. Neither could have been caused by her coming within sight of the jacale. She knew of its existence. It was the goal of her journey. It must have been the singular personage standing in the doorway. He was not the man she expected to see there. In doubt, she advanced to address him. "I may have made a mistake," said she, speaking in the best Americana she could command. "Pardon me, but I thought that Don Mauricio lived here." "Dan Marryshow, yez shay?" "Trath, no. There's nobody av that name lives here. Dan Marryshow? There was a man they called Marish had a dwellin' not far out of Ballyballagh. I remember the chap will, because he cheated me onct in a horse thrade. But his name wasn't Dan. No, it was Pat. Pat Marish was the name. Divil burn him for a desaver. Don Mauricio. Maurice? Oh, Maurice! Maybe ye'd be after spankin' of the master, Mr. Gerald?" Si, Senor Cyril. "Sure thin, and if that's fwhat ye're after, Mr. Gerald diz dwell in this very cyabin, that is, when he comes to divart himself by chasin' the wild horses. He only kapes it for a huntin' box, ye know. Arrah now, if yez could only see the great castle he lives in whin he's at home in ould Ireland, and they beautiful crayther that's now cryin' her swate blue eyes out because he won't go back there. Sowl if yez saw her." Despite its patois, Phelim's talk was too well understood by her to whom it was addressed. Jealousy is an apt translator. Something like a sigh escaped from Isidora as he pronounced that little word, her. "I don't wish to see her," was the quick rejoinder. "But him you mention, is he at home? Is he inside?" "Is he at home? There now, that's comin' to the point, straight as a poike-staff. And supposin' I was to say yez fwhat 'ud yez be after wantin' wid him?" "I wish to see him." "Div yez? Maybe now you'll wait till yez be asked. You're a purty crayther, notwithstanding that black streck upon your lip. But the master is in a condishun just at this time to see any one, unless it was the praste or a doctor. Yez can't see him." "But I wish very much to see him, senor." "Trath div yez. You've sayed that already. But yez can't, I tell ye. It isn't Phelim O'Nale 'ud deny one av the fair six, especially a purty black eyed colleen like yourself. But for all that yez can't see the master now." "Why can I not? Why can't yez not?" "Well, there's more than one rason why yez can't. In the first place, as I told you, he not in a condition to reserve company, the less so as it's been a lady." "But why, senor? Why?" "Because he's not dancily drissed. He's got nothin' on him but his shirt, exceptin' the rags that Mr. Stump's just tried all round him. Be japers! There's enough av been to make him a whole shoot coat, waistcoat, and throwsers. Trath is there." Signor, I don't understand you. Yez don't? Sure, and I have spoke plain enough. Don't I tell ye that the master's in bed? In bed? At this hour? I hope there's nothing the matter with him. Yez were going to say? Alana, that same is there. A powerful dale the matter with him. Enough to keep him between the blankets for weeks to come. Oh, Signor, do not tell me that he is ill. Don't I tell ye? Arrah, now, me honey, what 'ud be the use of counselling it? It 'ud do it no good. Neither can it do him any harm to speak about it. Yez might say it afore his face, and he won't contradict ye. He is ill, then. Oh, sir, tell me, what is the nature of his illness? What has caused it? Sure, and I can't answer only one of him interrogatories. The first is his foot. His disease persuades from some ugly treatment he's been resaving. The Lord only knows what, or who administered it. He's got a bad leg, and his skin looks as if he'd been tied up in a sack along with a score of angry cats. Sowl, there's not the breadth of your purty little hand without a scratch upon it. Worse than all, he's beside himself. Beside himself? Yes, that same. He's ravin' loike one that had a drap too much overnight, and thinks there's a man with the poker after him. Be me trath, I belave the very best thing for him now 'ud be a trifle of potheen, if one could only lay hands upon that same. But there's not the smell of it in the cabin. Both the demijan and flask. Arrah, now, you wouldn't be after having a little flask upon your sweet sylph? Some have that aguardiente, as your people call it. Trath, I've tasted worse stuff than it. I'm sure a drink of it do the master good. Speak the truth, mistress. Hiv yez any without ye? No, Signor, I have nothing of the kind. I'm sorry I have not. Faugh! The more's the pity for poor Master Maurice. It ought to done him a dale av good. Well, he must put up without it. But, Signor, surely I can see him? Divil a bit. Besides, what 'ud be the use? He wouldn't know ye from his great grandmother. I tell yez again, he's been badly thrated, and now beside himself. All the more's reason why I should see him. I may be of service. I owe him a debt of. Oh, yez be owing him something? Yez want to pay it? Faith, that makes it entirely different. But yez needed to see him for that. I'm his head man, and ransacked all that sort of business for him. I can't write myself, but I'll give him ye a receipt on the crass wid me mark, which is just as good among the lawyers. Yez mistress, yez may pay the money over to me, and I promise ye the master'll never ax ye for it again. Trath, it come handy just now, as we're upon the av a fittin', and may want it. So if yez have the pewter along with ye, there's pins, ink, and paper inside the cabin. Say the word, and I'll give ye the restate. No, I did not mean money. A debt of gratitude. Faugh! Only that. Sowl, it's easy paid, and don't want a resate. But yez needn't return that sort of money now, for the master wouldn't be sensible av what ye were sayin'. When he comes to his senses, I'll tell him yez been here and wiped out the score. Surely I can see him? Surely now yez can't. But I must, Signor. Divil a must about it. I've been lift on guard wid strict orders to lit no one go inside. They couldn't have been met for me. I am his friend, the friend of Don Mauricio. How is Philomonal to know that? For all your purty face, yez might be his diddliest inimy. Be japers, it's like enough. Now that I take a second look at ye, I must see him. I must. I will. I shall. As Isidora pronounced these words, she flung herself out of the saddle, and advanced in the direction of the door. Her air of earnest determination, combined with the fierce, scarce feminine expression upon her countenance, convinced the Galwegian that the contingency has arrived for carrying out the instructions left by Zeb Stump, and that he had been too long neglecting his cue. Turning hurriedly into the hut, he came out again, armed with a tomahawk, and was about to rush past, when he was brought to a sudden stand by seeing a pistol in his hands of his lady visitor, pointed straight at his head. "Abajo la hacha!" (Down with the hatchet!) cried she. "Lepero! Lift your arm to strike me, and it will be for the last time. Stroke ye, mistress, stroke you!" blubbered the ci devant stable boy, as soon as his terror permitted him to speak. "Mother of the Lord! I didn't mean the weapon for you at all, at all. I swear it on the cross, or a whole stack of Bibles if ye say so. In trath, mistress, I didn't mane the tammyhawk for you." "Why have you brought it forth?" inquired the lady, half suspecting that she had made a mistake, and lowering her pistol as she became convinced of it. "Why have you thus armed yourself?" "As I live, only to execute the orders. I've resaved only to cut a branch of the cactus yez see over yonder, and put it under the tail av the ould mare. Shure yez won't object to my doin' that?" In her turn the lady became silent, surprised at the singular proposition. The odd individual she saw before her could not mean mischief. His looks, attitude, and gestures were grotesque, rather than threatening, provocative of mirth, not fear or indignation. "Silence gives consent, thank ye," said Phelim, as, no longer in fear of being shot down in his tracks, he ran straight across the lawn, and carried out to the letter the parting injunctions of Zeb Stump. The Mexican maiden, hitherto held silent by surprise, remained so on perceiving the absolute idleness of speech. Further conversation was out of the question. What with the screaming of the mare, continuous from the moment the spinous crupper was inserted under her tail, the loud trampling of her hoofs as she cavorted over the turf, the dismal howling of the hound, and the responsive cries of the wild forest denizens, birds, beasts, insects, and reptiles, only the voice of a stentor could have been heard. What could be the purpose of the strange proceeding? How was it to terminate? Isidora looked on in silent astonishment. She could do nothing else, so long as the infernal fracas continued. There was no chance to elicit an explanation from the queer creature who had caused it. He had returned to the door of the jacale, and once more taken his stand upon the threshold, where he stood with the tranquil, satisfied air of an actor who has completed the performance of his part in the play, and feels free to range himself among the spectator. Chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman by Mayne Reid. Chapter 58. Recoiling from a Kiss. For full 10 minutes was the wild chorus kept up, the mare all the time squealing like a stuck pig, while the dog responded in a series of lugubrious howls that reverberated along the cliffs on both sides of the creek. To the distance of a mile might the sounds have been heard, and as Zeb Stump was not likely to be far from the hut, he would be certain to hear them. Convinced of this, and that the hunter would soon respond to the signal he had himself arranged, Phelim stood square upon the threshold, in hopes that the lady visitor would stay outside, at least until he should be relieved of the responsibility of admitting her. Notwithstanding her earnest protestations of amity, he was still suspicious of some treasonable intention towards his master. Else why should Zeb have been so particular about being summoned back? Of himself he had abandoned the idea of offering resistance. That shining pistol, still before his eyes, had cured him of all inclination for a quarrel with the strange equestrian. And so far as the Connemara man was concerned, she might have gone unresisted inside. But there was another from Connemara, who appeared more determined to dispute her passage to the hut, one whom a whole battery of great guns would not have deterred from protecting its owner. This was Tara. The staghound was not acting as if under the excitement of a mere senseless alarm. Mingling with his prolonged sonorous growl could be heard in repeated interruptions a quick sharp bark, that denoted anger. He had witnessed the attitude of the intruder, its apparent hostility, and drawing his deductions, had taken stand directly in front of Phelim and the door, with the evident determination that neither should be reached except over his own body, and after running the gauntlet of his formidable incisors. Isidora showed no intention of undertaking the risk. She had none. Astonishment was, for the time, the sole feeling that possessed her. She remained transfixed to the spot, without attempting to say a word. She stood expectingly. To such an eccentric prelude there should be a corresponding finale. Perplexed, but patiently she awaited it. Of her late alarm there was nothing left. What she saw was too ludicrous to allow of apprehension, though it was also too incomprehensible to elicit laughter. In the mien of the man who had so oddly comported himself there was no sign of mirth; if anything, a show of seriousness, oddly contrasting with the comical act he had committed, and which plainly proclaimed that he had not been treating her to a joke. The expression of helpless perplexity that had become fixed upon her features continued there, until a tall man, wearing a faded blanket coat, and carrying a 6-foot rifle, was seen striding among the tree trunks at the rate of 10 miles to the hour. He was making direct for the jacale. At sight of the newcomer, her countenance underwent a change. There was now perceptible upon it a shade of apprehension, and the little pistol was clutched with renewed nerve by the delicate hand that still continued to hold it. The act was partly precautionary, partly mechanical, nor was it unnatural, in view of the formidable looking personage who was approaching, and the earnest excited manner with which he was hurrying forward to the hut. All this became altered as he advanced into the open ground, and suddenly stopped on its edge. A look of surprise quite as great as that upon the countenance of the lady supplanting his earnest glances. Some exclamatory phrases were sent through his teeth, unintelligible in the tumult still continuing, through the gesture that accompanied them seemed to proclaim them of a character anything but gentle. On giving utterance to them, he turned to one side, strode rapidly towards the screaming mare, and, laying hold of her tail, which no living man save himself would have dared to do, he released her from the torments she had been so long enduring. Silence was instantly restored, since the mare, abandoned by her fellow choristers, as they became accustomed to her wild neighs, had been for some time keeping up the solo by herself. The lady was not yet enlightened. Her astonishment continued, through a side glance given to the droll individual in the doorway told her that he had successfully accomplished some scheme with which he had been entrusted. Phelim's look of satisfaction was of short continuance. It vanished, as Zeb Stump, having effected the deliverance of the tortured quadruped, faced round to the hut. As he did so, showing a cloud upon the corrugations of his countenance, darkly ominous of an angry storm, even the presence of beauty did not hinder it from bursting. "Durn a dog an ye, for an Irish idiot, air this what you've brought me back for? And jest as I were taking sight on a turkey, not less'n 30 pound weight, I reckon. Scarce afore he ked touch trigger wi' the skreek o' that cussed critter o' mar. Damned little chance for breakfast now." "But, Mr Stump, didn't yez tell me to do it? Ye said if any man should be comin' to the cabin." "Bah, ye fool! Ye don't suppose I mean women, did ye? Trath, I didn't think it was one when she first presented herself. Yet should seen the way she rid up, sittin' astraddle on her horse." "What matter it, how she wur sittin'? Hadn't ye seed that afore ye, greenhorn? It's their usual way among these here Mexican shemales. Ye're more a woman than she air, I guess, and 20 times more a fool. Then I'm sartin to know I know her a leetle by sight, and somethin' more by report. What have you fetched the critter for ain't so difficult to comprehend, though it may be to git o' her, seein' as she can only talk it through her Mexican lingo, the which this Chile can't, nor wouldn't ef he could." "Sowl, Misther Stump, Yes, me mistaken, she speaks English too, don't yez, mistress?
Little Ingles,
returned the Mexican, who up to this time had remained listening. Inglés poco posito. Oh, ah! exclaimed Zeb, slightly abashed at what he'd been saying. I beg your pardon, senorita. You can habla a bit American, can ye? Mucho bono. So much the betterer. Ye be able to tell me what ye mout be a wantin' out here.
he ain't lost your way, have he?
No, senor, was the reply after a pause. In that case, you know where you are? Si, senor, si, yes, of Don Mauricio Ziral. This the house? That air the name, near as a Mexican mouth can made it, I reckon. I tain't much of the house, but it air isn't. Perhaps you want to see a master of it? Oh, senor, yes. That is for why I here am. Por esta yo soy aquí. Well, I reckon there can be no objection to your seeing him. Your intentions ain't nowadays hostile to the young feller, I calculate. Bur there ain't much good in your talking to him now. He won't know yo from aside from a sole leather. He is ill? Has met with some misfortune? El Guerrero has said so. Yes, I told her that, interposed Phelim, whose carroty hair had earned for him the appellation El Guerrero. Sartin, answered Zeb. He air wounded a bit, and just now a leetle delirious. I reckon it ain't so much consequence. He'll be hisself again soon's the raven's fit's gone off of him. Oh, sir, can I be his nurse till then? Por amor Dios, let me enter and watch over him. I am his friend, un amigo muy aficionado. Well, I don't see as there's any harm in it. Women makes the best of nusses, I hearn say. Though for myself, I ain't had much chance of trying 'em since I kivered up my old gear under the sods of Mississippi. If you want to take a spell by the side of the young feller, you're welcome. Seeing you're his friend, you can look after him till we get back, and see that he don't tumble out of the bed, or claw off them burr bandages I've tied round him. Trust me, good sir, I shall take every care of him. But, tell me, what has caused it? The Indians? No, they are not near. Has there been a quarrel with anyone? In that, senorita, you're about as wise as I air myself. There's been a quarrel with coyotes, but that ain't what's gin him the ugly knee. I found him yesterday, clost upon sundown, in the chaparral beyont. When we came upon him, he wore up to his waist in a water creek as runs through there, just about to be attacked by one of them spotty critters your people call tigers. Well, I relieved him o' that bit of danger, but what had happened afore air a mystery to me. The young feller had took leave o' his senses, and kidney no account of hisself. He hain't rekivered them yet, and therefore we must wait till he do. But you are sure, sir, he is not badly injured? His wounds, they are not dangerous? No danger whatsomedever. Nothin' beyond a bit of fever, or maybe a touch o' the agy. When that goes off o' him, as for the wounds, they are only wean o' scratches. When the wanderin' have gone out o' his senses, he'll soon come round, I reckon. In a week's time, you'll see him as strong as a buck. Oh, I shall nurse him tenderly. Well, that's very kind of you, but Zeb hesitated as a queer thought came before his mind. It led to a train of reflections kept to himself. They were these: this air that came she, as sent them kickshaws to the tavern o' raw as ready. That she air in love with the young feller as clear as Mississippi mud. In love wi' him to the ends o' her toenails, so the t'other. But it air equally clear that he's thinkin' o' the t'other, and not o' her. Now if she hears him talk about t'other, as she has been doin' all o' the night, there'll be a putty considerable rumpus risen side o' her bosom. Poor thing, I pity her. She ain't a bad sort, but the Irish though he be, can't belong to both. I know he freezes to the critter from the States. It air derned awkward. Better if I could persuade her not to go near him, leastwise till he gets over ravin' about le ways. But, miss," he continued, addressing himself to the Mexican, who during his long string of reflections had stood impatiently silent. "Don't you think he'd better ride home again, and come back to see him after he gets well? He won't know ya, as I've said, and it won't be no use o' your stayin', since he ain't in any danger o' makin' a die of it. No matter that he may not know me, I should tend him all the same. He may need some things which I can send and procure for him." "If you're bound to say then," rejoined Zeb, relentingly, as if some new thought was causing him to consent, "I won't interfere to say no. But don't you mind what he'll be palaverin' about. You may hear some queer talk o' him, beout a man being murdered and a like. That's natural for any one as is delirious. Don't be skeered at it. Besides, you may hear him talkin' a deal about a woman, and he's got a on his mind." "A woman?" "Just so. You'll hear him make a mention o' his name." "Her name, senor? What name?" "Well, it air the name of his sister, I reckon. Fact, I'm sure o' it's been his sister." "Oh, Mr Stump, if yez be spakin' of Master Maurice " "Shut up, you durned fool! What is to you what I'm speaking about? You can't understand sich things. Come along," he continued, moving off, and motioning the Connemara man to follow him. "I want ye a little way with me. I killed a rattle as I were goin' up in the crick, and left it there. Curn you and tow it back to the shanty here, lest some varmint may make away wi' it, and lest, after all, I moutn't strike turkey agin." "A rattle! Div yez man a rattlesnake? And what should I mean?" "Shure, Mr Stump, yez wouldn't ate a snake." "Lard! Wouldn't it poison yez?" "Pizen be durned! Didn't I cut the pisen out, soon's I killed the critter by cuttin' off o' his head? Trath, an' for all that, I wouldn't ate a morsel of it, if I was starvin'." "Sturve! An' be durned well to ye. Who axes ye to eat it? I only want ye to throw it home." "Come, then, as do I tell you, or dog goned if I don't make at ye the head o' the reptile, pisen, fangs, and all." "Be japers, Mr Stump! I didn't mane to disobey you at all, at all. Shure, it's Phylum O'Nale that's ready to do your biddin' anyhow. I'm wid ye forever yez want, even to swallerin' the snake whole. Saint Patrick forgive me!" "Saint Patrick be durned! Come along." Phelim made no farther remonstrance, but striking into the tracks of the backwoodsman, followed him through the wood. Isidora entered the hut, advanced towards the invalid reclining upon his couch, with fierce fondness kissed his fevered brow, fonder and fiercer kissed his unconscious lips, and then recoiled from them, as if she had been stung by a scorpion. Worse than scorpion's sting was that which had caused her to spring back. And yet 'twas but a word, a little word of only 2 syllables. There was nothing strange in this. Oft on one word, that soft short syllabic "yes," rests the happiness of a life, while oft, too oft, the harsher negative is the prelude to a world of war. Chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 59. Another Who Cannot Rest. A dark day for Louise Poindexter, perhaps the darkest in the calendar of her life, was that on which she released Don Miguel Diaz from the lasso. Sorrow for her brother's loss, with fears for her lover's safety, were yesterday commingled in the cup. Today it was further embittered by the blackest passion of all, jealousy. Grief, fear, jealousy, what must be the state of the soul in which these emotions are coexistent? A tumult of terrible imaginings. So was it in the bosom of Louise Poindexter, after deciphering the epistle which contained written evidence of her lover's disloyalty. True, the writing came not from him, nor was the proof conclusive. But in the first burst of her frenzied rage, the young Creole did not reason thus. In the wording of the letter there was strong presumption that the relationship between Maurice Gerald and the Mexican was of a more affectionate character than he had represented it to be; that he had, in fact, been practising a deception. Why should that woman write to him in such free strain?
giving bold, almost infeminine license to her admiration of his eyes. "Esos ojos tan lindos y tan expresivos." There were no phrases of friendship, but the expressions of a prurient passion. As such only could the Creole understand them, since they were but a paraphrase of her own feelings. And then there was the appointment itself, solicited, it is true, in the shape of a request, but this was mere courtesy, the coquetry of an accomplished maitresse. Moreover, the tone of solicitation was abandoned towards the close of the epistle, which terminated in a positive command. "Come, sir, come." Something more than jealousy was aroused by the reading of this. A spirit of revenge seemed to dictate the gesture that followed, and the stray sheet was crushed between the aristocratic fingers, into which it had fallen. "Ah, me!" reflected she, in the acerbity of her soul, "I see it all now. 'Tis not the first time he has answered a similar summons; not the first day they have met on that same ground. The hill above my uncle's house, slightly described, but well understood, oft visited before." Soon the spirit of vengeance gave place to a profound despair. Her heart had its emblem in the piece of paper that lay at her feet upon the floor. Like it, crushed and ruined. For a time she surrendered herself to sad meditation. Wild emotions passed through her mind, suggesting wild resolves. Among others, she thought of her beloved Louisiana, of going back there to bury her secret sorrow in the cloisters of the Sacre Coeur. Had the Creole convent been near, in that hour of deep despondency, she would, in all probability, have forsaken the paternal home, and sought an asylum within its sacred walls. In very truth, was it the darkest day of her existence. After long hours of wretchedness, her spirit became calmer, while her thoughts returned to a more rational tone. The letter was reread, its contents submitted to careful consideration. There was still a hope, the hope that, after all, Maurice Gerald might not be in the settlement. It was at best but a faint ray. Surely she would know, she who had penned the appointment, and spoken so confidently of his keeping it? Still, as promised, he might have gone away, and upon this supposition hinged that hope now scintillating like a star through the obscurity of the hour. It was a delicate matter to make direct inquiries about, to one in the position of Louise Poindexter, but no other course appealed open to her; and as the shadows of twilight shrouded the grass covered square of the village, she was seen upon her spotted palfrey, riding silently through the streets, and reining up in front of the hotel, on the same spot occupied but a few hours before by the grey steed of Isidora. As the men of the place were all absent, some on the track of the assassin, others upon the trail of the Comanche, Oberdoffer was the only witness of her indiscretion, but she knew it not as such. It was but natural that the sister of the murdered man should be anxious to obtain news, and so did he construe the motive for the interrogatories addressed to him. Little did the stolid German suspect the satisfaction which his answers at first gave to his fair questioner, much less the chagrin afterwards caused by that bit of information volunteered by himself, and which abruptly terminated the dialogue between him and his visitor. On hearing she was not the first of her sex who had that day made inquiries respecting Maurice the mustanger, Louise Poindexter rode back to Casa del Corvo with a heart writhing under fresh laceration. A night was spent in the agony of unrest, sleep only obtained in short snatches, and amidst the phantasmagoria of dreamland. Though the morning restored not her tranquillity, it brought with it a resolve, stern, daring, almost reckless. It was, at least, daring for Louise Poindexter to ride to the Alamo alone, and this was her determination. There was no one to stay her, none to say nay. The searchers, out all night, had not yet returned. No report had come back to Casa del Corvo. She was sole mistress of the mansion, as of her actions, sole possessor of the motive that was impelling her to this bold step. But it may be easily guessed, hers was not a spirit to put up with mere suspicion. Even love, that tames the strongest, had not yet reduced it to that state of helpless submission. Unsatisfied, it could no longer exist, and hence her resolve to seek satisfaction. She might find peace, she might chance upon ruin. Even the last appeared preferable to the agony of uncertainty. How like to the reasoning of a rival! It would have been idle to dissuade her, had there been any one to do it. It is doubtful even if parental authority could at that moment have prevented her from carrying out her purpose. Talk to the tigress when frenzied by a similar feeling. With a love unhallowed, the will of the Egyptian queen was not more imperious than is that of the American Creole. When stirred by its holiest passion, it acknowledges no right of contradiction, regards no obstruction, save death. It is a spirit rare upon earth. In its tranquil state, soft as the rays of the aurora, pure as the prayer of a child. But when stirred by love, or rather by its too constant concomitant, it becomes proud and perilous as the light of Lucifer. Of this spirit Louise Poindexter was the truest type. Where love was the lure, to wish was to have, or to perish in the attempt to obtain. Jealousy, resting upon doubt, was neither possible to her nature, or compatible with her existence. She must find proofs to destroy or confirm it, proofs stronger than those already supplied by the contents of the straight epistle, which after all were only presumptive. Armed with this, she was in a position to seek them, and they were to be sought upon the Alamo. The first hour of sunrise saw her in the saddle, riding out from the enclosures of Casa del Corvo, and taking a trail across the prairie already known to her. On passing many a spot endeared to her, sacred by some of the sweetest souvenirs of her life, her thoughts experienced more than one revulsion. These were moments when she forgot the motive that originally impelled her to the journey, when she thought only of reaching the man she loved, to rescue him from enemies that might be around him. Ah! These moments, despite the apprehension for her lover's safety, were happy, when compared with those devoted to the far more painful contemplation of his treachery. From the point of starting to that of her destination, it was 20 miles. It might seem a journey, to one used to European travelling, that is in the saddle. To the prairie equestrian, it is a ride of scarce 2 hours, quick as a scurry across country, after a stag or fox. Even with an unwilling steed, it is not tedious. But with that lithe-limbed, ocellated creature, Luna, who went willingly towards her prairie home, it was soon over. Too soon, perhaps, for the happiness of her rider. Wretched as Louise Poindexter may have felt before, her misery had scarce reached the point of despair. Through her sadness there still shone a scintillation of hope. It was extinguished as she set foot upon the threshold of the jacale, and the quick suppressed scream that came from her lips was like the last utterance of a heart parting in twain. There was a woman within the hut! From the lips of this woman an exclamation had already escaped, to which her own might have appeared an echo, so closely did one follow to the other, so alike were they in anguish. Like a second echo, still more intensified, was the cry from Isidora, as turning, she saw in the doorway that woman, whose name had just been pronounced, the Louise so fervently praised, so fondly remembered, amidst the vagaries of a distempered brain. To the young Creole, the case was clear, painfully clear. She saw before her the writer of that letter of appointment, which, after all, had been kept, in the strife whose sound had indistinctly reached her. There may have been a third party, Maurice Gerald. That would account for the condition in which she now saw him, for she was far enough inside the hut to have the view of the invalid upon his couch. Yes, it was the writer of that bold epistle, who had called Maurice Gerald querido, who had praised his eyes, who had commanded him to come to her side, and who was now by his side, tending him with the solicitude that proclaimed her his. Ah! The thought was too painful to be symbolized in speech. Equally clear were the conclusions of Isidora, equally agonizing. She already knew that she was supplanted. She had been listening too long to the involuntary speeches that told her so, to have any doubt as to their sincerity. On the doorstep stood the woman who had succeeded her, face to face, with flashing eyes, their bosoms rising and falling as if under one impulse. Both distraught with the same dire thought, the two stood eyeing each other. Alike in love with the same man, alike jealous, they were alongside the object of their burning passion, unconscious of the presence of either. Each believed the other successful, for Louise had not heard the words that would have given her comfort, those words yet ringing in the ears and torturing the soul of Isidora. It was an attitude of silent hostility, all the more terrible for its silence. Not a word was exchanged between them. neither designed to ask explanation of the other. Neither needed it. There are occasions when speech is superfluous, and both intuitively felt that this was one. It was a mutual encounter of fell passions, that found expression only in the flashing of eyes, and the scornful curling of lips. Only for an instant was the attitude kept up. In fact, the whole scene inside scarce occupied a score of seconds. It ended by Louise Poindexter turning round upon the doorstep and gliding off to regain her saddle. The hut of Maurice Gerald was no place for her. Isidora, too, came out, almost treading upon the skirt of the other's dress. The same thought was in her heart, perhaps more emphatically felt. The hut of Maurice Gerald was no place for her. Both seemed equally intent on departure, alike resolved on forsaking the spot that had witnessed the desolation of their hearts. The grey horse stood nearest, the mustang farther out. Isidora was the first to mount, the first to move off. But as she passed, her rival had also got into the saddle, and was holding the ready rein. Glances were again interchanged, neither triumphant, but neither expressing forgiveness. That of the Creole was a strange mixture of sadness, anger, and surprise, while the last look of Isidora, that accompanied a spiteful carajo, a fearful phrase from female lips, was such as the Ephesian goddess may have given to Athenia after the award of the apple. End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman by Mayne Reid. Chapter 60. A Fair Informer. If things physical may be compared with things moral, no greater contrast could have been found than the bright heavens beaming over the Alamo, and the black thoughts in the bosom of Isidora, as she hastened away from the jacale. Her heart was a focus of fiery passions, revenge predominating over all. In this there was a sort of demonic pleasure that hindered her from giving way to despair, otherwise she might have sunk under the weight of her woe. With gloomy thoughts she rides under the shadow of the trees. They are not less gloomy, as she gazes up the gorge and sees the blue sky smiling cheerfully above her. Its cheerfulness seems meant but to mock her. She pauses before making the ascent. She has reined up under the umbrageous cypress fit canopy for a sorrowing heart. Its sombre shade appears more desirable than the sunlight above. It is not this that has caused her to pull up. There is a thought in her soul darker than the shadow of the cypress. It is evinced by her clouded brow, by her black eyebrows contracted over her black flashing eyes, above all, by an expression of fierceness in the contrast of her white teeth gleaming under the mustached lip. All that is good of woman except beauty seems to have forsaken, all that is bad except ugliness to have taken possession of her. She has paused at the prompting of a demon, with an infernal purpose half formed in her mind. Her muttered speeches proclaim it. I should have killed her upon the spot. Shall I go back and dare her to deadly strife? If I killed her, what would it avail? It could not win me back his heart. Lost. Lost without hope. Yes, those words were from the secret depths of his soul, where her image alone has found an abiding place. Oh, there is no hope for me. 'Tis he who should die, he who has caused my ruin. If I kill him? Ah, then, what would life be to me? From that hour an endless anguish. Oh, it is anguish now. I cannot endure it. I can think of no solace, if not in revenge. Not only she, he also, both must die. But not yet, not till he know by whose hand it is done. Oh, he shall feel his punishment, and know whence it comes. Mother of God, strengthen me to take vengeance. She lances the flank of her horse, and spurs him up the slope of the ravine. On reaching the upper plain, she does not stop, even for the animal to breathe itself, but goes on at a reckless gait.
and in a direction that appears undetermined. Neither hand nor voice are exerted in the guidance of her steed, only the spur to urge him on. Left to himself, he returns in the track by which he came. It leads to the Leona. It is the way he is wanted to go. His rider seems neither to know nor care. She sits in the saddle, as though she were part of it, with head bent down, in the attitude of one absorbed in a profound reverie, unconscious of outward things, even of the rude pace at which she is riding. She does not observe that black cohort close by, until warned of its proximity by the snorting of her steed, that suddenly comes to a stand. She sees a caballada out upon the open prairie. Indians? No, white men, less by their color than the caparisoned of their horses, and their style of equitation. Their beards, too, show it, but not their skins, discolored by the stour of the parched plain. "Los Tejanos!" is the muttered exclamation, as she becomes confirmed in regard to their nationality. A troop of their rangers, scouring the country for Comanches, I suppose. The Indians are not here? If I've heard aright at the settlement, they should be far on the other side. Without any strong reason for shunning them, the Mexican maiden has no desire to encounter Los Tejanos. They are nothing to her, or her purposes, and at any other time she would not go out of their way. But in this hour of her wretchedness she does not wish to run the gauntlet of her questionings, nor become the butt of their curiosity. It is possible to avoid them. She is yet among the bushes. They do not appear to have observed her. By turning short round, and diving back into the chaparral, she may have yet shunned being seen. She is about to do so, when the design is frustrated by the neighing of her horse. A score of theirs respond to him, and he is seen, along with his rider. It might be still possible for her to escape the encounter, if so inclined. She would be certain of being pursued, but not so sure of being overtaken, especially among the winding ways of the chaparral, well known to her. At first she is so inclined, and completes the turning of her steed. Almost in the same instant she reins round again, and faces the phalanx of horsemen, already in full gallop towards her. Her muttered words proclaim a purpose in this sudden change of tactics. Rangers, no! Too well dressed for those ragged vagabundos. Must be the party of searchers of which I've heard, led by the father of... Yes, it is they. Ay Dios! Here is a chance of revenge, and without my seeking it, God wills it to be so. Instead of turning back among the bushes, she rides out into the open ground, and with an air of bold determination advances towards the horseman, now near. She pulls up and awaits their approach, a black thought in her bosom. In another minute she is in their midst, the mounted circle close drawn around her. There are 100 horsemen, oddly armed, grotesquely attired, uniform only in the coating of clay-coloured dust which adheres to their habiliments, and the stern seriousness observable in the bearing of all, scarce relieved by a slight show of curiosity. Though it is an entourage that causes trembling, especially in a woman, Isidora does not betray it. She is not in the least alarmed. She anticipates no danger from those who have so unceremoniously surrounded her. Some of them she knows by sight, though not the man of more than middle age, who appears to be their leader, and who confronts to question her. But she knows him otherwise. Instinct tells her he is the father of the murdered man. Of the woman she may wish to be slain, but assuredly shamed. Oh, what an opportunity! "Can you speak French, mademoiselle?" asks the Woodley Poindexter, addressing her in this tongue, in the belief that it may give him a better chance of being understood. "Speak better Inglees." "Very little, sir." "Oh, English! So much the better for us. Tell me, miss, have you seen anybody out there? That is, have you met anyone? Riding about, or camped, or halted anywhere?" Isidora appears to reflect, or hesitate before making reply. The planter pursues the interrogative which such politeness as the circumstances admit. May I ask where you live? On the Rio Grande, Senor. Have you come direct from there? No, from the Leona. From the Leona? It's the niece of old Martinez, interposes one of the party. His plantation joins yours, Mr. Poindexter. Si, yes, true that. Sobrina. Niece of Don Silvio Martinez. Yo soy. Then you've come from this place, direct? Pardon me for appearing rude. I assure you, miss, we are not questioning you out of any idle curiosity or impertinence. We have serious reasons. More than serious, they are solemn. From the Hacienda Martinez direct, answers Isidora, without appearing to notice the last remark. 2 hours ago, un posito mas, my uncle's house I leave. Then, no doubt, you have heard that there has been a murder committed? Si, senor. Yesterday, Uncle Silvio's, it was told. But today, when you left, was there any fresh news in the settlement? We have had word from there, but not so late as you may bring. Have you heard anything, miss? That people were gone after the assassinato? Your party, senor? Yes, yes. It meant us, no doubt. You heard nothing more? Oh yes, something very strange, senores. So strange, you may think I am jesting. What is it? Inquire a score of voices in quick simultaneously, while the eyes of all turn with eager interest towards the fair equestrian. There's a story of one being seen, without a head, on horseback. Out here, too. Valga mi Dios! We must now be near the place. It was by the Nueces, not far from the ford, where the road crosses for the Rio Grande. So the vaqueros said. Oh, some vaqueros have seen it? Si, senores. 3 of them will swear to having witnessed the spectacle. Isidora is a little surprised at the moderate excitement which such a strange story causes among the Tejanos. There is an exhibition of interest, but no astonishment. A voice explains. We've seen it too, that headless horseman at a distance. Did your vaqueros get close enough to know what it was? Centesima? No. Can you tell us, miss? I? Not I. I only heard of it, as I said. What it may be, quien sabe? There is an interval of silence, during which all appear to reflect on what they have heard. The planter interrupts it, by a recurrence to his original interrogatory. Have you met or seen any one, miss, out here, I mean? Si, yes, I have. You have? What sort of person? Be good enough to describe. A lady. Lady, echo several voices. Si, senores. What sort of a lady? Una Americana. An American lady. Out here? Alone? Si, senores. Who? Quien sabe? You don't know her? What is she like? Like? Like. Yes, how was she dressed? Vestido de caballo. On horseback, then? On horseback. Where did you meet the lady you speak of? Not far from this, only on the other side of the chaparral. Which way was she going? Is there any house on the other side? A jacale. I only know of that. Poindexter to one of the party who understands Spanish. A jacale? They give that name to their shanties. To whom does it belong, this jacale? Don Mauricio el Mustaniero. Maurice the mustanger, translates the ready interpreter. A murmur of mutual congregation runs through the crowd. After 2 days of searching, fruitless as earnest, they have struck a trail, the trail of the murderer. Those who have alighted spring back into their saddles. All take up their reins, ready to ride on. We don't wish to be rude, Miss Martinez, if that be your name, but you must guide us to this place you speak of. It takes me a little out of my way, though not far. Come on, cavalleros. I shall show you, if you are determined on going there. Isidora recrosses the belt of chaparral, followed by the 100 horsemen, who ride stragglingly after her. She halts on its western edge, between which and the Alamo there is a stretch of open prairie. Yonder, says she, pointing over the plain, you see that black spot on the horizon? It is the top of an alhuute. Its roots are in the bottom lands of the Alamo.
Go there. There is a canyon leading down the cliff. Descend. You will find a little beyond the jacale of which I've told you." The searchers are too much in earnest to stay for further directions. Almost forgetting her who has given them, they spur off across the plain, riding straight for the cypress. One of the party alone lingers, not the leader, but a man equally interested in all that has transpired, perhaps more so in what has been said in relation to the lady seen by Isidora. He is one who knows Isidora's language as well as his own native tongue. "Tell me, Nina," says he, bringing his horse alongside hers, and speaking in a tone of solicitude, almost of entreaty, "did you take notice of the horse ridden by this lady?" "Carrambo! Yes. What a question, cavallero! Who could help noticing it?" "The colour?" gasps the inquirer. "Un mustino pintojo." "A spotted mustang! Holy heaven!" exclaims Cassius Calhoun, in a half shriek, half groan, as he gallops after the searchers, leaving Isidora in the belief that besides her own there is one other heart burning with that fierce fire which only death can extinguish. End of chapter 60.
Chapter 61 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 61. Angels on Earth. The retreat of her rival, quick and unexpected, held Louise Poindexter as if spellbound. She had climbed into the saddle, and was seated, with spur ready to pierce the flanks of the fair Luna. But the stroke was suspended, and she remained in a state of indecision, bewildered by what she saw. But the moment before she had looked into the jacale, had seen her rival there, apparently at home, mistress both of the mansion and its owner. What was she to think of that sudden desertion? Why that look of spiteful hatred? Why not the imperious confidence that should spring from a knowledge of possession? In place of living displeasure, Isidora's looks and actions had caused her a secret gratification. Instead of galloping after, or going in any direction, Louise Poindexter once more slipped down from her saddle, and re-entered the hut. At sight of the pallid cheeks and wild rolling eyes, the young Creole for the moment forgot her wrongs. "Mon Dieu, mon Dieu!" she cried, gliding up to the catre. "Maurice, wounded, dying! Who has done this?" There was no reply, only the mutterings of a madman. "Maurice! Maurice! Speak to me! Do you not know me? Louise! Your Louise! You have called me so? Say it! Oh, say it again! Ah, you are very beautiful, you angels here in heaven! Very beautiful! Yes, yes! You look so to the eyes, to the eyes! But don't say there are none like you upon the earth, for there are. I know one. Ah, more! But one that excels you all, you angels in heaven. I mean in beauty, in goodness. That's another thing. I'm not thinking of goodness. No, no. Maurice, dear Maurice! Why do you talk thus? You are not in heaven. You are here with me, with Louise." "I am in heaven, yes, in heaven. I don't wish it, for all they say, that is, unless I can have her with me. It may be a pleasant place. Not without her. If she were here, I could be content. Hear it, ye angels, that come hovering around me. Very beautiful you are, I admit. But none of you like her. Her, my angel. Oh, there's a devil, too. A beautiful devil. I don't mean that. I'm thinking only of the angel of the prairies. Do you remember her name?" Perhaps never was the question to put a delirious man where the questioner showed so much interest in the answer. She bent over him with ears upon the strain, with eyes that marked every movement of his lips. "Name? Name? Did someone say name? Have you any names here? Oh, I remember. Michael, Gabriel, Azrael. Men, all men. Angels not like my angel, who is a woman. Her name is Louise. Louise. Why should I conceal it from you? You up here, you know everything that's down there. Surely you know her, Louise. You should. You could not help loving her. Ah, with all your hearts, as I with all mine. All." Not when these last words were once before spoken, first spoken under the shade of the acacia trees.
The speaker in full consciousness of intellect, in the full fervour of his soul, not when they were listened to with such delight. Oh, happy hour for her who heard them! Again were soft kisses lavished upon that fevered brow, upon those wan lips, but this time by one who had no need to recoil after the contact. She only stood up erect, triumphant, her hand pressing upon her heart to stay its wild pulsations. It was pleasure too complete, too ecstatic, for there was pain in the thought that it cannot be felt forever, in the fear of its being too soon interrupted. The last was but a shadow thrown before, and in such shape it appeared, a shadow that camped darkling through the doorway. The substance that followed was a man, who, the moment after, was seen standing upon the stoup. There was nothing terrible in the aspect of the newcomer. On the contrary, his countenance and costume were types of the comical, heightened by contrast of the wild associations of the time and place, still further from juxtaposition with the odd objects carried in his hands, in one a tomahawk, in the other a huge snake, with its tail terminating in a string of bead-like rattles that betrayed its species. If anything could have added to his air of grotesque drollery, it was the expression of puzzled surprise that came over his countenance, as stepping down the threshold, he discovered the change that had taken place in the occupancy of the hut. "Mother of Moses!" he exclaimed, dropping both snake and tomahawk, and opening his eyes as wide as the lids would allow them. "Sure I must be Duraman. Trath must I. It can't be yourself, Miss Poindexter. Sure now it can't." "But it is, Mr O'Neil. How very ungallant in you to have forgotten me, and so soon." "Forgotten yez, trath, miss. Yez needn't accuse me of doin' chat with is entirely impossible. The Irishman that has once looked in your swate face will be under the necessity ever after to remember it. Sowl! There's one that can't forget it, even in his dreams." The speaker glanced significantly towards the couch. A delicious thrill passed through the bosom of the listener. "But fwhat does it all mane?" continued Phelim, returning to the unexplained puzzle of the transformation. "Fwhere's the t'other, the young chap, or lady, or woman, whichsomever she art? Didn't yez see nothin' of a woman, Miss Poindexter?" Yes. "Oh, yez did. And fwhere is she now?" "Gone away, I believe." "Gone away, be japers! Thin, she haven't remained long in the wan mind. I left her here in the cabin not 10 minutes ago, taking off her bonnet, that was only a man's hat, and sitting herself down for a stay. Gone, yez say? Sowl! I'm not sorry to hear it. That's a young lady who's room better than her company, any day in the twilmonth. She's a dale too handy wid her shootin' iron, would yez believe it? Miss Poindexter, she presinted a pistol within 6 inches of me nose." "Pardieu! For what reason?" "Fwhat reason? Only that I tried to hinder her from intrudin' into the cabin. She got in for all that; for when old Zeb come back, she made no objection to it. She said she was a friend of the master, and wanted to nurse him." "Indeed! Oh, it is strange, very strange," muttered the Creole, reflectingly. "Trath is it. And so is everything in these times, exceptin' yez own swat sylph, that I hope will never be strange in a cabin frequented by Fralimonal. Sure, now, I'm glad to see yez, miss, and sure so would the master, if dear Phelim, tell me all that has happened." "Trath thin, miss, if I'm to till all, he'll hiv to take off your bonnet, and make up your mind for a long stay, seein' as it 'ud take the big ind av a whole day to relate all the quare things that's happened since the day afore yesterday." "Who has been here since then? Who has been here? Except exceptin' the man woman, ye mean?" "Yes. Has anyone else been to this place?" "Trath has there. Plinty besoides, and of all sorts, and colours too. First and foremost, there was one comin' this way, though he didn't get all the way into the cabin. But I daren't tell you about him, for it moight frighten ye, miss." "Tell me. I have no fear. Bedad, and I can't make it out meself quite entirely." "It was a man upon horseback, widout a head." "Without a head? Divil a bit of that same on his body." The statement caused Phelim to be suspected of having lost his. "And what's more, miss, he was for all the world like Master Maurice himself, wid his horse under him, and his Mexican blanket about his shoulders, and everything just as the young master looks when he's mounted. Sowl wasn't I scared when I sit my eyes on him. But where did you see this, Mr. O'Neill?" "Up there on the top av the bluff. I was out lookin' for the master to come back from the settlement, as he'd promised he would that mornin', and who should I see but himself, as I suppose it to be. And then he comes ridin' up, without his head, and stops a bit, and then goes off a tearin' gallop, wid Tara Gowlin at his horse's heels, away across the big plain, till I saw more of him. Then I made back for the cabin here, and shut myself up, and went to slape, and just in the middle of me dreams, when I was dhramin' of. But trath, miss, yez be towards standing on your feet all this time. Won't yez take off your purty little ridin' hat, and sit down on the trunk there? It's easier than his stool. Do please take a sate, for if I'm to tell yez all—" "Never mind me. Go on. Please tell me who else has been here besides this strange cavalier, who must have been someone playing a trick upon you, I suppose." "A thrick, miss? Trath, that's just what old Zeb sayed." "He has been here, then?" Yes, but not till long after the others." "The others?" "Yes, miss. Zeb only arrived yesterday mornin'. The others paid their visit the night afore, and at a very unseasonable hour too, wakin' me out av the middle of my slape." "But who? What others?" "Why, the Indians, to be sure." "There have been Indians, then?" "Trath was there. A whole tribe of them. Well, as I've been tillin' yez, miss, just as I was in a sound slape, I heard talkin' in the cabin heern, right over my hide, and the shufflin' of paper, as if somebody was dailing a pack of cards. And mother of Moses, what's that?" "What? Didn't yez hear somethin'? Whist! There it is again! Trath, it's the trampin' of horses. They're just outside." Phelim rushed towards the door. "Be Sam Patrick! The place is surrounded with men on horseback. There's 1,000 of them, and more comin' behind. Be japers! Them's the chaps old Zweb. Now for a frish spell of squealin', O Lord! I'll be too late." Seizing the cactus branch that for convenience he had brought inside the hut, he dashed out through the doorway. "Mon Dieu!" cried the Creole. "'Tis they, my father, and I here! How shall I explain it? Holy Virgin, save me from shame!" Instinctively she sprang towards the door, closing it as she did so, but a moment's reflection showed her how idle was the act. They who were outside would make light of such obstruction. Already she recognized the voices of the Regulators. The opening in the skin wall came under her eye. Should she make a retreat through that, undignified as it might be? It was no longer possible. The sound of hoofs also in the rear. There were horsemen behind the hut. Besides, her own steed was in front, that ocellated creature not to be mistaken. By this time they must have identified it. But there was another thought that restrained her from attempting to retreat, one more generous. He was in danger, from which even the unconsciousness of it might not shield him. Who but she could protect him? "Let my good name go," thought she. "Father, friends, all but him. If God so wills it, shame or no shame, to let him will I be true." As these noble thoughts passed through her mind, she took her stand by the bedside of the invalid, like a second Dido, resolved to risk all, even death itself, for the hero of her heart. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 62. Waiting for the Cue. Never since its erection was there such a trampling of hooves around the hut of the horse catcher, not even when its corral was filled with fresh taken mustangs. Phelim, rushing out from the door, is saluted by a score of voices that summon him to stop. One is heard louder than the rest, and in tones of command that proclaim the speaker to be chief of the party. "Pull up, damn you! It's no use. You're trying to escape. Another step and you'll go tumbling in your tracks. Pull up, I say." The command takes effect upon the Connemara man, who has been making direct for Zeb Stump's mare, tethered on the other side of the opening. he stops upon the instant. "Sure, gentlemen, I don't want to escape," asseverates he, shivering at the sight of a score of angry faces, and the same number of gun barrels bearing upon his person. "I had no such intentions. I was only goin' to run off. If you got the chance, you'd make a good beginning. Here, Dick Tracy, have a dozen turns of your trail rope around him. Lend a hand, Shelton. Damned queer looking curse he is. Surely, gentlemen, this can't be the man we're in search of?" "No, no, it isn't. Only his man John." "Ho, hilloa! You round there at the back, keep your eyes skinned. We haven't got him yet. Don't let as much as a cat creep past you. Now, Siri, who's inside?" "Who's insoide? The cabin diz yez mane?" "Damn ye, answer the question that's put to ye," says Tracy, giving his prisoner a touch of the trail rope. "Who's inside the shanty? Oh lard, needs must win the divil drives. Will then, there's the master for one." "Ho, what's this?" inquires Woodley Poindexter, at this moment riding up, and seeing the spotted mare. "Why, it's Louis's mustang." "It is, uncle," answers Cassius Calhoun, who has ridden up along with him. "I wonder who's brought the beast here. Lou herself, I reckon." "Nonsense, you're jesting, Cash." "No, uncle, I'm in earnest." "You mean to say my daughter has been here?" "Has been, still is, I take it." "Impossible? Look yonder, then." The door has just been opened. A female form is seen inside. "Good God, it is my daughter!" Poindexter drops from his saddle, and hastens up to the hut, close followed by Calhoun. Both go inside. "Louise's, what means this? A wounded man. Is it he, Henry?" Before an answer can be given, his eye falls upon a cloak and hat. Henry's. It is. He's alive, thank heaven! He strides towards the couch. The joy of an instant is in an instant gone. The face upon the pillow is not that of his son. The father staggers back with a groan. Calhoun seems equally affected, but the cry from him is an exclamation of horror. After which he slinks cowed-like out of the cabin. "Great God!" gasps the planter. "What is it? Can you explain, Louise?" "I cannot, father. I have been here but a few minutes. I found him, as you see. He is delirious. And Henry? They have told me nothing. Mr. Gerald was alone when I entered. The man outside was absent, and has just returned. I have not had time to question him." But how came you to be here?" "I could not stay at home. I could not endure the uncertainty any longer. It was terrible, alone, with no one at the house. And the thought of that my poor brother, mon Dieu, mon Dieu!" Poindexter regards his daughter with a perplexed, but still inquiring look. "I thought I might find Henry here." "Here? But how did you know of this place? Who guided you? Who are by yourself?" "Oh, father, I knew the way. You remember the day of the hut, when the mustang ran away with me? It was beyond this place I was carried. On returning with Mr. Gerald, he told me he lived here. I fancied I could find the way back." Poindexter's look of perplexity does not leave him, though another expression becomes blended with it. His brow contracts, the shadow deepens upon it, though whatever the dark thought, he does not declare it. "A strange thing for you to have done, my daughter. Imprudent, indeed dangerous. You have acted like a silly girl. Come away. This is no place for a lady, for you. Get to your horse, and ride home again. Someone will go with you. There may be a scene here you should not be present at. Come." The father strides forth from the hut, the daughter following with reluctance scarce concealed, and, with like unwillingness, is conducted to her saddle. The searchers, now dismounted, are upon the open ground in front. They are all there. Calhoun has made known the condition of things inside, and there is no need for them to keep up their vigilance. They stand in groups, some silent, some conversing. A larger crowd is around the Connemara man, who lies upon the grass, last tied in the trail rope. His tongue is allowed liberty, and they question him, but without giving much credit to his answers. On the reappearance of the father and daughter, they face towards them, but stand silent. For all this, they are burning with eagerness to have an explanation of what is passing. Their looks proclaim it. Most of them know the young lady by sight, all by fame or name. They feel surprise, almost wonder, at seeing her there, the sister of the murdered man under the roof of his murderer. More than ever are they convinced that this is the state of the case. Calhoun, coming forth from the hut, has spread fresh intelligence among them, facts that seem to confirm it. He has told them of the hat, the cloak of the murderer himself, injured to the death struggle. But why is Louise Poindexter there, alone, unaccompanied by white or black, by relative or slave? A guess, too, for in this character does she appear. Her cousin does not explain it. Perhaps she cannot. Her father, can he? Judging by his embarrassed air, it is doubtful. Whispers pass from lip to ear, from group to group. There are surmises, many, but none spoken aloud. Even the rude frontiersmen respect the feelings, filial as parental, and patiently await the éclaircissement. Mount Louise. Mr. Yancey will ride home with you. The young planter, thus pledged, was never more ready to redeem himself. He is the one who most envies the supposed happiness of Cassius Calhoun. In his soul he thinks Poindexter poor the opportunity. But, father, protests the young lady, why should I no wait for you? You are not going to stay here? Yancey experiences a shock of apprehension. It is my wish, daughter, that you do as I tell you. Let that be sufficient. Yancey's confidence returns. Not quite. He knows enough of that proud spirit to be in doubt whether it may yield obedience, even to the parental command. It gives way, but with an unwillingness ill disguised, even in the presence of that crowd of attendant spectators. The two ride off, the young planter taking the lead, his charge slowly following, the former scarce able to conceal his exultation, the latter her chagrin. Yancey is more distressed than displeased at the melancholy mood of his companion. How could it be otherwise with such a sorrow at her heart? Of course she ascribes it to that. He but half interprets the cause. Were he to look steadfastly into the eye of Louise Poindexter, he might there detect an expression in which sorrow for the past is less marked than fear for the future. They ride on through the trees, but not beyond earshot of the people they have left behind them. Suddenly a change comes over the countenance of the Creole, her features lighting up as if some thought of joy, or at least of hope, had entered her soul. She stops reflectingly, her stork constrained to do the same. Mr. Yancey, says she, after a short pause, my saddle has got loose. I cannot sit comfortably in it. Have the goodness to look to the girths. Yancey leaps to the ground, delighted with the duty thus imposed on him. He examines the girths. In his opinion, they do not want tightening. He does not say so, but undoing the buckle, pulls upon the strap with all his strength. Stay, says the fair equestrian. Let me alight. You will get better at it then. Without waiting for his assistance, she springs from her stirrup, and stands by the side of the mustang. The young man continues to tug at the straps, pulling with all the power of his arms. After a prolonged struggle that turns him red in the face, he succeeds in shortening them by a single hole. Now, Miss Poindexter, I think it will do. Perhaps it will, rejoins the lady, placing her hand upon the horn of her saddle, and giving it a slight shake. No doubt it will do now. After all, 'tis a pity to start back so soon. I've just arrived here after a fast gallop, and my poor Luna has scarce had time to breathe herself. What if we stop here a while, and let her have a little rest? 'Tis cruel to take her back without it. But your father? He seemed desirous you should. That I should go home at once. That's nothing. 'Twas only to get me out of the way. But these rough men, that was all. He won't care, so long as I'm out of sight. 'Tis a sweet place, this, so cool, under the shade of these fine trees. Just now that the sun is blazing down upon the prairie, let us stay a while, and give Luna a rest. We can amuse ourselves by watching the gambols of these beautiful silver fish in the stream. Look there, Mr. Yancey, what pretty creatures they are. The young planter begins to feel flattered. Why should his fair companion wish to linger there with him? Why wish to watch the Eodons engaged in their aquatic cotillon, amorous at that time of the year? He conjectures a reply conformable to his own inclinations. His compliance is easily obtained. Miss Poindexter, says he, it is for you to command me. I am but too happy to stay here, as long as you wish it. Only tell Luna be rested. To say the truth, sir, I had scarce got out of the saddle, as the people came up.
See, the poor thing is still panting after our long gallop. Yancey does not take notice whether the spotted mustang is panting or no, but he is too pleased to comply with the wishes of its rider. They say by the side of the stream. He is a little surprised to perceive that his companion gives but slight heed, either to the silver fish or the spotted mustang. He would have liked this all the better, had her attentions been transferred to himself, but they are not. He can arrest neither her eye nor her ear. The former seems straying upon vacancy, the latter eagerly bent to catch every sound that comes from the clearing. Despite his inclinations toward her, he cannot help listening himself. He suspects that a serious scene is there being enacted, a trial before Judge Lynch with a jury of regulators. Excited talk comes echoing through the tree trunks. There is an earnestness in its accents that tells of some terrible determination. Both listen, the lady like some tragic actress by the side scene of a theater, waiting for her cue. There are speeches in more than one voice, as if it made by different men, then one longer than the rest. A harangue. Louise recognizes the voice. It is that of her cousin Cassius. It is urgent, at times angry, at times argumentative, as if persuading his audience to something they are not willing to do. His speech comes to an end, and immediately after it, there are quick, sharp exclamations, cries of assent, one louder than the rest, of fearful import. While listening, Yancey has forgotten the fair creature by his side. He is reminded of her presence by seeing her spring away from the spot, and with a wild but resolute air glide towards the jacale. End of chapter 62.
Chapter 63 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 63. A Jury of Regulators. The cry that had called the young Creole so suddenly from the side of her companion was the verdict of a jury, in whose rude phrase was also included the pronouncing of the sentence. The word hang was ringing in her ears as she started away from the spot. While pretending to take an interest in the play of the silver fish, her thoughts were upon that scene, of less gentle character, transpiring in front of the jacale. Though the trees hindered her from having a view of the stage, she knew the actors that were on it, and could tell by their speeches how the play was progressing. About the time of her dismounting, a tableau had been formed that merits a minute description. The men she had left behind were no longer in scattered groups, but drawn together into a crowd, in shape roughly resembling the circumference of a circle. Inside it, some half-score figures were conspicuous, among them the tall form of the Regulator Chief, with 3 or 4 of his marshals. Woodley Poindexter was there, and by his side Cassius Calhoun. These no longer appeared to act with authority, but rather as spectators or witnesses in the judicial drama about being enacted. Such in reality was the nature of the scene. It was a trial for murder, a trial before Justice Lynch, this grim dignitary being typified in the person of the Regulator Chief, with a jury composed of all the people upon the ground, all except the prisoners. Of these there were 2, Maurice Gerald and his man Phelim. They are inside the ring, both prostrate upon the grass, both fast bound in rawhide hopes that hinder them from moving hand or foot. Even their tongues are not free. Phelim has been cursed and scared into silence, while to his master speech is rendered impossible by a piece of stick fastened bit-like between his teeth. It has been done to prevent interruption by the insane ravings that would otherwise issue from his lips. Even the tight-drawn thongs cannot keep him in place. 2 men, one at each shoulder, with a third seated upon his knees, hold him to the ground. His eyes alone are free to move, and these, rolling in their sockets, glare upon his guards with wild unnatural glances, fearful to encounter. Only one of the prisoners is arraigned on the capital charge. The other is but doubtfully regarded as an accomplice. The servant alone has been examined, asked to confess all he knows, and what he has to say for himself. It is no use putting questions to his master. Phelim has told his tale.
too strange to be credited, though the strangest part of it, that relating to his having seen a horseman without a head, is looked upon as the least improbable. He cannot explain it, and his story but strengthens the suspicion already aroused that the spectral apparition is a part of the scheme of murder. I'll stuff his tales about tiger fights and Indians, say who's to whom he has been imparting them. A pack of lies contrived to mislead us, nothing else. The trial has lasted scarce 10 minutes, and yet the jury has come to their conclusion. In the minds of most, already predisposed to it, there is a full conviction that Henry Poindexter is a dead man, and that Maurice Gerald is answerable for his death. Every circumstance already known has been reconsidered, while to these have been added the new facts discovered at the jacale, the ugliest of which is the finding of the cloak and hat. The explanations given by the Galwegian, confused and incongruous, carry no credit. Why should they? They are the inventions of an accomplice. There are some who will scarce stay to hear them, some who impatiently cry out, "Let the murderer be hanged!" As if this verdict had been anticipated, a rope lies ready upon the ground, with a noose at its end. It is only a lazo, but for the purpose Calcraft could not produce a more perfect piece of cord. A sycamore, standing near, offers a horizontal limb good enough for a gallows. The vote is taken viva voce. 80 out of the 100 jurors express their opinion that Maurice Gerald must die. His hour appears to have come, and yet the sentence is not carried into execution. The rope is suffered to lie guileless on the grass. No one seems willing to lay hold of it. Why that hanging back, as if the thong of horsehide was a venomous snake, that none dares to touch? The majority, the plurality, to use a true Western word, has pronounced the sentence of death, some strengthening it with rude, even blasphemous speech. Why is it not carried out? Why? For want of that unanimity that stimulates to immediate action, for want of the proofs to produce it. There is a minority not satisfied, that with less noise, but equally earnest emphasis, have answered no. It is this that has caused the suspension of the violent proceedings. Among this minority is Judge Lynch himself, Sam Manley, the chief of the regulators. He has not yet passed sentence, or even signified his acceptance of the acclamatory verdict. "Fellow citizens," cries he, as soon as he has an opportunity of making himself heard, "I am of the opinion that there is a doubt in this case, and I reckon we ought to give the accused the benefit of it, that is, till he be able to say his own say about it. It's no use questioning him now, as ye all see. We have him tight and fast, and there's not much chance of his getting clear, if guilty. Therefore, I move we postpone the trial till—" "What's the use of postponing it?" interrupts a voice already loud for the prosecution, and which can be distinguished as that of Cassius Calhoun. "What's the use, Sam Manley? It's all very well for you to talk that way, but if you had a friend foully murdered, I won't say cousin, but a son, a brother, you might not be so soft about it. What more do you want to show that the skunk's guilty? Further proofs?" "That's just what we want, Captain Calhoun." "Can you give them, Mr. Cassius Calhoun?" inquires a voice from the outside circle, with a strong Irish accent. "Perhaps I can." "Let's have them, then. God knows you've had evidence enough." "A jury of his own, stupid countrymen." "Bar that appellation," shouts the man who has demanded the additional evidence. "Just remember, Mr. Calhoun, you're in Texas, and not Mississippi. Bear that in mind, or you may run your tongue into trouble, sharp as it is." "I don't mean to offend anyone," says Calhoun, backing out of the dilemma into which his Irish antipathies had led him. "Even an Englishman, if there's one here." "There you're welcome. Go on," cries the mollified Milesian. "Well then, as I was saying, there's been evidence enough, and more than enough in my opinion. But if you want more, I can give it." "Give it! Give it!" cry a score of responding voices, that keep up the demand, while Calhoun seems to hesitate. "Gentlemen," says he, squaring himself to the crowd, as if for a speech, "what I've got to say now I could have told you long ago, but I didn't think it was needed. You all know what's happened between this man and myself, and I had no wish to be thought revengeful. I'm not, and if it wasn't, that I'm sure he has done the deed. Sure as the head's on my body." Calhoun speaks stammeringly, seeing that the phrase, involuntarily escaping from his lips, has produced a strange effect upon his auditory, as it has upon himself. "If not sure, I should still say nothing of what I've seen, or rather heard, for it was in the night, and I saw nothing." "What did you hear, Mr Calhoun?" demands the Regulator Chief, resuming his judicial demeanour, for a time forgotten in the confusion of voting the verdict. "Your quarrel with the prisoner, of which I believe everybody has heard, can have nothing to do with your testimony here. Nobody's going to accuse you of false swearing on that account. Please proceed, sir. What did you hear, and where and when did you hear it?" "To begin, then, with the time, it was the night my cousin was missing, though, of course, we didn't miss him till the morning, last Tuesday night." "Tuesday night. Well?" "I turned in myself, and thought Henry had done the same; but what with the heat and the infernal mosquitoes, I couldn't get any sleep. I started up again, lit a cigar, and after smoking it a while in the room, I thought of taking a turn upon the top of the house. You know the old hacienda has a flat roof, I suppose? Well, I went up there to get cool, and continued to pull away at the weed. It must have been then about midnight, or maybe a little earlier. I can't tell, for I'd been tossing about on my bed, and took no note of the time. Just as I had smoked to the end of my cigar, and was about to take a second out of my case, I heard voices. There were two of them. They were up the river, as I thought, on the other side. They were a good way off, in the direction of the town. I mightn't have been able to distinguish them, or tell one from the other, if they'd been talking in the ordinary way, but they weren't. There was loud, angry talk, and I could tell that two men were quarrelling. I suppose it was some drunken rowdies, going home from Oberdoffer's tavern, and I should have thought no more about it. But as I listened, I recognized one of the voices, and then the other. The first was my cousin, Henry's; the second that of the man who was there, the man who has murdered him. Please proceed, Mr Calhoun. Let us hear the whole of the evidence you have promised to produce. It will be time enough then to state your opinions." "Well, gentlemen, as you may imagine, I was no little surprised at hearing my cousin's voice, supposing him asleep in his bed. So sure was I of its being him, that I didn't think of going to his room, to see if he was there. I knew it was his voice, and I was quite as sure that the other was that of the horse catcher. I thought it uncommonly queer in Henry being out at such a late hour, as he was never much given to that sort of thing. But out he was. I couldn't be mistaken about that. I listened to catch what the quarrel was about, but though I could distinguish the voices, I couldn't make out anything that was said on either side. What I did hear was Henry calling him by some strong names, as if my cousin had been first insulted, and then I heard the Irishman threatening to make him rue it. Each loudly pronounced the other's name, and that convinced me about its being them. I should have gone out to see what the trouble was, but I was in my slippers, and before I could draw on a pair of boots, it appeared to be all over. I waited for half an hour for Henry to come home. He didn't come, but as I supposed, he had gone back to Oberdoffer's and fallen in with some of the fellows from the fort. I concluded he might stay there a spell, and I went back to my bed. Now, gentlemen, I've told you all I know. My poor cousin never came back to Casa del Corvo, never more laid his side on a bed, for that we found by going to his room next morning. His bed that night must have been somewhere upon the prairie, or in the chaparral, and there's the only man who knows where." With a wave of his hand, the speaker triumphantly indicated the accused, whose wild straining eyes told how unconscious he was of the terrible accusation, or of the vengeful looks with which, from all sides, he was now regarded. Calhoun's story was told with a circumstantiality that went far to produce conviction of the prisoner's guilt. The concluding speech appeared eloquent of truth, and was followed by a clamorous demand for the execution to proceed. "Hang! Hang!" is the cry from fourscore voices. The judge himself seems to waver. The minority has been diminished. No longer 80 out of the 100, but 90 repeat the cry. The more moderate 8 overborne by the inundation of vengeful voices. The crowd sways to and fro, resembling a storm fast increasing to a tempest. It soon comes to its height. A ruffian rushes towards the rope, though none seem to have noticed it. He has parted both from the side of the Calhoun, with whom he has been holding a whispered conversation, one of those border ruffians of southern descent, ever ready by the stake of the philanthropist or the martyr, such as have been late typified in the military murders of Jamaica, who have disgraced the English name to the limits of all time. He lays hold of the lazo, and quickly arranges its loop around the neck of the condemned man, alike unconscious of trial and condemnation. No one steps forward to oppose the act. The ruffian, bristling with bowie knife and pistols, has it all to himself, or rather he is assisted by a scoundrel of the same kidney, one of the ci devant guards of the prisoner. The spectators stand aside, or look tranquilly upon the proceedings. Most express a mute approval, some encouraging the executioners with earnest vociferations of "Up with him! Hang him!" A few seem stupefied by surprise. A less number show sympathy, but not one dares to give proof of it by taking part with the prisoner. The rope is around his neck, the end with the noose upon it, the others being swung over the sycamore. Soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. End of chapter 63.
Chapter 64 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid, Chapter 64, a series of interludes. Soon the soul of Maurice Gerald must go back to its God. It was the thought of every actor in that tragedy among the trees. No one doubted that, in another moment, they would see his body hoisted in the air, and swinging from the branch of the sycamore. There was an interlude, not provided for in the programme. A farce was being performed simultaneously, and it might be said, on the same stage. For once the tragedy was more attractive, and the comedy was progressing without spectators. Not the less earnest were the actors in it. There were only two, a man and a mare. Phelim was once more re-enacting the scenes that had caused surprise to Isidora. Engrossed by the arguments of Calhoun, by the purposes of vengeance which his story was producing, the Regulators only turned their attention to the chief criminal. No one thought of his companion, whether he was or was not an accomplice. His presence was scarce perceived, all eyes being directed with angry intent upon the other. Still less was it noticed, when the ruffian sprang forward and commenced adjusting the rope. The Galwegian was then altogether neglected. There appeared an opportunity of escape, and Phelim was not slow to take advantage of it. Wriggling himself clear of his fastenings, he crawled off among the legs of the surging crowd. No one seemed to see or care about his movements. Mad with excitement, they were pressing upon each other, the eyes of all turned upward to the gallows tree. To have seen Phelim skulking off, it might have been supposed that he was profiting by the chance offered for escape, saving his own life, without thinking of his master. It is true he could have done nothing, and he knew it. He had exhausted his advocacy, and any further interference on his part would have been an idle effort, or only to aggravate the accusers. It was but slight disloyalty that he should think of saving himself, a mere instinct of self-preservation, to which he seemed yielding, as he stole off among the trees. So one would have conjectured, but the conjecture would not have done justice to him of Connemara. In his flight, the faithful servant had no design to forsake his master, much less leave him to his fate, without making one more effort to effect his delivery from the human bloodhounds who had hold of him. He knew he could do nothing of himself. His hope lay in summoning Zeb Stump, and it was to sound that signal, which had proved so effective before, that he was now stealing off from the scene alike of trial and execution. On getting beyond the selvage of the throng, he had glided in among the trees,
and keeping these between him and the angry crowd, he ran on toward the spot where the old mare still grazed upon her tether. The other horses, standing hitched to the twigs, formed a tolerably compact tier all round the edge of the timber. This aided in screening his movements from observation, so that he had arrived by the side of the mare without being seen by anyone. Just then he discovered that he had come without the apparatus necessary to carry out his design. The cactus branch had been dropped where he was first captured, and was still kicking about among the feet of his captors. He could not get hold of it without exposing himself to a fresh seizure, and this would hinder him from effecting the desired end. He had no knife, no weapon of any kind, wherewith he might procure another nopal. He paused in painful uncertainty as to what he should do. Only for an instant. There was no time to be lost. His master's life was in imminent peril, menaced at every moment. No sacrifice would be too great to save him, and with his thought the faithful Phelim rushed towards the cactus plant, and, seizing one of its spinous branches in his naked hands, wrenched it from the stem. His fingers were fearfully lacerated in the act, but what mattered that, when weighed against the life of his beloved master? With equal recklessness he ran up to the mare, and, at the risk of being kicked back again, took hold of her tail, and once more applied the instrument of torture. By this time the noose had been adjusted around the mustanger's neck, carefully adjusted to avoid fluke or failure. The other end, leading over the limb of the tree, was held in hand by the brace of bearded bullies, whose fingers appeared itching to pull upon it. In their eyes and attitudes was an air of deadly determination. They only waited for the word, not that any one had the right to pronounce it, and just for this reason was it delayed. No one seemed willing to take the responsibility of giving that signal which was to send a fellow creature to his long account. Criminal as they might regard him, murderer as they believed him to be, all shied from doing the sheriff's duty. Even Calhoun instinctively held back. It was not for the want of will. There was no lack of that on the part of the ex-officer, or among the regulators. They showed no sign of retreating from the step they had taken. The pause was simply owing to the informality of the proceedings. It was but the lull in the storm that precedes the grand crash. It was a moment of deep solemnity, every one silent as the tomb. They were in the presence of death, and knew it. Death in its most hideous shape and darkest guise. Most of them felt that they were abetting it. All believed it to be nigh. With hushed voice and hindered gesture, they stood rigid as the tree trunks around them. Surely the crisis had come? It had, but not that crisis by everybody expected, by themselves decreed. Instead of seeing Maurice Gerald jerked into the air, far different was the spectacle they were called upon to witness. One so ludicrous as for a time to interrupt the solemnity of the scene, and cause a suspension of the harsh proceedings. The old mare that they knew to be Zeb Stump's appeared to have gone suddenly mad. She had commenced dancing over the sward, flinging her heels high into the air, and screaming with all her might. She had given the cue to the 100 horses that stood tied to the trees, and all of them had commenced imitating her wild capers while loudly responding to her screams. Enchantment would scarce have produced a quicker transformation than occurred in the tableau formed in front of the jacale hut. Not only was the execution suspended, but all other proceedings that regarded the condemned captive. Nor was the change of a comical character. On the contrary, it was accompanied by looks of alarm and cries of consternation. The regulators rushed to their arms, some towards their horses. Indians, was the exclamation upon every lip, though unheard though the din. Not but the coming of Comanches could have caused such a commotion, threatening to result in a stampede of the troop. For a time men ran shouting over a little lawn, or stood silent with sacred countenances. Most, having secured their horses, cowered behind them, using them by the way of shield against the chances of an Indian arrow. There were but a few upon the ground accustomed to such prairie escapades, and the fears of the many were exaggerated by their inexperience to the extreme of terror.
It continued till their steeds, all caught up, had ceased their wild whiggering, and only one was heard, the wretched creature that had given them the cue. Then was discovered the true cause of the alarm, as also that the Connemara man had stolen off. Fortunate for Phelim, he had shown the good sense to betake himself to the bushes. Only by concealment had he saved his skin, for his life was now worth scarce so much as that of his master. A score of rifles were clutched with angry energy, their muzzles brought to bear upon the old mare. But before any of them could be discharged, a man standing near threw his lazo around her neck, and choked her into silence. Tranquillity is restored, and along with it a resumption of the deadly design. The Regulators are still in the same temper. The ludicrous incident, whilst perplexing, has not provoked their mirth, but the contrary. Some feel shame at the sorry figure they have cut, in the face of a false alarm, while others are chafed at the interruption of the solemn ceremonial. They return to it with increased vindictiveness, as proved by their oaths and angry exclamations. Once more the vengeful circle closes around the condemned. The terrible tableau is reconstructed. Once more the ruffians lay hold of the rope, and for the second time everyone is impressed with the solemn thought: soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. Thank heaven, there is another interruption to that stern ceremonial of death. How unlike to death is that bright form flitting under the shadows, flashing out into the open sunlight. A woman, a beautiful woman! 'Tis only a silent thought, for no one essays to speak. They stand rigid as ever, but with strangely altered looks. Even the rudest of them respect the presence of that fair intruder. There is submission in their attitude, as if from a consciousness of guilt. Like a meteor, she passes through their midst, glides on without giving a glance on either side, without speech, without halt, till she stoops over the condemned man, still lying gagged the grass. With a quick clutch she lays hold of the lazo, which the two hangmen, taken by surprise, have let loose. Grasping it with both her hands, she jerks it from theirs. "Texans! Cowards!" she cries, casting a scornful look upon the crowd. "Shame! Shame!" They cower under the stinging reproach. She continues: "A trial indeed! A fair trial! The accused without counsel, condemned without being heard, and this you call justice? Texan justice? My scorn upon you, not men, but murderers!" "What means this?" shouts Poindexter, rushing up and seizing his daughter by the arm. "You are mad, Loo, mad! How come you to be here? Did I not tell you to go home? Anyway, this instant away, and do not interfere with what does not concern you." "Father, it does concern me." "How? How? Oh, true! As a sister. This man is the murderer of your brother." "I will not, cannot believe it. Never, never! There was no motive, O men! If you be men, do not act like savages. Give him a fair trial, and then "He's had a fair trial," calls one from the crowd, who seems to speak from instigation. "Ne'er a doubt about his being guilty. It's him that's killed your brother, and nobody else. And it don't look well, Miss Poindexter. Excuse me for saying it, but it don't look just the thing, that you should be trying to screen him from his deserving." "No, that it don't," chime in several voices. "Justice must take its course," shouts one, in the hackneyed phrase of the law courts. "It must, it must," echoes the chorus. "We are sorry to disoblige you, miss, but we must request you to leave. Mr Poindexter, you do well to take your daughter away." "Come, Loo, 'tis not the place. You must come away." "You refuse! Good God! My daughter! Do you mean to disobey me? Here, Cash, take hold of her arm, and conduct her from the spot. If you refuse to go willingly, we must use force. Loo, a good girl now, do as I tell you. Go, go." "No, father, I will not. I shall not. Till you have promised, till these men promise." "We can't promise you anything, miss. However much we might like it, it ain't a question for women, no how. There's been a crime committed, a murder, as ye yourself know. There must be no cheating of justice. There's no mercy for a murderer." "No mercy!" echoed a score of angry voices. "Let him be hanged, hanged, hanged!"
The Regulators are no longer restrained by the fair presence. Perhaps it was but hastened the fatal moment. The soul of Cassius Calhoun is not the only one in that crowd stirred by the spirit of envy. The horse hunter is now hated for his supposed good fortune. In the tumult of revengeful passion, all gallantry is forgotten, that very virtue for which the Texan is distinguished. The lady is led aside, dragged rather than led, by her cousin, and at the command of her father she struggles in the hated arms that hold her. Wildly weeping, loudly protesting against the act of inhumanity, monsters, murderers, are the phrases that fall from her lips. Her struggles are resisted, her speeches unheeded. She is borne back beyond the confines of the crowd, beyond the hope of giving help to him, for whom she is willing to lay down her life. Bitter are the speeches Calhoun is constrained to hear, heartbreaking the words now showered upon him. Better for him he had not taken hold of her. It scarce consoles him, that certainty of revenge. His rival will soon be no more. But what matters it? The fair from writhing in his grasp can never be consentingly embraced. He may kill the hero of her heart, but not conquer for himself its most feeble affection. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 65. Still another interlude. For a third time is the tableau reconstructed, spectators and actors in the dread drama taking their places as before. The lazo is once more passed over the limb, the same two scoundrels taking hold of its loose end, this time drawing it towards them till it becomes taut. For the third time arises the reflection, soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. No nearer than ever does the unfortunate man seem to its end. Even love has proved powerless to save him. What power on earth can be appealed to after this? None likely to avail. But there appears no chance of succor, no time for it. There is no mercy in the stern looks of the Regulators, only impatience. The hangmen, too, appear in a hurry, as if they were in dread of another interruption. They manipulate the rope with the ability of experienced executioners. The physiognomy of either would give colour to the assumption that they had been accustomed to the calling. In less than 60 seconds they shall have finished the job. "Now then, Bill, are ye ready?" shouts one to the other, by the question proclaiming that they no longer intend to wait for the word. "All right," responds Bill. "Up with the son of a skunk! Up with him!" There is a pull upon the rope, but not sufficient to raise the body into an erect position. It tightens around the neck, lifts the head a little from the ground, but nothing more. Only one of the hangmen has given his strength to the pull. "Haul, damn you!" cries Bill, astonished at the inaction of his assistant. "Why the hell don't you haul?" Bill's back is turned towards an intruder, that, seen by the other, has hindered him from lending a hand. He stands as if suddenly transformed into stone. "Come," continues the chief executioner, "let's go at it again, both together. You up? Up with him." "No you don't," calls out a voice, in the tones of a stentor, while a man of colossal frame, carrying a 6-foot rifle, is seen rushing out from among the trees, in strides that bring him almost instantly into the thick of the crowd. "No you don't," he repeats, stopping over the prostrate body, and bringing his long rifle to bear upon the ruffians of the rope. "Not yet a bit, as this coon calculates. You, Bill Griffin, pull that piece of pleated hoss hair but the eighth of an inch tighter, and ye get a blue pill in your stomach as won't agree wi' ye. Drop the rope, durn ye! Drop it!" The screaming of Zeb Stump's mare scarce created a more sudden diversion than the appearance of Zeb himself, for it was he who had hurried upon the ground. He was known to nearly all present, respected by most, and feared by many. Among the last were Bill Griffin and his fellow rope holder, no longer holding it, for at the command to drop it,
Yielding to a quick perception of danger, both had let go, and the lazo lay loose along the sward. "What durned tomfoolery's this, boys?" continues the Colossus, addressing himself to the crowd, still speechless from surprise. "You don't mean hangin', do ye?" "We do," answers a stern voice. "And why not?" asks another. "Why not? Ye hang a feller citizen 'ithout trial, would ye?" "Not much of a fellow citizen, so far as it goes. Besides, he's had a trial, a fair trial. Indeed, a human critter to be condemned wi' his brain, in a state o' delirium, sent out o' the world, without knowin' that he's in it."
"You call that a fair trial, do ye?"
"What matters it, if we know he's guilty? We're all satisfied about that." "The hell ye are! Wagh! I ain't goin' to waste words wi' sech as you, Jim Stoddars. But for you, Sam Manly, and yourself, Mr Poindexter, surely ye ain't agreed to this here proceeding which, in my opinion, it be neither more or less than murder."
"You haven't heard all, Zeb Stump," interposes the Regulator Chief, with the design to justify his acquiescence in the act. "These are facts."
"Facts be durned! And fancies too. I don't want to hear 'em. It'll be the time enough for that, when the king come to a regular trial. The which surely nobody here object to see him, as there ain't the ghost o' a chance for him to get off. Who air the individooal that objects?"
"You take too much upon you, Zeb Stump. What is it your business, we'd like to know?"
"The man that's been murdered wasn't your son, nor your brother, nor your cousin neither. If he had been, you'd be of a different way of thinking, I take it."
"It is Calhoun who has made this interpolation, spoken before, with so much success to his scheme."
"I don't see that it concerns you," he continues,
"What course we take in this matter."
"but I do. It consarns me, fust,
"Because this young feller's a friend o' mine,
though the air Irish and a stranger; a secondly, because Zeb Stump ain't goin' to stand by and see foul play,
even though it be on the prairies of Texas. Foul play be damned! There's nothing of the sort."
and as for standing by, we'll see about that. Boys, you're not going to be scared from your duty by such swagger as this? Let's make a finish of what we begun. The blood of a murdered man cries out to us, lay hold of the rope." "Do, and by the eternal, the fust that do'll drop it a little quicker than he grasps it. Lay a claw on it, one o' ye, if ye dare. Ye may hang this poor critter as high as ye like, but not till ye've laid Zebulon Stump stritched dead upon the grass, with some o' ye alongside o' him. Now then, let me see the skunk that's goin' to teak that rope." Zeb's speech is followed by a profound silence. The people keep their places, partly from the danger of accepting his challenge, and partly from the respect due to his courage and generosity, also because there is still some doubt in the minds of the Regulators, both as to the expediency and fairness of the course which Calhoun is inciting them to take. With a quick instinct the old hunter perceives the advantage he has gained, and presses it. "Give the young fellow a fair trial," urges he. "Let's take him to the settlement, and have him tried there. You've got no clear proof that he's had any hand in the black business; and durn ye, if I'd believe it unless I seen it with my own eyes. I know how he'd feel torst young Poindexter, instead o' being his enemy. There ain't a man on this ground had more o' a likin' for him, though he did hev a bit o' shindy wi' his precious cousin thur." "You are perhaps not aware, Mr Stump," rejoins the Regulator Chief in a calm voice, "of what we've just been hearing?" "What have you been hearing?" "Evidence to the contrary of what you assert. We have proof. Not only that there was bad blood between Gerald and young Poindexter, but that a quarrel took place on the very night." "Who says that? Sam Manly?" "I say it," answers Calhoun, stepping a little forward, so as to be seen by Stump. "Oh, you it air, Mr Cash Calhoun. You know there war bad blood atween them. You see the quarrel ye speak o'?" "I haven't said that I saw it, Zeb Stump. And what's more, I'm not going to stand any cross questioning by you. I've given my evidence to those who have the right to hear it.
and that's enough. I think, gentlemen, you're satisfied as to the verdict. I don't see why this old fool should interrupt." "Old fool!" echoes the hunter with a screech. "Old fool! Hell is hurricanes! Ye call me an old fool? By the eternal God, you'll live to take back that speech, or my name ain't Zeblun Stump. Oh, Kentucky, ne'er a mind now. There's a time for everything, and your time may come, Mr. Cash Calhoun, sooner than ye suspects it. As for a quarrel atween Henry Poindexter and the young fellow here," continues Zeb, addressing himself to the Regulator Chief, "I don't believe a word on it, nor won't, so long there's no better proof than his palaverin' from good way towards explication of this mysterious business, twisted up as it air." "What facts?" demands the Regulator Chief. "Let's hear them, Stump." "There's more than one. First place, what you do to make o' the young fellow being wounded himself?" "I don't talk o' them scratches, you see. I believe them's done by coyotes that attacked him, after they seen he war wounded." "But look at his knee. Somethin' else than coyotes did that. What do you make o' it, Sam Manly?" "Well, that. Some of the boys here think there's been a struggle between him and—" "Atween him and who?" sharply interrogates Zeb. "Why, the man that's missin'." "Yes, that's he who we mean," speaks one of the boys referred to. "We all know that Harry Poindexter wouldn't a stood to be shot down like a calf. They've had a tussle, and a fall among the rocks. That's what's given him the swellin' in the knee. Besides, there's the mark of a blow upon his head. Looks like it had been the butt of a pistol. As for the scratches, we can't tell what's made them. Thorns maybe, or wolves if you like. That foolish fellow of his has a story about a tiger, but it won't do for us." "What feller air ye talkin' to? Ye mean Irish Phelim? Where air he?" "Stole away to save his carcass. We'll find him, as soon as we've settled this business, and I guess a little hanging will draw the truth out of him." "If ye mean about the tiger, you'll draw no other truth out of him that ye've got already. I see that varmint myself, and war just in time to save the young feller from its claws. But that ain't the point. Ye've had a holt in the Irish, I s'pose. Did he tell ye o' nothing else he seed here?" "He had a yarn about Indians. Who believes it?" "Wal, he tolt me the same story, and that looks like some truth in it. Besides, he declares they were playing cards. And here's the things themselves. I found 'em lying scattered about the floor of the shanty. Spanish curds they air." Zeb draws back the pack out of his pocket, and hands it over to the Regulator Chief. The cards, on examination, prove to be of Mexican manufacture, such as are used in the universal game of monte. The queen upon horseback, cavallo, the spade represented by a sword, espada, and the club baston, symbolized by the huge pavior-like implement seen in picture books in the grasp of Harry Orson. "Who ever heard of Comanches playing cards?" demands he. "Who has scouted the evidence about the Indians? Damned ridiculous!" "Ridic'lous, ye say?" interposes an old trapper, who had been 12 months a prisoner among the Comanches. "Ridic'lous it may be, but it's true for all that. Many's the game this coon seed them play, on a dress burner hide for their table. That same Mexican monte too. I reckon they've learned it from their Mexican captives, of the which they've got as good as 3,000 in their different tribes. Yes, sirree," concludes the trapper, "the Comanches do play cards, sure as shootin'." Zeb Stump is rejoiced at this bit of evidence, which is more than he could have given himself. It strengthens the case for the accused. The fact of there having been Indians in the neighbourhood tends to alter the aspect of the affair in his minds of the Regulators, hitherto under the belief that the Comanches were marauding only on the other side of the settlement. "Sartin sure," continues Zeb, pressing the point in favour of the adjournment of the trial. "There's been Injuns here, or somethin' durned like. Jesus, Jehosaphat, whar's she comin' from?" The clattering of hoofs, borne down from the bluff, salutes the ear of everybody at the same instant of time. No one needs to inquire what has caused Stump to give utterance to that abrupt interrogatory. Along the top of the cliff, and close to its edge, a horse is seen going at a gallop.
there is a woman, a lady, upon his back, with hat and hair streaming loosely behind her, the string hindering the hat from being carried altogether away. So wild is the gallop, so perilous from its proximity to the precipice, you might suppose the horse to have run away with his rider. But no, you may tell that he has not, by the actions of the equestrian herself. She seems not satisfied with the pace, but with whip, spur, and voice keeps urging him to increase it. This is plain to the spectators below, though they are puzzled and confused by her riding so close to the cliff. They stand in silent astonishment. Not that they are ignorant of who it is. It would be strange if they were. That woman equestrian, man, seated in the saddle, once seen, was never more to be forgotten. She is recognized at the first glance. One and all know the reckless galloper to be the guide from whom, scarce half an hour ago, they had parted upon the prairie. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 66. Chased by Comanches. It was Isidora who had thus strangely and suddenly shown herself. What was bringing her back, and why was she riding at such a perilous pace? To explain it, we must return to that dark reverie from which she is startled by her encounter with the Tejanos. While galloping away from the Alamo, she had not thought of looking back to ascertain whether she was followed. Absorbed in schemes of vengeance, she had gone on, without even giving a glance behind. It was but slight comfort to her to reflect that Louise Poindexter had appeared equally determined upon parting from the jacale. With a woman's intuitive quickness, she suspected the cause, though she knew too well it was groundless. Still there was some pleasure in the thought that her rival, ignorant of her happy fortune, was suffering like herself. There was a hope, too, that the incident might produce estrangement in the heart of this proud Creole lady towards the man so condescendingly beloved, though it was faint, vague, and scarce believed in by her who conceived it. Taking her own heart as a standard, she was not one to lay much stress on the condescension of love. Her history was proof of its levelling power. Still was there the thought that her presence at the jacale had given pain, and might result in disaster to the happiness of her hated rival. Isidora had begun to dwell upon this with a sort of subdued pleasure, that continued unchecked, till the time of her rencontre with the Texans. On turning back with these, her spirits underwent a change. The road to be taken by Louise should have been the same as that by which she had herself come, but no lady was upon it. The Creole must have changed her mind, and stayed by the jacale, was perhaps at that very moment performing the métier Isidora had so fondly traced out for herself. The belief that she was about to bring shame upon the woman who had brought ruin upon her was the thought that now consoled her. The questions put by Poindexter and his companions sufficiently disclosed the situation. Still clearer was it made by the final interrogations of Calhoun, and after her interrogators had passed away, she remained by the side of the thicket, half in doubt whether to ride on the Leona, or to go back to be the spectator of a scene that by her own contrivance could scarce fail to be exciting. She is upon the edge of the chaparral, just inside the shadow of the timber. She is astride her grey steed, that stands with spread nostril and dilated eye, gazing after the cavallada, and has laid parted from the spot, a single horseman in the rear of the rest. Her horse might wonder why he is being thus ridden about, but he is used to sudden changes in the will of his capricious rider. She is looking in the same direction, towards the Alhuete, whose dark summit towers above the bluffs of the Alamo. She sees the searchers descend, and after them the man who has so minutely questioned her. As his head sinks below the level of the plain, she fancies herself alone upon it. In this fancy she is mistaken. She remains irresolute for a time, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Her thoughts are not to be envied. There is not much sweetness in the revenge she believes herself instrumental in having accomplished. If she has caused humiliation in the woman she hates, along with it she may have brought ruin upon the man whom she loves. Despite all that has passed, she cannot help loving him. "Santissima Virgin," she mutters with a fervent earnestness, "what have I done? If these men, los reguladores, the dreaded judges I've heard of, if they should find him guilty, where may it end? In his death? Mother of God, I do not desire that. Not by their hands. No, no. How wild their looks and gestures, stern, determined. And when I pointed out the way, how quickly they rode off without further thought of me. Oh, they have made up their minds. Don Mauricio is to die, and he, a stranger among them, so have I heard. Not of their country or kindred, only of the same race. Alone, friendless, with many enemies. Santissima, what am I thinking of? Is not he, who has just left me, that cousin of whom I've heard speak? Ay de mi! Now do I understand the cause of his questioning. His heart, like mine own, like mine own." She sits with her gaze bent over the open plain. The grey steed still frets under restraint, though the cavallada has long since passed out of sight. He but responds to the spirit of his rider, which he knows to be vacillating, chafing under some irresolution. 'Tis the horse that first discovers a danger, or something that scents of it. He proclaims it by a low, tremulous neigh, as if to attract her attention, while his head, tossed back towards the chaparral, shows that the enemy is to be looked for in that direction. Who or what is it? Warned by the behaviour of her steed, Isidora faces to the thicket, and scans the path by which she has lately passed through it. It is the road, or trail, leading to the Leona. 'Tis only open to the eye for a straight stretch of about 200 yards. Beyond it comes screened by the bushes, through which it goes circuitously. No one is seen upon it. Nothing save 2 or 3 lean coyotes that skulk under the shadow of the trees, scenting the shod tracks, in the hope of finding some scrap that may have fallen from the hurrying horseman. It is not these that have caused the Grey to show such excitement. He sees them, but what of that? The prairie wolf is a sight to him neither startling nor rare. There is something else, something he has either scented or heard. Isidora listens for a time without hearing aught to alarm her. The howl bark of the jackal does not beget fear at any time, much less in the joy of the daylight. She hears only this. Her thoughts again return of the Tejanos, especially to him who has last parted from her side. She is speculating on the purpose of this earnest interrogation, when once more she is interrupted by the action of her horse. The animal shows impatience at being kept upon the spot, snuffs the air, snorts, and at length gives utterance to a neigh far louder than before. This time it is answered by several others, from horses that appear to be going along the road, though still hidden behind the trees. Their hoof strokes are heard at the same time, but not after. The strange horses have either stopped short or gone off at a gentle pace, making no noise. Isidora conjectures the former. She believes the horses to be ridden, and that their riders have checked them up, on hearing the neigh of their own. She quiets him, and listens. A humming is heard through the trees. Though indistinct, it can be told to be the sound of men's voices, holding a conversation in a low muttered tone. Presently it becomes hushed, and the chaparral is again silent. The horsemen, whoever they are, continued halted, perhaps hesitating to advance. Isidora is scarce astonished at this, and not much alarmed. Some travellers perhaps en route for the Rio Grande, or, it may be, some stragglers from the Texan troop, who on hearing a horse neigh have stopped from an instinct of precaution. It is only natural at a time when Indians are known to be on the war path. Equally natural that she should be cautious about encountering the strangers, whoever they may be, and with this thought she rides softly to one side, placing herself and her horse under cover of the mezquit tree, where she again sits listening. Not long before discovering that the horsemen have commenced advancing towards her, not along the travelled trail, but through the thicket, and not all together, but as if they had separated, and were endeavouring to accomplish a surround. She can tell this by hearing the hoof strokes in different directions, all going gently, but evidently diverging from each other, while the riders are preserving a profound silence, ominous either of cunning or caution, perhaps of evil intent. They may have discovered her position. The neighing of her steed has betrayed it.
They may be riding to get round her, in order to advance from different sides. They make sure of her capture? How is she to know that their intent is not hostile? She has enemies, one well remembered, Don Miguel Diaz. Besides, there are the Comanches, to be distrusted at all times, and now no longer en paz. She begins to feel alarm. She has been long in arising, but the behaviour of the unseen horseman is at least suspicious. Ordinary travellers would have continued along the trail. These are sneaking through the chaparral. She looks around her, scanning her place of concealment. She examines, only to distrust it. The thin, feathery frondage of the mezquit will not screen her from an eye passing near. The hoof strokes tell that more than one cavalier is coming that way. She must soon be discovered. At the thought, she strikes the spur into the horse's side, and rides out from the thicket. Then, turning along the trail, she trots on into the open plain that extends towards the Alamo. Her intention is to go 200 or 300 yards beyond range of arrow or bullet, then halt until she can discover the character of those who are advancing, whether friends or to be feared. If the latter, she will trust to the speed of her gallant grey to carry her on the protection of the Tejanos. She does not make the intended halt. She is hindered by the horsemen. At that moment, seen bursting forth from among the bushes, simultaneously with each other, and almost as soon as herself, they spring out at different points, and in converging lines, ride up rapidly towards her. A glance shows them to be men of bronze-colored skins and half-naked bodies, with red paint on their faces and scarlet feathers sticking up out of their hair. "Los Indios," mechanically mutters the Mexican, as driving the rowels against the ribs of her steed, she goes off at full gallop for the Alhuehute. A quick glance behind shows her she is pursued, though she knows it without that. The glance tells her more, that the pursuit is close and earnest, so earnest that the Indians, contrary to their usual custom, do not yell. Their silence speaks of a determination to capture her, and as if by a plan already preconcerted. Hitherto she has had but little fear of an encounter with the red rovers of the prairie. For years have they been in paz, both with Texans and Mexicans, and the only danger to be dreaded from them was a little rudeness, when under the influence of drink, just as a lady, in civilized life, may dislike upon a lonely road, to meet a crowd of navigators who have been spending their day at the beer house. Isidora has passed through a peril of this kind, and remembers it, with less pain from the thought of the peril itself than the ruin it has led to. But her danger is different now. The peace is past. There is war upon the wind. Her pursuers are no longer intoxicated with the firewater of their foes. They are thirsting for blood, and she flies to escape not only dishonor, but it may be death. On over that open plain, with all the speed she can take out of her horse, all that whip and spur and voice can accomplish, she alone speaks. Her pursuers are voiceless, silent as spectres. Only once does she glance behind. There are still but 4 of them, but 4 is too many against one, and that one a woman. There is no hope, unless she can get within hail of the Texans. She presses on for the Alhuehute. End of chapter 66.
Chapter 67 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 67. Los Indios. The chased equestrian is within 300 yards of the bluff over which the tree towers. She once more glances behind her. Dios me ampere! God preserve me! God preserve her! She will be too late! The foremost of her pursuers has lifted the lazo from his saddle horn. He is winding it over his head. Before she can reach the head of the pass, the noose will be around her neck, and then, a sudden thought flashes into her mind. Thought that promises escape from the threatened strangulation. The cliff that overlooks the Alamo is nearer than the gorge by which the creek bottom must be reached. She remembers that its crest is visible from the jacale. With a quick jerk upon the rein, she diverges from her course. and, instead of going on for the Alhuhuete, she rides directly towards the bluff. The change puzzles her pursuers, at the same time giving them gratification. They well know the lay of the land, they understand the trending of the cliff, and are now confident of a capture. The leader takes a fresh hold of his lazo to make more sure of the throw. He is only restrained from launching it by the certainty she cannot escape. "Shingaro," mutters he to himself, "if she go much farther, she'll be over the precipice." His reflection is false. She goes farther, but not over the precipice. With another quick pull upon the rein she has changed her course, and rides along the edge of it, so close as to attract the attention of the Tejanos below, and elicit from Zeb Stump that quaint exclamation, only heard upon extraordinary occasion, "Jesus Jehoshaphat!" as if in answer to the exclamation of the old hunter, or rather to the interrogatory with which she has followed it up, comes the cry of the strange equestrian who has shown herself on the cliff. "Los Indios! Los Indios!" No one who has spent 3 days in southern Texas could mistake the meaning of that phrase, whatever his native tongue. It is the alarm cry which, for 300 years, has been heard along 3,000 miles of frontier, in 3 different languages. "Les Indians! Los Indios! The Indians!" Dull would be the ear, slow the intellect, that did not at once comprehend it, along with the sense of its associated danger. To those who hear it at the Jacale it needs no translation. They know that she, who has given utterance to it, is pursued by Indians, as certain as if the fact had been announced in their own Saxon vernacular. They have scarce time to translate it into this, even in thought, when the same voice a second time salutes their ears. "Tejanos! Cavalleros! Save me! Save me! Los Indios! I am chased by a troop! They are behind me! Close! Close!" Her speech, though continued, is no longer heard distinctly. It is no longer required to explain what is passing upon the plain above. She has cleared the first clump of tree tops by scarce 20 yards, when the leading savage shoots out from the same cover, and is seen, going in full gallop, against the clear sky. Like a sling he spins the lazo loop around his head. So eager is he to throw it with sure aim, that he does not appear to take heed of what the fugitive has said, spoken as she went at full speed, for she made no stop, while calling out to the Tejanos. He may fancy it has been addressed to himself, a final appeal for mercy, uttered in a language he does not understand, for Isidora had spoken in English. He is only undeceived, as the sharp crack of a rifle comes echoing out of the glen, or, perhaps a little sooner, as a stinging sensation in his wrist causes him to let go his lazo, and look wonderingly for the why. He perceives a puff of sulphurous smoke rising from below. A single glance is sufficient to cause a change in his tactics. In that glance he beholds 100 men with the gleam of 100 gun-barrels. His 3 followers see them at the same time, and as if moved by the same impulse, all 4 turn in their tracks and gallop away from the cliff, quite as quickly as they have been approaching it. "'Twere a pity, too," says Zeb Stump, proceeding to reload his rifle. "If it hadn't been for the saving of her, I'd a let 'em come on down the gully. If we could a captured 'em, we might got a something out of 'em concerning this queer case of hern. There ain't the smell of a chance now. It's clear they've goed off, and by the time we get up yonder, they'll be hellered." The sight of the savages has produced another quick change in the tableau formed in front of the mustanger's hut, a change squally sudden in the thoughts of those who compose it. The majority who deemed Maurice Gerald a murderer has become transformed into a minority, while those who believed him innocent are now the men whose opinions are respected. Calhoun and his bullies are no longer masters of the situation, and on the motion of their chief the regular jury is adjourned. The new programme is cast in a double quick time. A score of words suffice to describe it. The accused is to be carried to the settlement, there to be tried according to the law of the land. And now for the Indians! whose opportune appearance has caused this sudden change, both of sentiment and design. Are they to be pursued? That, of course. But when? Upon the instant? Prudence says no. Only 4 have been seen. But these are not likely to be alone. They may be the rear guard of 400. "Let us wait till the woman comes down," counsels one of the timid. "They have not followed her any farther. I think I can hear her riding this way through the gully. Of course she know it, as it was she who directed us." The suggestion appears sensible to most upon the ground. They are not cowards. Still there are but few of them who have encountered the wild Indian in actual strife, and many only know his more debased brethren in the way of trade. The advice is adopted. They stand waiting for the approach of Isidora. All are now by their horses, and some have sought shelter among the trees. There are those who have an apprehension that along with the Mexican, or close after her, may still come a troop of Comanches. A few are otherwise occupied, said Stump among the number. He takes the gag from between the teeth of the respited prisoner, and unties the thongs hitherto holding him too fast. There is one who watches him with a strange interest, but takes no part in the proceeding. Her part has been already played, perhaps too prominently. She shuns the risk of appearing farther conspicuous. Where is the niece of Don Silvio Mortimez? She has not yet come upon the ground. The stroke of a horse hoof is no longer heard. There has been time, more than time, for her to have reached the jacale. Her non-appearance creates surprise, apprehension, alarm. There are men there who admire the Mexican maiden. It is not strange they should. Some who have seen her before, and some who never saw her until that day. Can it be that she has been overtaken and captured? The interrogatory passes round. No one can answer it, though all are interested in the answer. The Texans begin to feel something like shame. Their gallantry was appealed to in that speech sent them from the cliff. "Tejanos! Cavalleros!" Has she who addressed it succumbed to the pursuer? Is that beauteous form in the embrace of a paint-bedaubed savage? They listen with ears intent, many with pulses that beat high, and hearts throbbing with a keen anxiety. They listen in vain. There is no sound of hoof, no voice of woman. Nothing, except the champing of bits heard close by their side. Can it be that she is taken? Now that the dark design is stifled within their breast, the hostility against one of their own race is suddenly changed into a more congenial channel. Their vengeance, rekindled, burns fiercer than ever, since it is directed against the hereditary foe. The younger and more ardent, among whom are their admirers of the Mexican maiden, can bear the uncertainty no longer. They spring into their saddles, loudly declaring their determination to seek her, to save her, or perish in the attempt. Who is to gainsay them? Her pursuers, her captors, perhaps, may be the very men they have been in search of, the murderers of Henry Poindexter. No one opposes their intent. They go off in search for Isidora, in pursuit of the prairie pirates. Those who remain are but few in numbers, though said Stump is among them. The old hunter is silent. As to the expediency of pursuing the Indians, he keeps his thoughts to himself. His only seeming care is to look after the invalid prisoner, still unconscious, still guarded by the regulators. Zeb is not the only friend who remains true to the mustanger in his hour of distress. There are 2 others equally faithful. One a fair creature who watches at a distance, carefully concealing the eager interest that consumes her. The other, a rude, almost ludicrous individual, who, close by his side, addressed the respited man as his master. The last is Phelim, who has just descended from his perch among the parasites of an umbrageous oak, where he has for some time stayed, a silent spectator of all that has been transpiring. The change of situation, and the performance of that duty for which he came across the Atlantic. No longer lies a scene upon the Alamo. In another hour the jacale is deserted. perhaps never more to extend its protecting roof over Maurice the mustanger. End of chapter 67. Recording by Christine in Oslo, Norway, the 30th of September, 2011. Chapter 68 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 68. The Disappointed Campaigners. The campaign against the Comanches proved one of the shortest, lasting only 3 or 4 days. It was discovered that these Ishmaelites of the West did not mean war, at least on grand scale. Their descent upon the settlements was only the freak of some young fellows about to take out their degree as braves, desirous of signalizing the event by raising a few scalps and capturing some horses and horned cattle. Forays of this kind are not unfrequent among the Texan Indians. They are made on private account, often without the knowledge of the chief or elders of the tribe, just as an ambiguous young mid, or ensign, may steal off with a score of companions from squadron or camp, to cut out an enemy's craft, or capture his picket guard. These marauds are usually made by young Indians out on a hunting party, who wish to return home with something to show besides the spoils of the chase, and the majority of the tribe is often ignorant of them till long after the event. Otherwise they may be interdicted by the elders, who, as a general thing, are averse to such filibustering expeditions, deeming them not only imprudent, but often injurious to the interest of the community. Only when successful are they applauded. On the present occasion several young Comanches had taken out their war diploma by carrying back with them the scalps of a number of white women and boys. The horses and horned cattle were also collected, but these, being less convenient of transport than the light scalp locks, had been recaptured. The red-skinned filibusters, overtaken by a detachment of mounted rifles among the hills of the San Saba, were compelled to abandon their four-footed booty and only save their own skins by a forced retreat into the fastnesses of the Llano Estacado. To follow them beyond the borders of this sterile tract would have required a commissariat less hastily established than that with which the troops had sallied forth, and, although the relatives of the scalped settlers clamoured loudly for retaliation, it could only be promised them after due time and preparation. On discovering that the Comanches had retreated beyond their neutral ground, the soldiers of Uncle Sam had no choice but to return to their ordinary duties, each detachment to its own fort, to await further commands from the headquarters of the department. The troops belonging to Port Inge, entrusted with the guardianship of the country as far as the Rio Nueces, were surprised on getting back to their cantonment to discover that they had been riding in the wrong direction for an encounter with the Indians. Some of them were half mad with disappointment, for there were several, young Hancock among the numbers, who had not yet run their swords through a redskin, though keenly desirous of doing so. No doubt there is inhumanity in the idea, but it must be remembered that these ruthless savages have given to the white man peculiar provocation by 1,000 repetitions of 3 diabolical crimes: rape, rapine, and murder. To talk of their being the aborigines of the country, the real but dispossessed owners of the soil, is simple nonsense. This sophism, of the most spurious kind, has too long held dominion over the minds of men. The whole human race has an inherent right to the whole surface of the earth, and if any infinitesimal fraction of the former, by chance, finds itself idly roaming over an extended portion of the latter, their exclusive claim to it is almost too absurd for argument, even with the narrowest minded disciple of an aborigine society. Admit it, give the hunter his half-dozen square miles, for he will require that much to maintain him. Leave him in undisputed possession to all eternity. and millions of fertile acres must remain untilled to accommodate this whimsical theory of national right. Nay, I will go further, and risk reproach by asserting that not only the savage, so called, but civilized people should be unreservedly dispossessed, whenever they show themselves incapable of turning to a good account the resources which nature has placed within their limits. The exploitation of earth's treasures is a question not confined to nations. It concerns the whole family of mankind. In all this there is not one iota of agrarian doctrine, not a thought of it. He who makes these remarks is the last man to lend countenance to communism. It is true that, at the time spoken of, there were ruffians in Texas who held the life of a redskin at no higher value than an English gamekeeper does that of a stoat, or any other vermin that trespasses on his preserves. No doubt these ruffians are there still, for 10 years cannot have effected much change in the morality of the Texan frontier. But alas! we must now be a little cautious about calling names. Our own story of Jamaica, by heaven, the blackest that has blotted the pages of history, has whitewashed these borders filibusterous to the seeming purity of snow. If things are to be judged by comparison, not so fiendish, then need appear the fact that the young officers of Fort Inge were some little chagrined at not having an opportunity to slay a score or so of redskins, on learning that, during their absence, Indians had been seen on the other side. They were inspired by new hope. They might yet find the opportunity of fleshing their swords, transported without stain, without sharpening too, from the military school of West Point. It was a fresh disappointment to them when a party came in on the same day, civilians who had gone in pursuit of the savages seen on the Alamo, and reported that no Indians had been there. They came provided with proofs of their statement, which otherwise would have been received with incredulity, considering what had occurred. The proofs consisted in a collection of miscellaneous articles, an odd lot, as an auctioneer would describe it, wigs of horsehair, cock's feathers stained blue, green, or scarlet, breech-clouts of buckskin, moccasins of the same material, and several packages of paint, all which they had found concealed in the cavity of a cottonwood tree. There could be no new campaign against Indians, and the aspiring spirits of Fort Inge were, for the time, forced to content themselves with such incidents as the situation afforded. Notwithstanding its remoteness from any centre of civilized life, these were at the time neither tame nor uninteresting. There were several subjects worth thinking and talking about. There was the arrival, still of recent date, of the most beautiful woman ever seen upon the Alamo, the mysterious disappearance and supposed assassination of her brother, the yet more mysterious appearance of a horseman without a head, the trite story of a party of white men playing Indian, and last, though not of least interest, the news that the suspected murderer had been caught, and was now inside the walls of their own guard-house, mad as a maniac. There were other tales told by the disappointed campaigners, of sufficient interest to hinder them from thinking that at Fort Inge they had returned to dull quarters. The name of Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, with her masculine but magnificent beauty, had become a theme of conversation, and something was also said, or surmised, about her connection with the mystery that occupied all minds. The details of the strange scenes upon the Alamo, the discovery of the mustanger upon his couch, the determination to hang him, the act delayed by the intervention of Louise Poindexter, the respite due to the courage of Zeb Stump, were all points of the most piquant interest, suggestive of the wildest conjectures. Each became in turn the subject of converse and commentary, but none was discussed with more earnestness than that which related to the innocence or guilt of the man accused of murder. "Murder," said the philosophic Captain Sloman, "is a crime which, in my opinion, Maurice the mustanger is incapable of committing. I think I know the fellow well enough to be sure about that." "You'll admit," rejoined Crossman of the Rifles, that the circumstances are strong against him. Almost conclusive, I should say." Crossman had never felt friendly towards the young Irishman. He had an idea that on one occasion the commissary's niece, the belle of the fort, had looked too smilingly on the unknown adventurer. "I consider it anything but conclusive," replied Sloman. "There's no doubt about young Poindexter being dead, and having been murdered. Every one believes that. Well, who else was likely to have done it? The cousin swears to having overheard a quarrel between him and Gerald." "That precious cousin would swear to anything that suited his purpose," interposed Hancock of the dragoons. "Besides, his own shindy with the same man is suggestive of suspicion, is it not?" "And if there was a quarrel," argued the officer of infantry, "what then? It don't follow there was a murder." "Then you think the fellow may have killed Poindexter in a fair fight?" "Something of the sort is possible, and even probable. I will admit that much." "But what did they have a difficulty about?" asked Hancock. "I heard that young Poindexter was on friendly terms with the horse hunter, notwithstanding what had happened between him and Calhoun. What could they have quarrelled about?" "A singular interrogation on your part, Lieutenant Hancock," answered the infantry officer, with a significant emphasis on the pronoun. "As if men ever quarrelled about anything, except—" "Except woman," interrupted the dragoon with a laugh. "But which woman, I wonder? It could not be anything relating to young Poindexter's sister." "Quien sabe?" answered Sloman, repeating the Spanish phrase with an ambiguous shrug of the shoulders. "Preposterous!" exclaimed Crossman. "A horse-catcher daring to set his thoughts on Miss Poindexter! Preposterous!" "What a frightful aristocrat you are, Crossman! Don't you know that love is a natural democrat, and mocks your artificial ideas of distinction? I don't say that in this case there's been anything of the kind. Miss Poindexter's not the only woman that might have caused a quarrel between the two individuals in question. There are other damsels in the settlement worth getting angry about, to say nothing of our own fair following in the fort, and why not—" "Captain Sloman," petulantly interrupted the lieutenant of rifle, "I must say, for a man of your sense, you talk very inconsiderately. The ladies of the garrison ought to be grateful to you for the insinuation." "What insinuation, sir?" "Do you suppose it likely that there's one of them would consent to speak to the person you named?" "Which? I've named two." "You understand me well enough, Sloman, and I you. Our ladies will, no doubt, feel highly complimented at having their names connected with that of a low adventurer, a horse thief, and suspected assassin. Morris the mustanger may be the last suspected, and that is all. He is neither of the two first, and as for our ladies being above speech with him, in that as in many other things, you may be mistaken, Mr. Crossman. I've seen more of this young Irishman than you. Enough to satisfy me that, so far as breeding goes, he may compare notes with the best of us. Our grand dames needn't be scared at the thought of his acquaintance. And, since you have raised the question, I don't think they would shy from it. Some of them, at least, if it were offered them. It never has. So far as I have observed, the young fellow has behaved with a modesty that betokens the true gentleman. I have seen him in their presence more than once, and he has conducted himself toward them as if fully sensible of his position. For that matter, I don't think he cares a straw about one or other of them." "Indeed! How fortunate for those who might otherwise have been his rivals!" "Perhaps it is," quietly remarked the captain of infantry. "Who knows," asked Hancock, intentionally giving a turn to the ticklish conversation, "who knows but the cause of quarrel, if there's been one, might not be this splendid senorita so much talked about? I haven't seen her myself, but, by all accounts, she's just the sort to make two fellows as jealous as a pair of tiger cats." "It might be. Who knows?" drawled Crossman, who found contentment in the thought that the handsome Irishman might have his amorous thoughts turned in another direction than towards the commissary's quarters. "They've got him in the guard-house," remarked Hancock, stating a fact that had just been made known to him. for the conversation above detailed occurred shortly after their return from the Comanche campaign. His droll devil of a serving man is along with him. What's more, the Major has just issued an order to double the guard. What does it mean, Captain Sloman? You who know so much of this fellow and his affairs. Surely there's no danger of his making an attempt to steal out of his prison?" "Not likely," replied the infantry officer, "seeing that he hasn't the slightest idea that he's inside of one. I've just been to the guard-house to have a look at him. He's mad as a March hare, and wouldn't know his own face in a looking-glass." "Mad? In what way?" asked Hancock and the others, who were yet but half enlightened about the circumstances of the mustanger's capture. "A brain fever upon him. Delirious? Is that why the guards have been doubled? Devilish queer if it is. The Major himself must have gone mad." "Maybe it's the suggestion—command, I should rather say—of the Majoress. Ha ha ha!" "But what does it mean? Is the old Mage really afraid of his getting out of the guard-house?" "No, not that I fancy. More likely an apprehension of somebody else getting into it." "Ah, you mean that—" "I mean that for Maurice the mustangers there's more safety inside than out. Some queer characters are about, and there's been talk of another Lynch trial. The Regulators either repent of having allowed him a respite, or there's somebody hard at work in bringing about this state of public opinion. It's lucky for him that the old hunter has stood his friend, and it's but a continuation of his good luck that we've returned so opportunely. Another day, and we might have found the guard-house empty, so far as its present occupants are concerned. Now, thank God, the poor fellow shall have a fair trial." "When is it to take place?" "Whenever he has recovered his senses sufficiently to know that he's being tried." "It may be weeks before that." "And it may be only days, hours. He don't appear to be very bad, that is, bodily. It's his mind that's out of order, more, perhaps, from some strange trouble that has come over him than any serious hurt he has received. A day may make all the difference, and, from what I've just heard, the Regulators will insist on his being tried as soon as he shows return to consciousness. They say they won't wait for him to recover from his wounds. Maybe he'll be able to tell a story that'll clear him." "I hope so." This was said by Hancock. "I doubt it," rejoined Crossman, with an incredulous shake of the head. "Nous verrons." "I'm sure of it," said Sloman. "Nos veremos," he added, speaking in a tone that seemed founded less upon confidence than a wish that was father to the thought. Chapter 68. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 1st of October, 2011. Chapter 69 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 69. Mystery and Mourning. There is mourning in the mansion of Casa del Corvo, and mystery among the members of Woodley Poindexter's family. Though now only 3 in number, their intercourse is less frequent than before, and marked by a degree of reserve that must spring from some deep-seated cause. They meet only at the hour of meals, then conversing only on such topics as cannot well be shunned. There is ample explanation of the sorrow, and much of the solemnity. The death, no longer doubted, of an only son, an only brother, unexpected and still unexplained, should account for the melancholy mien both of father and daughter. It might also explain the shadow seated constantly on the brow of the cousin. But there is something beyond this. Each appears to act with an irksome restraint in the presence of the others, even during the rare occasions on which it becomes necessary to converse on the family misfortune. Beside the sorrow common to all 3, they appear to have separate griefs that do not, and cannot, commingle. The once proud planter stays within doors, pacing from room to room, or around the enclosed corridor, bending beneath a weight of woe that has broken down his pride and threatens to break his heart. Even strong paternal affection, cruelly bereaved, can scarce account for the groans, oft accompanied by muttered curses, that are heard to issue from his lips. Calhoun rides abroad as of yore, making his appearance only at the hours of eating and sleeping, and not regularly then. For a whole day, and part of a night, he has been absent from the place. No one knows where, no one has the right to inquire. Louise confides herself to her own room, though not continuously. There are times when she may be seen ascending the azotea, alone and in silent meditation. There, nearer to heaven, she seeks solace for the sorrows that have assailed her upon earth, the loss of a beloved brother, the fear of losing one far more beloved, though in a different sense, perhaps, a little also, thought of a scandal already attaching to her name. Of these three sorrows the second is the strongest. The last but little troubles her, and the first, for a while keenly felt, is gradually growing calmer. But the second, the supreme pain of all, is but strengthened and intensified by time. She knows that Maurice Gerald is shut up within the walls of a prison, the strong walls of a military guard-house. It is not their strength that dismays her. On the contrary, she has fears for their weakness. She has reason for her apprehension. She has heard of the rumours that are abroad, rumours of sinister significance. She has heard talk of a second trial, under the presidency of Judge Lynch and his rude coadjutors, not the same Judge Lynch who officiated in the Alamo, nor all of the same jury, but a court still less scrupulous than that of the Regulators, composed of the ruffianism that at any hour can be collected within the bounds of a border settlement, especially when proximate to a military post. The reports that have thus gone abroad are to some a subject of surprise. Moderate people see no reason why the prisoner should be again brought to trial in that irregular way. The facts that have late come to light do not alter the case, at least in any way to strengthen the testimony against him. If the 4 horsemen seen were not Indians, and this has been clearly shown by the discovery of the disguises, it is not the less likely that they have had to do with the death of young Poindexter. Besides, there is nothing to connect them with the mustanger, any more than if they had been real Comanches. Why, then, this antipathy against the respited prisoner for the second time surging up? There is a strangeness about the thing that perplexes a good many people. There are few that understand, or suspect, the cause. A very few, perhaps only 3 individuals. 2 of them are Zeb Stump and Louise Poindexter. The third, Captain Cassius Calhoun. The old hunter, with instinct keenly on the alert, has discovered some underhanded action, the actors being Miguel Diaz and his men, associated with a half-score of like characters of a different race, the rowdies of the settlement. Zeb has traced the action of its instigator, the ex-captain of volunteer cavalry. He has communicated his discovery to the young Creole, who is equal to the understanding of it. It is the too clear comprehension of its truth that now inspires her with a keen solicitude. Anxiously she awaits every word of news, watches the road leading from the fort to Casa del Corvo, as if the sentence of her own death, or the security of her life, hung upon the lips of some courier to come that way. She dares not show herself at the prison. There are soldiers on guard, and spectators around it, a crowd of the idle curious, who, in all countries, seem to feel some sort of sombre enjoyment in the proximity of those who have committed great crimes. There is an additional piquancy in the circumstances of this one. The criminal is insane, or, at all events, for the time out of his senses. The guard-house doors are at all hours besieged, to the great discomfort of the sentries, by people eager to listen to the mutterings of the delirious man. A lady could not pass in without having scores of her eyes turned inquiringly upon her. Louise Poindexter, cannot run the gauntlet of those looks without risk to her reputation. Left to herself, perhaps she would have attempted it, watched by a father whose suspicions are already awakened, by a near relation, equally interested in preserving her spotless before the eyes of the world. She has no opportunity for the act of imprudence. She can only stay at home, now shut up in her solitary chamber, solaced by the remembrance of those ravings to which she had listened upon the Alamo, now upon the azotea, cheered by the recollection of that sweet time spent among the mesquite trees, the spot itself almost discernible, where she had surrendered the proudest passion of her heart, but saddened by the thought that he to whom she surrendered it is now humiliated, disgraced, shut up within the walls of a gaol, perchance to be delivered from it only unto death. To her it was happy tidings when, upon the morning of the 4th day, said Stump made his appearance at Casa del Corvo, that the hoss-soggers had come back to the fort. There was significance in the news thus ungrammatically imparted. There was no longer a danger of the perpetration of that foul act hitherto apprehended. A prisoner taken from his guards, not for rescue, but ruin. "You needn't be uneasy about the event," said Zeb, speaking with a confidence he had not shown for some time. "There's no longer danger of it coming to pass, Miss Livesey. I took precautions against it." "Precautions? How, Zeb?" "Well, first place, I've seed the Major clost arter his coming back, and got him a bit on my mind. I told him the whole story, as far as I know it myself. By good luck, he ain't agin the young fella, but the t'other way I reckon. Well, I told him the going on the whole crew, Americans, Mexican, and all of them, not forgetting the ugly Spaniard in the name of Dees, that's been one of the scariest of the lot. The result being that the Major has doubled the sentries round the prison, and's going to keep 'em doubled." "I am so glad. I think there is no longer any fear from that quarter." "If you mean the quarter of Mr. Miguel Dees, I can't swear to it. Afore he thinks of getting anybody else out of prison, he's got to get himself out." "What? Diaz in prison? How? When? Where?" "You ask 3 separate questions, Miss Louise, all a heap. Well, I reckon the convenient way to answer 'em is to take 'em backwards. And first as to the where. As to that, there's but one prison in these parts, and I'll be likely to hold him. That's the guard house at the fort. He's there." "Along with?" "I know who you're going to name, the young fella. Just so. They're in the same building, though not exactly in the same room. There's a partition atween them, though, for that matter, they can converse, if they're so inclined. There's 3 others shut up along with the Mexican, his own cussed comrades. The 3'll have something to talk about among themselves, I reckon." "This is good news, Zeb. You told me yesterday that Diaz was active in—" "Getting himself into a scrape, which he had been successful in effectuating. He's got himself into the jug, which somebody else have did from the business of him." "But how? When? You're not told me." "Go huss off that! Miss Louise, give me a little time. I ain't drew breath yet, since I came in. Your second question was then, it air easy answer. 'Bout an hour agone, the air warmint were trapped and locked up. I were just setting of the door ain't him, and come straight cusser here after it war done." "But you have not yet said why he was arrested." "I hadn't had a chance. They're a longish stories, and they'll take a little time in telling. Will you listen to it now or after?" "After what, Mr Stump?" "Well, Miss Louise, I only mean after they get the old mare put up. She ain't standing there, as if she'd like to short ye a corn or something to wet her down. But she and me's been on a longish tramp before we got back to the fort, which we did scarce an hour ago." "Pardon me, dear Mr Stump, for not thinking of it. Pluto, take Mr Stump's horse to the stable, and see that it is fed. Florinde, what will you eat, Mr Stump?" "Well, as for that, Miss Louise, thank you all the same, but I ain't so particular sharp set. I were only thinking of the mare. For myself, I can't go a couple of hours longer without eating, but if there's such a thing as a smell of Monongaheely about the place, it ought to do this old cartridge of mine a power good." "Monongahela? Plenty of it. Surely you will allow me to give you something better?" Better than Monica Healy? Yes, some sherry, champagne, brandy if you prefer it. Let 'em drink brandy as like it, and can get it drinkable. Though maybe be some of it going off. And if they're here, I'm sure they'll be found in the house of Point Dexter. I only knows of the sort the sutler keeps up at the fort. If there ever were a medicine, that's one. It'll rot the guts of an alligator. No, darn their French liquors, and specialty their brandy. Give me the pure corn juice, and the best of all, that as comes from Pittsburgh on the Monongahela.
Florinde! Florinde! It was not necessary to tell the waiting maid for what she was wanted. The presence of Zeb Stump indicated the service for which she had been summoned. Without waiting to receive the order she went off, and the moment after returned, carrying a decanter half filled with what Zeb called the pure corn juice, but which was in reality the essence of rye, for from this grain is distilled the celebrated Monongahela. Zeb was not slow to refresh himself. A full third of the contents of the decanter was soon put out of sight, the other 2/3 remaining for future potations that might be required in the course of the narration upon which he was about to enter. End of Chapter 69. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 2nd of October 2011.
Chapter 70 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 70. Go, Zeb, and God speed you. The old hunter never did things in a hurry. Even his style of drinking was not an exception. And although there was no time wasted, he quaffed in the Monongahela in a formal leisurely manner. The Creole, impatient to hear what he had to relate, did not wait for him to resume speech. "Tell me, dear Zeb," said she, after directing her maid to withdraw, "why have they arrested this Mexican? Miguel Diaz, I mean? I think I know something of the man. I have reasons." "And you ain't the only person may have reasons for knowin' him, Miss Louise. Your brother, but don't mind 'bout that. Leastwise not now. What Zeb Stump do know, or strongly suspect, air, that this same mentioned Miguel Diaz have had somethin' to do wi'. You know what I'm referrin' to? Go on, Mr. Stump." "Well, the story air this. Arter we kim from the Alamo Crick, the fellers that went in search o' them Injuns found out they warn't Injuns at all. Ye have heard that yourself, from the fixins that were diskivered in the Hollister tree. It air clar that what we seed on the bluff war a party o' whites. I heard a suspicion o' myself, soon as I seed them curds they'd left ain't them in the shanty." "It was the same, then, who visited the jacale at night? The same Phelim saw?" "Ne'er a doubt it. Them same Mexicans." "What reason have you to think they are Mexicans?" "The best o' all reasons. I found them out to be. Traced the hull kit o' them to their cache." The young Creole made no rejoinder. Zeb's story promised a revelation that might be favourable to her hopes. She stood resigningly waiting for him to continue. "You see, the curds, and also some words, the which the Irish war able to sort o' pronounce, arter a fashion o' his own, tolt me they must ha' been o' the yeller bellied breed; and sartin 'bout that much, I war able to get a tol'able guess as to whar they had kim from. I know enough o' the Mexicans of these parts to think of four as answered thar description to a T. As for the Injun duds, thar warn't nothin' in them to bamboozle me. After this I ked a gone straight to the hull four fellers, and pinted them out for sartin. One o' 'em for sure sartin. On him I'd made my mark. I war confident o' havin' did that." "Your mark? How, Zeb? You remember the shot I fired from the door of the shanty?" "Oh, certainly. I did not see the Indians. I was under the trees at the time. I saw you discharge your rifle at something." "Well, Miss Loise, this here coon don't often discharge that there weepon 'ithout drawin' blood. I know I hut the skunk, but it war rather fur for the carry o' the piece, and I reckon the ball war a bit spent. For all that, I knowed it must a stung him.
I knowed it must have stung him. I seed him squirt to the shot, and I says to myself, if there ain't a hole through his hide somewhere, this coon won't mind changing skins with him. Well, after they came home with the story of whites instead of redskins, I had a tolerable clear idee who the sham Injuns war, and kid a laid my claws on them at my minute. But I didn't. And why not, Mr. Stump? Surely you haven't allowed them to get away? They might be the very man who are guilty of my poor brothers. That's just what this coon thort, and it war for that reason I let him slide. There war another reason besides. I didn't much like going fur from the port, lest something ugly mort torn up in my absence. You understand? There war another reason, till for not prospecting arter them just then. I wanted to make sure of my game. And you have? Sure as shootin'. I guess there wa'n't going to be any rain, and therefore there war no immediate hurry as to what I intended doin'. So I waited till the sogers shed back, and I could safely leave him in the guardhouse. Soon as they kid him, I tuck the old mar and rud out to the place whar a fellers had stuck upon fixing. I easy found it by their description. While, as they'd only got that greenhorn spangler to guide 'em, I war pretty sure the sign hadn't been more'n half read, and that I'd get something out of it, besides that they'd got away. I wasn't disappointed. The derndest fool as ever set foot upon a prairie mout have follered the back a track of them make-believe Comanches. The storekeeper ket a traipsed across the prairie, though it appears neither Mr. Sprangler nor any of the others did. I found it easiest falling on for the log, notwithstanding that the sarchers have rud all over it. I tracked every hoss of the four counterfeits to its own stable. After doing that I had a word with Major. In a half an hour at the most of the four beauties were safe shot up in the guardhouse, the chief of them being jugged fust, least he mout get a wid of what were going forward, and sneak out of the way. I warn't far astray beyond Mr. McGool D's bearing my mark. We found the tar of the bullet through the fleshy part of its dexter wing, and that explained why he were so quick at letting go his Lafayette. It was he, then, mechanically remarked Louise, as she stood reflecting. Very strange, she continued, till murdering the words to herself. He it was I saw in the chaparral glade. Yes, it must have been. And the woman, this Mexican Isidora? Ah, there is some deep mystery in all this, some dark design. Who can unravel it? Tell me, dear Zeb, she asked, stepping closer to the old hunter, and speaking with a certain degree of hesitancy. That woman, the Mexican lady, I mean, who is out there. Do you know if she has often visited him? Him? Which him, Miss Louise? Mr. Gerald, I mean. She mout, and she moutn't, without my knowing either one or the other. I ain't often there myself. The place air out of my usual hunting ground, and I only go now and then for the sake of a change. The crux fust rate for both deer and gobbler. If ye ask my opinion, I'd say that there a girl haven't never been there afore. Leastwise, I hadn't heard of it. And ef had been so, I reckon Irish fellum ood a had somethin' to say about it. Besides, I have other reasons for thinkin' so. I've only hearn o' one o' the shemale sex bein' on a visit to that shanty." "Who?" quickly interrogated the Creole, the instant after regretting that she had asked the question, the colour coming to her cheeks, as she noticed the significant glance with which Zeb had accompanied his concluding remark. "No matter," she continued, without waiting for the answer. "So, Zeb," she went on, giving a quick turn to the conversation, "you think that these men have had to do with that which is causing sorrow to all of us, these Mexicans?" "To tell ye the truth, Miss Louise, I don't know exactly what to think. It air the most mysterious consarn as iver kim to pass on these here prairies. Sometimes I have the idea that the Mexicans must have did it, while at others I'm in the opposite way of thinkin', and that somebody else have had a hand in the black business. I won't say who." "Not him, Zeb, not him. Not the mowstanger. No, near a bit of that. Spite all that's said agin him, I hadn't the least suspicion of his innercence." "Oh, how is he to prove it? It is said that the testimony is all against him. No one to speak a word in his behalf." "Well, it ain't so sartin as to that. Keeping my eye upon the others, as is prison, I hain't had much chance of getting about.
There's an opportunity now, and I mean to take use of it. The Period's a big book, Miss Poindexter, a wonderful big book, for them as knows how to read the print of it. If not much of a scholar otherways, Zebulon Stump have learnt to do that. There may be some testimony that mout help him, scattered over the musket grass, just as I have hearn a Methody preacher say there war sarmons and stones, and books and running brutes. Ef they're so, there oughter be somethin' of the kind scared up on the Alamo Crick.
You think you might discover some traces?
Well, I'm going out to have a look round me, especially at the place where I found the young feller in the closet of the spotted painter. I oughter gone afore now, but for the reason I told ye. Thank the Almighty, there's been no wet, neary drop, and whatsoever sign's been made for a week past kin be understood as well as if it war did yesterday. That is by them as know how to read it. I must start straight away, Miss Louise. I just run down to tell ye that he'd been done at the fort. There's no time to be throwed away. They let me in this morning to see the young feller, and I'm sartin his head air getting clearer. Soon as it air all right, the regulators say. They'll insist on the trial taking place. It may be in less than 3 days, and I must get back afore it begins. Go, Zeb, and God speed you on your generous errand. Come back with proofs of his innocence, and ever after I shall feel indebted to you for more than life.
End of chapter 70.